Okay, welcome everybody. Good morning, and welcome to this regular but earlier scheduled meeting of the Boca Raton Community Redevelopment Agency. It's Tuesday, October 14th, 2025. The time is 10:02 a.m., and we will call this meeting to order. First, everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. Ms. Siddons, please call the roll.
Chair Wigder.
Here.
Vice Chair Thompson.
Thankful to be here.
Commissioner Drucker.
Here.
Commissioner Naklis.
Here.
Commissioner Singer.
Here.
All present.
Very well, very well. Well, we have a new city manager starting. By virtue of the fact that the city manager is also the executive director of the Community Redevelopment Agency, let me be the first to welcome Mr. Sohaney after his distinguished career in the Navy. Welcome to the executive director's role of the CRA. As you know, you are in many ways jumping on a ship that is moving, and there's a lot going on. So we appreciate the dedication to our country and the dedication to Boca Raton, and welcome aboard. Do you have any comments?
Well, thanks. Good morning, Chairman Wigner, and Mayor, Council, and the staff, and really most importantly, the residents of Boca Raton. It's really a true honor and privilege to sit here before you as your new city manager. I'm humbled by your trust, and I'm grateful for the warm welcome this entire community has given me over the last couple months. And I really am grateful that I join a highly talented team and that's deeply committed to the city of Boca Raton. And my fundamental, priority is public safety. I want to ensure that our families and businesses and visitors feel safe and secure every day that they're here. I'm also committed to strengthening communication, increasing transparency, and fostering community engagement. Your voices matter, and I will work to make it easier for residents to be heard and to participate in shaping our future. I look forward to working with all of you to honor our history, even as we responsibly pursue innovation and growth. We will continue to strike that right balance between innovation and preservation. And those are the qualities that make Boca Raton so special. So I'm really energized at the challenges that lay ahead, and thank you for the opportunity to serve. Thank you.
Welcome. Commissioners, any other comments this time? No, not this time. Thank you very well. Mr. Sohaney, are there any amendments to the agenda?
There are no amendments to today's agenda.
Very well. And if there are no corrections or revisions to the minutes, I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes of September 22nd, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
Second, very well. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Very well, the minutes are passed. There are no presentations today, so we will begin with our quasi-judicial and related public hearings, for which there is one. Ms. Siddons, please call the title and take your time.
DDRI IDA number CRP 1602R2. Consideration of an individual development approval of the City of Boca Raton Community Redevelopment Agency, amending IDA number CRP 1602 as amended by IDA number CRP 1602 R1A for the Camino Square Phase 2 project located on the western approximately 4.54 acre portion of the overall approximately 9.13 acre property generally located at 171 West Camino Real, to authorize a change in use from 37,399 square feet of retail high in 2 buildings to 394 residential units and 8,632 square feet of retail high consisting of 2,048 square feet of fast food, 2,179 square feet of casual restaurant, and 4,405 square feet of retail in 2 8-story buildings totaling 479,485 square feet, each with a maximum height not to exceed 80 feet 8 inches, with additional architectural features for a maximum total height not to exceed 96 feet 8 inches, and additionally including a 7-story, 291,304 square foot parking structure integrated in Building 2, together with a technical deviation from Section 23-190D Code of Ordinances to reduce the required driveway width from 34 feet to 33 feet, a reduction of 1 foot, at the existing Southwest 3rd Avenue access, considering the abandonment of 2 12-foot wide portions of a utility easement located at the northern portion of the property, and a transfer of 60,255 of office equivalent development from downtown subarea D to downtown subarea G, resulting in approximately 374,435 square feet of office equivalent development remaining in downtown subarea D, and approximately 161,149 square feet remaining in downtown subarea G, including a conversion of uses, providing for appealer, providing an effective date.
That's a lot. Mr. Kaler, please review the quasi-judicial procedure that will govern this public hearing.
Sure. Mr. Chair, members of the board, each applicant that requests approval, relief, or other action from the board shall disclose at the commencement or continuance of the public hearing any consideration, which means payment, provided or committed directly or on his behalf for an agreement to support, withhold, objection to the requested relief or action. The quasi-judicial procedures that govern today's public hearing are attached to the agenda. They're online, and they're also available from the city clerk.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, if you have any ex parte disclosures, please do this so now. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back a few months, I had a meeting with Gaston Cantens, Juan Poro, and Caroline Villanueva regarding the merits of this project, and I spoke with Ellie Zacharias, counsel for the applicant, on Friday of last week and Monday yesterday regarding the merits of this project. And I believe that concludes my disclosures.
Very well. Ms. Knocklis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I also had discussions several months ago with Caroline Villanueva, Juan Poro, and Gaston Cantens. I also spoke on Friday and Saturday with Sean Armanani. I spoke yesterday with Caroline Villanueva. I also spoke with Betsy Neaporte, and I had phone calls with Ellie Zacharias both yesterday and this morning, and also had a Zoom with Ellie last Thursday.
Very well. Ms. Drucker.
Thank you. I had conversations with Ellie Zacharias last on 10/9. I also, there's a lot of resident emails and input that are already on file. I also had another phone meeting with Ellie this morning. We also had a meeting with John Donaldson from the traffic on 10/9 along with Ellie. And then I knew about this project or these phases because we were part of phase 1 when that was approved. Those are the only disclosures that I have.
Thank you, Mayor Singer.
Thank you, and I spoke with Caroline Villanueva, Gaston Cantens, representatives of the applicant, Ellie Zacharias, counsel for the applicant, about the merits of the project. I asked them some questions about the quantity of retail and possibilities and what led to the design here. I've been to the site multiple times. I've received emails that have been on file with the city that were received at my city address. Thank you.
Very well. Likewise, in addition to the emails that we all seem to have received, I had conversations with Ellie Zacharias last week and some months before, previous conversations some time ago with Jonathan Ungen, conversations yesterday and perhaps a couple months ago with Caroline Villanueva from the applicant, conversations with last week or the week before with Sean Armanani also. In general, and I've made several site visits to the actual site, and I have been, was at the opening of the Phase 1, so I did meet the applicant's principals as well at that time. Now we'll ask any person who wishes to speak to
Mr.
stand.
Chair,
Oh,
I'm
pardon.
sorry to interrupt. May I just add one last disclosure? I beg your pardon. I jogged, my memory was jogged a moment ago that I did speak with Sean Armanani yesterday about this project.
very
and
well.
just had some questions about that. That concludes my disclosures. Thank you,
for
Mr.
your
Chair.
disclosure. Thank you. Now we'll ask any person who wishes to speak on this matter to please stand while the clerk administers the oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you may give before this public hearing will be truthful and accurate? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sohani?
Mr. Chair, Susan Lesser, Senior Planner from Development Services, will make the presentation.
Very well, thank you. Ms. Lesser, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Sohaney, members of the board. For the record, Susan Lesser, Senior Planner. The request before you is an amendment to Individual Development Approval IDA number CRP-1602 as amended, pursuant to Ordinance 4035 as amended, for Phase 2 to develop in lieu of the approved 37,399 square feet of retail high in two 8-story buildings. In two buildings, approximately 35 feet tall. In its place, 394 residential units in two 8-story buildings, approximately 80 feet, 8 inches tall, and approximately 96 feet, 8 inches, including all architectural features. Together, approximately totaling 479,485 square feet, and 7 levels of structured parking totaling 291,304 square feet, along with 8,632 square feet of retail high. The request also includes a technical deviation from the City Code of Ordinances, Section 23-190D, to reduce the driveway width at the existing internal drive on Southwest 3rd Avenue by 1 foot from 34 feet to 33 feet, abandonment of 2 existing 12-foot wide utility easements, and a transfer of office equivalent development from downtown sub-area D to downtown sub-area G, and that includes a conversion of uses. The property is approximately 4.54 acres, and it's located on the western portion of the overall 9.13 acre property, generally located at 171 Camino Real, which is east of Southwest 3rd Avenue and west of the Federal East Coast Railroad. The property is zoned DDRI with a future compatible land use designation of CBD, and it is located in downtown sub-area G. This is the overall site plan. It includes both phases. And Phase 1 consisted of 346 residential units in 2 buildings. Construction, as you may know, has been completed and no changes are proposed. The proposed site plan depicts 394 residential units in 2 8-story buildings. Together, they total approximately 479,485 square feet. There's also proposed 7 levels of structured parking, and that totals 291,304 square feet. And the retail component depicted in the brick color, and that's in the sort of that L shape right around here. That totals 8,632 square feet, and that consists of 2,048 square feet of fast food, 2,179 square feet of casual restaurant use, and 4,405 square feet of retail. The project will include a variety of units, and they range in size from approximately 690 square feet to 1,550 square feet. A linear green space is proposed to the north, right in this area here. There is an existing pocket park that was actually constructed during Phase 1. And there's a courtyard in the central portion of the overall site. Vehicular access to the residential portion of the site will be provided by 1 existing full east-west access driveway along Southwest 3rd Avenue, 1 existing full access driveway on West Camino Real, and 1 left-in, right-out driveway on the alley just north of West Camino Real. The project requires a total of 40% of open space, and that totals 159,136 square feet, and 40.37% of open space is provided. This includes areas that are open to the sky as well as covered open space. With regard to parking, there's 7 stories, as I mentioned previously, and a total of 731 parking spaces are required, and 793 parking spaces are provided. The applicant requested a technical deviation from City Code of Ordinances, Section 23190D, and that's related to driveway design standards to reduce the required driveway width from 34 feet to 33 feet. The project traffic consultant provided the request as well as a justification, and based on the documentation provided, the city traffic engineer does not object to the technical deviation in the amount of 1 foot. The project also includes the abandonment of 2 portions of an existing 12-foot wide utility easement, approximately 168 square feet and 135 square foot portion that are generally located on the northern portion of the property. And each of these portions of the existing easement will conflict with the location of the proposed structure, and as such, those portions of the existing easement are proposed to be abandoned. The 2 portions of the easements contain infrastructure for 2 8-inch water mains on the property, and the abandonment of the easements shall not be perfected until after the work is completed and replaced with 2 new fire hydrants. Staff has no objections to the easement abandonments proposed as part of this application. As there are multiple buildings included in the project, I'll highlight a few of the colored elevations that were provided by the applicant. These elevations depict the north and south elevations of Building 1. Phase 2 continues with the architectural style and pattern found in Phase 1. The buildings incorporate a mix of stone veneer and stucco with a neutral color palette. Colonnades, as you can see, are also provided along both buildings to provide shade. And various window styles are used across the facade, as well as other architectural features such as banding, balconies, and trellises. This is the west elevation for both buildings, and as you can see, the existing access road separates buildings 1 and 2. This is the east, south, and west elevations of Building 2, and the structured parking is north of the residential portion of Building 2 at a height of 71 feet, 2 inches. And Building 2, this is the north elevation, and at the ground level from left to right is the entrance to the structured parking. The retail bays are shown with awnings, and lastly, the leasing office. The proposed project complies with the DDRI development order. The proposed multifamily residential and retail uses are consistent and compatible with adjacent land uses as well, and staff has no objections to the requested technical deviation. As 394 residential units are required, the project will transfer 60,255 square feet of office equivalent development from downtown sub-area D to downtown sub-area G, including a conversion of uses. Staff also supports the abandonment of the 2 existing utility easements that are included in this project. And I'll turn this portion of the presentation to Mr. Shad.
Good morning, Brandon Shad, Development Services Director. I think it's useful to sort of get a little bit of a history of the site and the development and sort of understand how we got here and how staff assessed the project. So I'm going to go through a little bit of that right now. Well, first of all, this is the property that was developed in the 60s as a shopping center, et cetera. This is obviously after it had been abandoned, after Winn-Dixie left in 2010, but essentially from that point to the redevelopment, it looked about like this. It was developed in a suburban, typical style that you would have expected, not the sort of walkable development that we're looking for in the downtown. So post this, in June 6, 2016, there were 2 applications submitted for the 2 separate sides of the property. This side was essentially similar to what eventually got developed as Phase 1 of Camino Square, and this side was proposed to look like this. So what we have here is a retail building with a large parking lot. Service entrance in the back. So this is essentially very similar to the design that existed prior to demolition. So we have 8th Street here, We have an access to the south of 8th Street, another access to the north of 8th Street. So we have sort of all these conflicting movements, and then there's a street not too far up here. So staff pushed in a lot of ways to make this a better project. And one way was, hey, like, you got to combine these two applications. We can't have two applications for the same site that seem to have very little to no relationship with each other. You can see all the, basically there's a separation here, and there's really very little design relationship between the two sides. So what we said to them was, hey, you need to line up your driveway with 8th Street, put a retail building to the north that is fronting what should mimic a street. This should mimic a street, and basically we're trying to have them create a block structure so that we end up with something that could be developed later into something that is walkable and suited for a downtown and makes a little more sense together. So this is where we ended up with the approval in two phases. One, this residential side that is now the Fitzgerald apartment. And then, as I was mentioning, this that lines up with 8th Street, rather than having two separate accesses into the property, we have one that lines up and looks, a little bit like a street, but phase 2 was never developed. We have a retail building up here. It's a little hard to see with the shading. And then a retail building down here at the south of the site and parking in between. So while this is not great, it's better. But phase 2 was not constructed, and of course now we have proposed the residential project with less retail. So it's important to understand context in terms of the visibility of the site and the applicant's arguments that retail is not, large-scale retail is not viable here. So I won't pretend that staff is in the position to evaluate the market feasibility of retail. We're not. But I want to point out that it's a plausible argument in the sense that the main traffic artery here obviously is Camino Real. The site is blocked from visibility by the gas station here at the corner, which the applicant can't control without acquiring, and that's not something that the city can control. And then 3rd Avenue obviously is a small local street. So someone traveling to the west on Camino Real that didn't know there was retail here, if there was, would be basically maybe looking over their shoulder and noticing it probably too late to get to it. Similar situation traveling to the east. If you saw it, then you would have to go across the tracks, make a U-turn and come back. So these arguments about the viability of retail, to me, are plausible due to the small size of 3rd Avenue, the visibility problems from Camino, and it's already an awkward access into this side access street here, or accessing from 3rd for retail development. Seems like it has some issues. So we ended up with this design, and now what we have proposed is this. So for context, phase 1, the existing residential is over here. We have a retail building proposed on the north side of this east-west street that has residential entrances on the ground floor, and it has retail on the bottom floor. Retail that wraps around the corner and goes to the south on 3rd Avenue. And we have other quasi-pedestrian-oriented uses, some of the amenities for the residential proposed along 3rd. The street, I'm going to call it a street, it's not officially a street, has, as I was mentioning, those active uses fronting it. It has street trees, it's pavered, it's relatively narrow, it's really developed as a walkable urban design. So that's sort of how we have gotten here. Staff acknowledges the concerns that are raised by the dramatic reduction in the amount of retail in this site. Retail in the past has served an important function here for the downtown and also for the neighborhoods to the west. However, when it comes to achieving the downtown vision, we feel that the walkable design that's been proposed here will provide both residents of this development and surrounding areas the opportunity to decide not to get in a car for certain activities and services and actually have the opportunity to walk to something that will be pleasant and provide those services to the surrounding area, even if it's lesser in the amount. So basically, it builds upon that block structure that staff had insisted upon during the Phase 1 approval. The improved design resembles urban walkable streets. I mentioned the retail on the south side and the street-level pedestrian entrances on the north, wrapping around the corner with the retail. And all of these uses are basically oriented to the street, the real street, or the internal streets. So while I'm not going to go through all of these bullet points, I basically have made the points of like why staff sees this as a reasonable, viable alternative, and why we believe it gets us closer to the vision of a walkable downtown. And I'll hand it back to Susan now.
On August 5th, the Community Appearance Board recommended approval. The vote was 5-0. At the meeting, one of the board members was concerned about areas for children to play sports, and the location of the pocket park was pointed out. Another board member brought up the issue of the possibility of relocating existing trees, and the applicant explained that there were a few that could possibly be relocated, but that they weren't in good condition. The arborist and landscape architect had indicated it would likely be better to plant new trees instead. On August 21st, the Planning and Zoning Board reviewed the project and recommended approval. That vote was 5-1. A board member had questions regarding the office equivalent development transfer, as well as the impact on schools. And a couple of questions from the public were related to the height of the development and the transfer of office equivalencies. The Development Services Department does recommend approval of the individual approval application as the project complies with Ordinance 4035. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Before I turn it over, can you explain a little bit about the transfer of OEs from subarea D to subarea G? My understanding is that there's an additional analysis that staff typically reviews in those instances. And can you just talk a little, Mr. Shedd, about that staff analysis in this situation?
Sure. So there is a certain list of things that need to be evaluated when transferred from other sub-areas. Those are all in the staff report. I had a bit of a technology glitch this morning, and I don't have those things right in front of me, unfortunately. But essentially, it focuses on the need for the redevelopment of the property and how the transfer of OEs from one sub-area to the other will comply with the amended downtown plan and therefore reach or move the city closer to the downtown vision, which is essentially, the information that I just went over. There's also the impact of the transfer of those rights from one sub-area to the other on the city's infrastructure. Those things were evaluated by the applicant and reviewed by our Public Works and Engineering and Utilities departments, and those directors signed off on those analyses.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Ms. Drucker.
Thank you for the presentation. So I know that possibly we're going to review the traffic study of the area. I know that I had conversations last week when I did the agenda review, and there were some questions around traffic's generated, traffic's reduction, so it's going to be important for me to understand. And there was some information going back and forth that was not necessarily accurate. So I'm not sure if we're going to touch upon that now. I'm sure I saw him right there, and I thought I saw Naresh ready to talk about the traffic impacts of this area. And then can you just repeat again in terms of commercial? Because when I had conversations with the applicant, I requested more commercial on this property. Because of some of the things you already alluded to, which is this is in our downtown, and the way that I see this particular community and this Comida Square Phase 2 is a neighborhood within its neighborhood. We'll have walkability, connectivity. It's across the street from Fresh Market. I don't necessarily need to see like a giant grocery store there because there's one across the street. But if you kind of envision that quadrant, you kind of have an area where you could combine, and I do agree with the, like, that pretend road that we just saw, retail, et cetera. So you said that you had plausible with commercial, is that what I understood?
So the existing Phase 2 approval, as it is today, would have Phase 2 being about 37,000 square feet of retail in 2 buildings. What's proposed here is that instead there would be about 8,000 square feet of retail, and that would be on the bottom floor of the southern building that's proposed, on the north side of the building and wrapping around on 3rd Avenue.
Okay, so I'm going to wait, I'm going to do my follow-up once the applicant comes, because I requested additional commercial, so maybe that we are not all on the same page around that. So I think they're going to have some updates, so I won't steal their thunder yet, but I just wanted to get the take right now. Okay, perfect, thanks.
Commissioners, any other questions? No? Any questions? I have one other question. You talked about, Ms. Lesser, covered open space. Can you just give us and the public a definition of what covered open space can include?
Surely. So covered open space would include an arcade, anything that offers the public or pedestrian shade. So as you can see probably from the slide there are covered areas that are provided adjacent to the walkway and pedestrian accessible routes that do provide that shade.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, if there's no further questions of staff, then we will open the public hearing. And first, we will invite the petitioner to speak. You'll have up to 20 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Ms. Zacharias, welcome.
Good morning. Ellie Zacharias, Miskel Backman, 14 Southeast 4th Street. Ms. Lesser, thank you very much for your thorough presentation. I'm just waiting for my presentation to load. Thank you. All right, I will try to be brief. As Susan noted, this property is approximately 9.1 acres. It sits with Dixie Highway to its east, 3rd to its west, and Camino Real to its south. It is all private property, none of it is public. This is what the old shopping center, for those of us who have been in the city of Boca for a long time, we just called it the Winn-Dixie Shopping Center. It was built in the 60s, as Mr. Shad noted. In 2010, Winn-Dixie closed its doors. Since that time, from 2010 till 2016, Kimco, the largest open-air retailer in all of North America, was looking to fill the existing development with an anchor tenant. They were unsuccessful. They did have some smaller tenants come in that did not last, again, because there was no anchor. So in early 2016, they did approach Florida Crystals, FCI, to see if they would be willing to develop the eastern half of the property. The idea being, once we have a captive audience on property, that Kimco would have a better opportunity to redevelop the western half with retail. So we did secure approvals for Phase 1 with 346 residential units. It is currently occupied at approximately 95 to 98%. These are the renderings that we showed the council and staff when we went through the process. Started it 9 years ago. Ms. Lester, Mr. Shad, and I have been working on this project, yes, for 9 years. These are the renderings that were shown. And this is what it looks like today. The reason I show the renderings is because FCI not only delivers what they promise to deliver, but they do it expeditiously and carefully. So with our development, one of the highlights, as I'm sure you all imagine, is we had sober homes here. And as soon as we put a shovel in the ground, those sober homes were sold and revamped, facade change, significant money was placed there because of the catalyst of this redevelopment in this area. Also, to Mr. Shad's point, as you can see, we do not have control of this building at all, nor do we have control of this two-story building here as well. I'll just skim through these. These are actual pictures of the Phase 1 development. I know most of you attended the ribbon cutting, and we thank you. Okay, so before I get into Phase 2, as I noted, Winn-Dixie closed its doors in 2010. For 6 years, Kimco tried desperately to find an anchor, and they were unsuccessful. That is when they turned it over to FCI for the eastern portion in hopes, again, of having that captive audience and bringing some vitality or vibrancy, or marketability, I should say, for the western half. They went years after our 2016 submittal to the city for Phase 1 and our 2020 approval of Phase 1. Yes, it took 4 years. They worked diligently with many end users, many anchors, some of which came to fruition through an LOI, and then it died down. So Kimco was unsuccessful to secure an anchor tenant for the western property, as the letter here says. Again, Kimco is the largest open-air retailer in all of North America, like the continent. So this is a letter issued by Kimco to you all, and it is in your staff packet as well. I also drafted a short narrative as to some of the lengths we went through during this time period, as I too was working with Kimco to secure that end user unsuccessfully. So that brings us to what is before you today as our proposed Phase 2. So we're proposing 394 residential units, 8,632 square feet of retail, and an additional 3,086 square feet of office. Our height is 8 stories. We're at 80 feet. As I'm sure you are all aware, you are entitled to go to 100 feet in the downtown. We did not maximize development neither on Phase 1 nor on Phase 2. We are asking for no variances. We have one very small request, which I will get into in just a moment. But otherwise, this is very much a straight as-of-right project. We meet or exceed open space, setbacks, parking, and the like. Okay, this is a colored site plan of Phase 2. I wanted to point out, again, frontage and visibility is extremely important to this project. So this is the extent of our frontage or visibility on 3rd Avenue. And what we ended up doing is we put all of vibrant uses abutting 3rd Avenue fronting that street. While our access drive is not a street, we nonetheless lined the northern portion of the southern building with retail and restaurant uses. We also have an 8,000 square foot courtyard and a linear park to the north as well. Additional amenities that we are providing is this 8,000 square foot park, 3,657 of which is open air, and the balance 4,000 is covered open space. We have a 345-foot linear park in the rear. We have our leasing office and a 7,000 square foot fitness area, as well as a pool courtyard. This is very important to note. Our previous approval compared to what is before you today is actually a reduction of 1,153 trips. I think that's so important to note, so I made 2 slides on it. It is 1,153 less daily trips than what was previously approved. Despite the fact that we're in the downtown and you are vested for concurrency, despite all of that, we heard during Phase 1 some concerns about traffic on this stretch of Camino. My client, again, not required to do so, but nonetheless spent over $3 million on off-site improvements, which is really pertinent now considering we're actually reducing traffic than what was previously approved. What we did was include a second exclusive eastbound left turn lane onto Dixie. We provided which didn't exist before, an exclusive eastbound right turn lane onto Dixie, as well as a bike lane. I want to thank the city staff. We worked very diligently with Fresh Market and the city and us to ensure the success of this intersection. Additional off-site improvements included 3rd Avenue, which was very difficult as it is a very small and narrow street. But we did, at the request of the city, put in a median. We put in an exclusive right turn lane into our property, as well as a westbound lane and an eastbound lane heading south. We also put in a pocket park, which is over 7,000 square feet. Okay, for this particular phase, the only off-site improvements that were requested are also on 3rd, and it is north of our driveway. It would be a southbound exclusive left turn lane into our property, which of course we have agreed to. So this is our only ask. Again, we have no variances. We meet or exceed all code requirements. The only ask we have is for a 1-foot driveway width. And when I say a 1-foot driveway width, it is just at the throat of the driveway, not the length of the driveway. We can accommodate this and not ask for the technical deviation if it is the will of the council. We work diligently with staff. This road is already built. We believe, the applicant and staff, that we'd rather have more landscaping than an additional foot of driveway width. But again, if this provides some concern, we are more than willing to revise our plans to remove this request. As Mr. Shad and Ms. Lester noted, they have your experts reviewed very closely and very diligently all of our applications. This was over a year process that we have been working with staff, and your experts believe we meet and exceed Ordinance 4035, as do we. These are some snippets, from your staff report with their support for our proposed amendment. And I think this is very important for us to just pause and take a minute. I understand that there has been a change from what was previously approved for Phase 2 than what is before you today. I recognize that. But for all the reasons we have stated, retail, a suburban shopping center retail, is, first of all, not viable because we cannot secure the anchor tenant. Number 2, we do not need any more grocers in this area. In walking distance, you have Fresh Market, you have Trader Joe's, and you have Publix, all within walking distance. So a grocery store is not going to be viable here either. But what's the most important part of this slide is the 4 years it took us to secure approvals of Phase 1 was we were working with staff about the geometry, the layout of Phase 2 and how things work together. I don't want to speak for staff, but I believe during this 9-year process, that was their concern. It was the layout and the geometry of the development as a whole, not the uses that were going to fill that space, but rather creating that pedestrian, urban type of development that is not only desired, but necessary in accordance with Ordinance 4035. Again, I won't read all this. I think Mr. Shad did a really great job, not only in the staff report, but in his presentation on the history. But it is important to note, again, that we are a downtown. So a suburban shopping center with a sea of parking lot is not something I'm hoping anybody sitting at the dais would desire. And again, staff goes on to talk about that the suburban shopping center misses the downtown urban design goals, that our proposal moves the city closer to that downtown vision. Staff supports it. And we did also, through the process, spend significant amount of time making sure we not only meet or exceed all code requirements in Ordinance 4035, but specifically Ordinance 5581, which amended 4035, that really wanted to provide that vibrancy along street frontages. So first one is include a significant percentage of uses along each street which fronts the street to provide lively and contribute to dynamic qualities. The code does not require that these uses be open to the public or commercial in nature. The code just requires that they be vibrant. Nonetheless, again, this is 3rd Street. All of our uses, literally all of our frontage on 3rd Street meets or exceeds that code requirement. While our driveway is not a street, we nonetheless have aligned the northern portion of that southern building with retail and restaurant as well. We have 8,000 square feet of courtyard area and almost 350 square feet of a linear park. And that is just the northern part of our proposed development. On the southern part of our proposed development, we have an over 7,000 square foot pocket park and 7,000 square feet of amenity space, lounge, gym, things of that nature. Again, meeting the code to a T for 5581. Again, it goes on to talk about frontages along streets need to be visible and activated. We've met that. Again, encourage walking and pedestrian experience, consider the human scale, things of that nature. We believe, as does your expert, your staff, that we have met or exceeded all of these requirements. I think this slide is pretty telling. What is before you on your left is what was approved as part of Phase 1. This is a suburban shopping center. This does not belong in our downtown. It is literally a sea of parking. A sea of parking. What you have to your right is what we are proposing. We have worked very closely with staff to make sure that we not only have retail and restaurant and vibrancy, but to create a pedestrian promenade along our drive aisle. We're actually reducing the width of that street at the request of the then city manager to slow down traffic. We've included an elevated crosswalk, again at the request of the then city manager, to provide safety. We've also included at his request a textured cobblestone, so when you're driving, you feel it in your tires, you're slowing down. We really wanted to create a true pedestrian promenade along our drive aisle. Again, 5581 talks about engaging the street and the downtown and interconnectivity. We meet or exceed all of these requirements, but what I will tell you is the previous plan, I do not believe, would have met all of these requirements. Here are some pretty renderings that I think you have all seen. And that's it. We're here to answer any questions you may have. My entire team is here.
Thank you. Before I turn it over briefly, can you explain the access to the courtyard? Is that for just pedestrians? Is that for residents? Is that for restaurants to have outdoor cafes? How will that actually work or propose to work?
Sure, Mr. Chair. I'm hoping, I probably shouldn't have put all those little check marks. I'm hoping that it's for everybody to use. I really, truly believe it's a great amenity. Yes to everything. So if you are on the north building, you have a clear access point straight from the north building. We've opened this part of the building. Actually, this was an idea from staff. Again, we work very closely with your staff to make sure we're bringing to you the best plan possible. So we have an opening now in this building to create a beautiful pedestrian corridor that goes not only to this courtyard, but continues to go down, Chair Wichter, all the way down to the Pocket Park, which is not shown on this screen. So from the Pocket Park, you have connectivity throughout. Yes, it is for residents. Yes, it's for somebody who just grabs something to eat and wants to go sit in the park. It is for all of those things.
Thank you. And can you explain briefly the basis for your transfer of OEs from subarea D to subarea G?
Sure. So there is, as you alluded to previously, there is a requirement that any transfer has to provide an additional analysis. There are criteria that need to be met, and I can have Mr. Donaldson come up and speak specifically about traffic. We have Mr. Troxel, who can speak as it relates to parks and other capacity and concurrency requirements. Mr. Troxel is our civil engineer. But ultimately, there is criteria that is listed. It is not really discretionary criteria. It's Is there capacity? Is there concurrency? And we submit to you, as have your experts, that we have met all of those criteria and your experts have recommended approval. But if you'd like more detail, I can have Mr. Donaldson speak about traffic transfer. Is that what you'd like, Mr. Chair?
No, I want to know why the project needs the transfer from sub-area
okay,
to
I'm
D.
sorry. So
Why is this better for the downtown by doing
Right.
this?
So I have been working in this beautiful city that I call home for 22 years. I cannot remember the last time, Mr. Wigner, that any project that has come before you did not require either a transfer or a conversion. That is how Ordinance 4035 was not only envisioned, but is in practice. There is a section in 4035 that specifically talks about transfers from one sub-area to the other. It also provides caps on how much you can transfer from one sub-area to the other. And it goes on to similarly talk about conversions, that you can convert from one use to another use. And there's, again, that additional criteria. So maybe Mr. Donaldson can think of a project. I cannot, as I stand here today, think of any project that I have brought before you in the last 22 years that did not require either a transfer or a conversion in our downtown.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Anything? Someone-
I just have one comment, and thank you for the presentations. Thank you, Ms. Zacharias. So as I'm looking, and I'm glad you have this slide up because this is what my question is on. So on Southwest 3rd, I see some of the proposed 8,600 or whatever the total is of commercial. And so a little over 2,500 is the fast food, but then we have a big leasing office, office space, and business center. So those are the three that are proposed along 3rd Avenue.
Let me try to get out of the pictures. Okay, so the leasing office is not very large. It's 1,700 square feet. We obviously need a leasing office. The rest of the wrap of that northern building is completely retail and restaurant. That totals 8,600 square feet. That does not include the leasing office, obviously. To the north, we have a little over 3,000 square feet of office suites and business center there as well.
So the leasing office is not included in that 8,600?
No.
It's on top of?
That's correct.
Okay, but the rest of it, the office suites and the business center, are included?
They are not.
They also not are included?
No, so it's 8,600 and change square feet of retail and restaurant.
Okay.
A little over 3,000 square feet of the office use.
Okay.
So we're about 12,000 square feet of commercial type uses.
Okay.
Neither of those numbers include the leasing office.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mayor. Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Zacharias, you and I discussed, part of my concern was the amount of retail and its location. Have you had any further thoughts about, are you able to convert some of the ground floor residential to retail to give people more reason to use this space and connect to the rest of the downtown?
Sure. If it is the will of the council, we are willing to, this is kind of the edge of the office suites, we are willing to convert all of this, which equates to 8 residential units on the ground floor, obviously not the middle colonnade. 8 units on the ground floor, we are willing, if it is the will of the council, to convert that to what equates to 8,300 square feet of retail, which would bring us to just over 20,000 square feet of commercial space. Granted, there were 37,000 previously, but 20,000 I think is more than half of what we previously had approved, and it will be more neighborhood serving retail, which is what the city is requesting. Again, that would be if desirable to the council.
Right, that would still be a sizable net reduction from what's already approved under Phase 2, in terms of traffic.
It would still be a net reduction. So previously, from the previous approval to today, we have to what is before you right now, we have a reduction of 1,153 trips, daily trips. If we were to make this conversion from those 8 units to 8,300 square feet of additional commercial space, that would be an additional 375 trips that we would be adding, but we would still be less by 778 trips from what was previously approved.
And have you given any consideration to how you might integrate the business center and office suites a little bit more? I know they're in that building, so maybe it's just the retail going down, but what you can do to give more oomph from the street, from Third Avenue.
So again, if it is the will of the council to remove these units and make them commercial, what we could do is take this 3,000 square feet of the business center, relocate it somewhere along this drive aisle, and then put more open to the public commercial abutting Third.
Right.
Again, if it is the will of the council.
Thank you.
Ms. Drucker, thank you.
So let's just stay on that, just because I want to recap. So the original plan, the original proposal that was approved in 2019 called for 37,000 square feet of retail. The plan before us has about 8,000. We just had a discussion that by removing some of these residential units, that the number would go up to a little bit close to 20,000, correct?
That's accurate.
Okay. And then the traffic, I do want Mr. Donaldson to come up and review that, just because I want clarity, transparency for the audience and for the people at home listening in terms of the traffic, that the traffic would be further reduced. So we've had a lot of conversations around the traffic and the impact. What Mayor Singer just said about the office center, business center, I think that would be a real nice solution, because anything you have face forwarding to the public would be better in terms of connectivity,
Right.
walkability, and access for all. So I think that can kind of work for that particular corridor area. So if you can just, Mr. Donaldson, just explain how we got to these numbers, just so that we have everyone on the same page.
Sure. John Donaldson, 800 Crestwood Court, Royal Palm Beach. So back in 2016, finally in 2020, we had an approval for 5,320 driveway daily trips. What we're talking about now with adding this additional retail, we would be at about 4,532 is where I have us, based on I reran some numbers this morning just to be a little more conservative.
Let me interject. This is
Sure.
for the entirety of the project.
Yes, ma'am.
Phase 1 and Phase 2. That's very
Correct.
important to make that distinction as we have this conversation.
That includes the
We're not
residential
adding
before.
4,532 additional trips for Phase 2. This would be inclusive of Phase 1 and Phase 2.
Right, and just so you know what this is 732 dwelling units, which is Phase 1 and Phase 2. It's 12,705 square feet of general commercial. It is 2,048 square feet of fast food, and it is 2,179 square feet of what we call fast casual. We go in, grab something, grab out. And in addition to that is the office services, which are not trip generating because of how they are.
Maybe this is for one of you. In terms of the parking allocated, I know we're overparked, which obviously I'm not a fan of, but I guess if we're going to add more retail, it's good that we're overparked. So can you clarify on the amount of parking we have on the site?
Yes, we would need an additional, I believe we're still 20 spaces to the good. We would need additional 34 spaces because of converting. You convert to retail, then you get to take your residential and take that out. And so what we would have to do, the only change we would have to make is we have excess spaces. We would just have to relocate the gates in the garage, which separate the residential from the commercial. That's all we would have to do, just move the gates. But we do have at least an additional 20 spaces.
So in this instance, it worked on our favor. Also, another question, the entirety of Phase 1 and Phase 2 with the original project, if we had made no changes to this council and we'd just gone ahead with the commercial proposal for Phase 2, what was the total traffic allotment for that?
That was 5,320. That was 350 dwelling units, and it was 37,399 square feet of commercial. That was the original approval for phase one.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all I needed.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Donaldson. Oh, you can stay right there. Can you tell me a little bit about recaptured trips and internal recapture? That typically what we look at when we're looking at a mixture of uses is, of course, we like some of the residential people to be using the commercial businesses that are adjacent to that. Has there been a calculation of the recaptured trips here or discussion?
Yes, sir, I have. And just so you know, the way the downtown was originally developed or proposed with the sub areas and what uses are in there, the transfers and conversions actually have reduced traffic in the downtown because of that internal capture, because of that pass-by traffic. But getting back to this project with the 12,000, with the new numbers, we would have about 618 internal capture for between the restaurants, the retail, and the residential units, and there'd be another 749 for pass-by traffic. And what we say that is, that's traffic that's already on the road, or somebody might be in the neighborhood, they have to go to Starbucks for their coffee. Maybe they go to this little general fast food place now for their coffee in the morning instead of that. So we would be taking 749 cars off the road for that, and then 618 would stay within the development and never go on the road.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Oh, Ms. Drucker, yes.
I think there's only one more question from Ms. Zacharias. So when we opened phase one of this apartment building, one of the things that I thought was really incredible thing for this particular development was that the affordability of the units. Do you all estimate, and I know we have a lot of the folks here in the room, that that would be the same concept for phase two of the residential for workforce housing and affordability? Because they were leasing these units at a much lower cost than some of our other developments in the downtown. And that's important if you're going to be adding this amount of residential,
Yes.
that we have availability for workforce housing and reasonable rents for everyone that's trying to live in the downtown.
Yes, that's a very good point, and thank you for bringing it up. I personally applaud FCI, who was not asked to provide workforce housing during phase one, but nonetheless, the reality is that they do have many units that meet the workforce housing requirement of the 140% of the AMI, and they did that voluntarily. Again, nobody ever asked them to do that. They did that on their own. They are willing to commit to 5%. For phase one. It may be more than that, but as we stand here today, they would be willing to commit 5% of the total units for phase two to be workforce housing units.
Thank you. Anything else? No. Ms. Zacharias, we had a discussion last week about some of my concerns. Some of my colleagues kind of raised similar concerns. If you go back to the site plan that you have there, my understanding, yeah, that's fine. My understanding is that the northern building, that the first floor of all the units in the northern building have stoops or have their own entrances. And we had a just informal discussion on, is there a possibility, and has the developer or the applicant in the past turned some of those first floor units into live-work units, which could be that kind of hybrid and that neighborhood-esque quality of, commercial, where you could have a therapist or perhaps even a lawyer or a doctor or something like that, have live-work units there. Has that been done before on phase one? I know we talked about it.
It was done on phase one. On the southern portion of phase one that abuts what I like to call the road to nowhere, we converted 8 units into 4 live-work units, and that was a condition of approval for phase one and has been implemented. Chair Whitker, we are more than happy to. We've already committed to, if it is the will of the council, to convert these 8 units into commercial. More than happy to convert those 8 units into live work. Again, we are a partner with you all, and we are neighbors. I live right down the street from here, so we are clearly always wanting to do what's best for our city. So again, if it is the will of the council to have those 8 units converted to commercial or have those 8 units converted to live work, we are amenable to either of those.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions from the commissioners, we will now open up the public hearing. I have multiple cards and in order. Dr. Brian Critchman. Please state your name and address for the record, Dr. Critchman, and
Sure.
you'll have up to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Dr. Brian Critchman. I live at 155 East Boca Raton Road. I'm actually here today because I've been trying to get a response from Mr. Andy Thompson to the cover letter and the Tower 155-558 engineers report I hand-delivered to his secretary over 6 weeks ago. Here's the letter. I'm enclosing the Tower 155-558 report dated December 2nd, 2022. This was available to you, the whole City Council, and the public 6 months before you voted to approve the Alelo project, which has the same architect and developers. This acts as a report card on how well they designed and built Tower 155. As you read the report, you will see they failed miserably. In addition, the Boca Raton Building Department gave a CO to a building that was not built to Florida Building Code standards. While reading through the report, I want you to look at page 52, 1.8, cracks in concrete slabs, columns, and other members. Quote, cracks are present at levels of underground to third level of the parking garage at multiple locations in the post-tension elevated slab, unquote. A report we received in the last 6 months stated the inspector's design review of the parking garage shows, quote, that there are some areas at the slab of the parking garage where the design is not complying with the requirements of the Florida Building Code and ACI, the American Cement Institute-318, unquote. Therefore, shoring of the garage is mandatory to prevent further cracking and a Surfside type incident. I enclosed the pictures of the shoring. During remarks at the August City Council meeting, you talked about your due diligence on the Terra Group and their presumed liability for the Champlain Towers collapse. What you didn't mention was that they never disclosed it on their RFP on page 88, where the heading states litigation history. Omitting that in itself should immediately disqualify them. Another reason I bring up the Terra Group is that 837 was built 10 feet from Champlain Towers. The P&Z board approved the Meisner project in August and is 20 feet from Tower 155. If the city planners, P&Z board, or Mr. Batnazian were interested in the safety of the residents of Tower 155, at least someone should have done due diligence by having an engineering company do a full investigation to whether or not excavating and building Meisner Plaza would cause damage to the Tower 155 infrastructure or even a Surfside type collapse. The Real Deal memo mentions, just like Tower's infrastructure problems, that Surfside had infrastructure issues too, which could have contributed to the collapse. In conclusion, I'm asking you to, 1, put a stop to building Alelo with its 550-spot garage until there's a full investigation of our garage as to why it was approved by the city planners and given a CO, but yet has cracks and is presently being shored to prevent further cracking and collapse, since Alelo has the same architect and developers. 2, for the city council members to actually do a site visit to Tower 155. And 3, a full external investigation on how the city inspects buildings so they are not giving buildings which are not built to Florida Building Code certificate of occupancy.
Thank you, Mr. Critchman.
Thank you.
Your time's expired. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you. Just let me make a point. Right now, we're conducting the hearing on the Camino Square project. Mr. Critchman, your comments are well taken. They do appear to be more general in nature. After the hearing on the Camino Square project, we will have another opportunity for public requests that are related to the downtown. And after this meeting, then there will be another meeting, as you're aware, where we talk about the downtown government campus, the workshop, and all those other things. So right now, we're trying to focus the comments on the Camino Square project that we're having the public hearing on right now. Of course, if they relate to that, that's fine. Mr. Mayor, anything else?
Mr. Chair, thank you for clarifying that. May I also suggest that we Once we get through this hearing, we have public comment on the downtown, other than the downtown campus, because that presentation will follow immediately after on the workshop, and there will be a presentation by staff and by our proposed partners. So that, I think, will better inform the conversation. So if you hold the comments to then, we can get them all done, and it won't be a momentary delay.
Very well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll continue with this. Mr. Perlman? Please state your name and address.
Before I speak, ma'am, can you please pull up slide 17 of the city presentation?
Very good, Mr.
Thank you.
Perlman.
John Perlman, 498 Northeast 8th Street.
Welcome.
John Perlman, I'm the founder of Save Boca, and thank you, everybody. I see the shirts out there for coming today. Ms. Zacharitis, who gave this presentation, she works for developers. It's a law firm called Miskell Bachman, and they're a developer. I mean, they're a lobbyist for developers' interests, and they represent developers. And their work has resulted in this explosion of massive buildings in the downtown. That she also has an in, you could say, with the council and also the zoning board. Before this meeting, a bunch of council members, and as well as the mayor, stated that they had private discussions with Ellie Zacharitis. So she has a back door into the council and the zoning boards, and they approve these projects. I've been to meetings where they've approved projects that they don't have enough parking spaces. They get exceptions. Please keep the slide up there. They give exceptions to setbacks. They give exceptions to a wide variety of things that the code would prevent them from doing, but are passed through anyway, and by a large majority. You can see that on this project, the zoning board approved this by 5-1, or sometimes 7-0. They're always approved by a very wide margin. Ms. Zacharitis said in her presentation that the only ask we have in this project was a reduction in their driveway by one foot. But if you look here, this is the second phase of a large development project, and they promised in phase 1 that the second phase would have a commercial development for the benefit of the public. Her ask right here today is not to change 1 foot on a driveway. This is an ask to change the overall essence of the project and to convert it from what was originally promised and intended to be a commercial development open to the public for the use of the neighborhood with shops and stores and grocers and shops that we could use, and also, which would, you saw the plan, would reduce the density of the overall 2-phase project, because this would have had a large parking garage, it wouldn't have, a parking lot, it wouldn't have been as dense, there would have been shopping plazas, and now her ask is to change the entire essence of this project, to bring in another massive, dense, high-rise apartment building of almost 400 units. And they're decreasing the commercial by over 75%, from over 37,000 square feet, and this project now has 8,600 square feet, which is a reduction. This shouldn't be approved, and this is not in line with what they promised here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perlman. Mr. Adamus, Peter Adamus. We'll keep going. Mr. Les Wilson.
Les Wilson, 649 Southwest 14th Street.
Welcome.
Wasn't able to get my presentation materials through the process. I prepared them to help you make good executive decisions about this. But what I can promise you is that it'll appear in a Boca First article shortly. What I wanted to bring focus to is beyond the boundaries of this project and the impact to the pedestrian and bike infrastructure navigating between this project, which is on the north side of Camino Real, and all of the retail that's on the south side of Camino Real. If you ever get to look at my materials, you'll see there's a diagram showing there are 5 lanes of traffic that must be crossed for all of these future residences to either walk or bike across to access the retail. And if they don't walk or bike, then they're on the road navigating the various ways in and out of that. You'll also see in my presentation yesterday, 8:30, with an FEC train going through the backup that goes beyond 3rd Avenue and the timing that it takes to work through there, which would block everybody in this. Now, my concern on the pedestrian and bike infrastructure is the single path for pedestrian and bikes to move from Camino Square across Camino Real into the Fresh Market area. That is a 6-foot concrete sidewalk for both pedestrians and bike. That's the sum of the infrastructure. 6 feet is the absolute minimum for 2 bikes to pass with a great pucker factor. If you have someone carrying a couple bags of groceries, it's not passable, and it's very difficult to maintain bike speed at walking rates. That path, when it goes to cross Camino Real, has an unsignalized crossing that hides the pedestrians from the accelerating westbound traffic because of a bush that is chronically overgrown. And in the presentation materials is a video where you can experience cars racing through there, and it shows also the driver's perspective. I would like to ask that you step back and you look at the compliance of that whole path and the ability for an e-bike to navigate the 3 very sharp turns in order to redesign that pedestrian walkway.
Thank you.
To be e-bike compatible and move bi-directional traffic. It suffers the same problem that I showed in the Mullet Run analysis about Addison Meisner.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Where you have choke point, this is the critical part, you have choke points that push pedestrian and bike traffic into the traffic lanes as they try and make the navigation. Thank you.
Mr. Liebelson. Thank you. Mr. Liebelson. Mike Liebelson.
Michael Liebelson, 398 Northeast 3rd Court, Boca Raton.
Welcome.
I have prepared remarks on the TOC, but I just have some brief remarks here. But
Okay.
don't talk about the TOC right now. Okay.
Thank you.
So my concern here is the extensive ex parte communication that seemed to have occurred. And the appearances are that the developer may have negotiated some of these changes that were brought up today, changing 8 of the residential units to commercial and so forth, in those ex parte discussions. So I'd like to be assured that maybe that wasn't the case. I'd like to ask the city attorney what level of negotiation with the developer is allowed in ex parte discussions, because it seems like the letter of the law may be being followed, but maybe not the spirit of the law. The second thing is, does city staff have their own transportation consultant? It seems like we're depending upon the developer's transportation consultant, and that's not kind of the way it should be. And just an overall point, which is when developers come to this council for variances, for changes to plans, essentially what they're getting is an economic benefit, an economic windfall, it appears in this case. And so if the commission is going to grant these economic windfalls to developers, we should say, what do the people of the city of Boca want in return? Like, what's our deal?
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll take up these. We'll take up these comments after. I can assure you that in terms of ex parte communications, that nothing is promised, and until all the evidence is heard in a quasi-judicial hearing, all the commissioners know that that there is no prejudge. The deliberation is made on the evidence, and my comments to the applicant's attorney were of that effect, that I will have an open mind until all the evidence is heard and all the testimony is heard, which is required in a quasi-judicial nature. Thank you very much. Ms. Martha Parker.
Thank you. I'm Martha Parker, 64 Northwest 7th Street. I just wanted to make a few comments on the Camino Square Phase 2 project. When the initial project was approved, it was that previously that commercial development, and a lot of residents were rightly concerned by the change in the use. Of course, with this, with the phasing, all the commercial was in the second phase. Now the developer is coming back and requesting to remove roughly 2/3 of the commercial and replace it with some dense residential units, kind of more similar to phase 1. I find the reasoning behind the request to be somewhat flimsy. The conditions existed at the initial approval. All of a sudden, the contribution to the local community of this project is being completely minimalized. I understand the efforts of the CRA are to promote a truly walkable 15-minute city, which is walking, biking, or public transportation to get you where you need to go for 15 minutes. I'd ask you to consider the single-family neighborhoods that surround this, that historically use that commercial space, and that was walkable. I grew up in Palm Beach Farms. I'm talking Camino Gardens, Palm Beach Farms, Boca Square. Those are outside of the downtown area, but that's still a walkable commercial use space for those neighborhoods. The more dense these projects in that area kind of get, the harder it is for people to move from those neighborhoods into the downtown. And a lot of people do bike and walk to that area. In East Boca, we have to get in the car and drive 15 minutes plus to Western Boca, Delray, Deerfield to get to retail, like Ulta, Home Goods, Marshalls, TJ Maxx, Target. We live in a retail void. Adding this level of density by removing 2/3 of planned commercial, I'm not sure this is a step in the right direction of a walkable 15-minute city. I'm asking you to please consider if you would have approved phase 1 as it stands with this revised phase 2, or would you have gone back and requested more mixed-use space or less density in the housing unit? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ms. Pam Pichel, Paschke. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pam Paschke. I live at 341 Southwest 2nd Street. This is my neighborhood, where I live, where I walk, where I go where I'm going. I remember when this project was first proposed, as the previous speakers have said, there were going to be these big, tall buildings by the railroad tracks, and then there was going to be smaller buildings toward 3rd Avenue, not Street. So I'm very disturbed by the height of these buildings at 8 stories. That's really high for this neighborhood, and it's fine when it's over on Dixie Highway, basically, by the tracks, but you're coming over to 3rd Avenue, which, as you keep saying, is a very small street. And you've already got all these people living in here, and now you want to put in, I don't know, a few hundred more people. There's nothing wrong with an open parking lot. That's what we had when Winn-Dixie was there. We walked there many times. And that other shopping center, well, how can they say that they're increasing traffic or not increasing traffic when it used to be a shopping center? And it was used. It was a popular center that people went to. So I don't understand this whole 8-story buildings right on 3rd. I think that's a big mistake, and the north end of the parcel as well. It should be 2 to 3 stories max, like was originally approved, and I don't see why you're going to let them do this to our neighborhood. And the traffic can be horrible on 3rd Avenue. When St. Joan of Arc School is either dropping off or picking up, it's awful. And it's bad when the trains go by, and it's, you know, it's workable for a small neighborhood. And retail is not going to make that worse, but all these people who live there, that's a different story to me. So the pocket parks are sort of a joke that's not going to be used by the people in the area. That strip park in the back, that's not a park. And that artificial turf that's in that little triangular shaped park, what kind of a park is that? I don't even know what you use it for. I didn't even know it was there actually until last week. And the notice for this meeting, I think it should have gone to everyone in the neighborhood instead of just a sign that nobody can read when they're driving by that said, oh, there's a public hearing. So, you know, we used to get letters when things were happening in our neighborhood, and we got nothing in the mail. And we did not, you know, this is why there's people here, because we're not happy about this. And I hope that the will of the council will be that this whole project change will not be approved. It was a viable little shopping center before, and now they're saying, oh, well, you can't see it from Camino Real, so nobody's going to go there. Well, everything they're building can't be seen from Camino Real. So how is this any different than what they were going to do before?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Knight, please. Thank you, everyone. Please, we have many cards to get to, and everybody has the right to speak, so please, if you can, hold your applause. Ms. Diane Borchard, thank you, welcome. Then Michelle Farrer, then Jonathan Ungen.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not speaking to this project, so I would like to defer that to the...
Oh, very well. Oh, welcome. Welcome anyway, thank you. Okay, Orchard. Ms. Ferrer, Michelle Ferrer? Same, next project, okay. Mr. Jonathan Ungen?
Jonathan Ungen, 6501 Congress Avenue. So I'm going to keep my comments brief on this. Just want to start off, I think my first time that Say Boca heard me speak, I think I said, I hate phasing. This is a prime example of why I hate phasing. It's why I said it when Brick's development was passed down the street. Pretty sure we're not going to get the phases that are promised after the retail there either. Pretty sure it's going to go to the profitable stuff that's profitable for the developer. The site isn't the best necessarily right off of Camino with the gas station. I was just curious if the city ever made the recommendation that they maybe acquire that land to be able to put the retail there right off of Camino as opposed to off of 3rd Street. The last point I want to make is open air. Is parking garages considered open air? Because I heard the example and it seemed like she was really trying hard not to say a parking garage, but it sounded like a parking garage. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please. Mr. Brian Israel. Mr. Brian Israel left these comments for me, which I'll just read. I work full-time and do not have off today. I have to leave. I wish to suggest delay of this project. Thank you, Mr. Israel. Thank you. Ms. Betsy Newport? Then, Peter Adamus, if you came back in after that.
Hi, my name is Betsy Newport. I live at 404 Southwest 7th Terrace, and that's in the subdivision of Royal Oak Hills, which is when we leave Camino, it's 7th Avenue. So heading east, we have to pass the Camino Square And that 3rd Avenue, though the lanes they did provide helped, that 3rd Avenue, we are still experiencing a lot of traffic. I cannot imagine what 394 more condos will do to that situation. If you live in East Boca, you know what I'm talking about. Also, if you live in East Boca, you go past that numerous times. Me and my husband go past that area numerous times. That pocket park has never attracted one resident that I have ever seen on my way past it. What it has attracted is the homeless, okay? I would not feel comfortable sitting in a courtyard adjacent to a pocket park that has homeless people sitting in it and eating with my family. Because as most of us know, homeless people are usually dealing with mental illness. Many of them can be violent, and you just stay away from them. You don't know which the violent ones are. We've had our water bottles taken from us, just grabbed off of our bikes. I mean, the things that have happened when you're not aware and you don't know what's going on, we pretty much know a lot of the homeless. We just know to stay away from them. And I can't imagine eating next to a pocket park where the homeless hang out. And when it comes to the winter time, it gets worse. So I just want to bring that to your attention. 3rd Avenue, we actually bought a property over there and moved after 2 years because we never realized how fast people were going down 3rd Avenue. We thought it was a quiet neighborhood. We moved right back to Royal Oak Hills. There was so much traffic, and we're like, we had 3 children, 3 young children. We said, nope. This could easily be an accident waiting to happen. So 3rd Avenue is dangerous. It was dangerous back in the early 2000s. It is still dangerous today. And I hope you put this project on hold. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Ms. Newparty, yeah, I see Mr. Sahaney writing down comments. Yeah, if there are public safety concerns in that area, I am sure they will be looked into. Mr. Adamus, if you came back in. Otherwise, anyone else wishing to speak on this hearing, please come up. Oh, please, sir. Yes, absolutely.
Mr. Wigner,
and have you been, just to refresh you, have you been sworn in, sir?
Yes.
Very good.
Richard Warner, 1322 Southwest 9th Terrace. I don't want to bury the lead, so I'd like to say that phase 1 of this project was terrible. Phase 2 is worse. If you want to follow the lead of previous councils, et cetera, who've sold their soul to developers and destroyed what really is downtown Boca, go right ahead. If not, try and break the mold. This was a wonderful little center with a consignment store and a laundromat and a grocery store and a neighborhood bar. It was fine like it was, like much of Boca. Part of the problem here is designating any place west of the tracks as downtown. And the idea of a passageway to the Fresh Market is ludicrous because that'll become, in a short time, apartment buildings. The Fresh Market will be gone. The little restaurant will be gone. The bottom line is keep downtown east of the tracks. There's one of Boca's few viable working class neighborhoods is directly to the north of this atrocity. This will basically gentrify them out because that retail is not going to be like the neighborhood bar or the laundromat. It's going to be things they can't afford. Please, as with all these other projects west of the tracks, stop. Think about what's gone on. Previous councils have destroyed downtown, what was a wonderful place back when I used to come up and camp on the beach 60 years ago, or when I moved here 40 years ago. Downtown and Boca itself was a wonderful place. People who have sold their souls to developers have destroyed the downtown. Don't let it spread. Don't let this and other projects, unnamed, west of the tracks, destroy a residential neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr.
Please.
Warner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Oh, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Blair. I live on 1072 9th Terrace, which is basically Boca Square. I appreciate this opportunity to speak, and I would like to add my voice and voice of my 10-year-old daughter to this beautiful symphony that we have today. We moved to Boca Square about 3 years ago, and we paid a top dollar for our small little house. And it was worth it for us because we hoped for a quiet, elegant neighborhood. And now when we travel down Camino Real, we live about 1.5 miles from the beach. It is such a short distance, and we were hoping to walk or bike, and instead we cannot do that because it is a true freeway. There is so many lanes, and it's so dangerous to walk or bike, so we have to drive now. And I think it is, if you look back to the history, it is always an attempt to preserve the past and support the innovation and support the growth. But I would like us all to think about what kind of growth, what kind of innovation are we trying to bring to Boca? Is it a lot of development that will inevitably create destruction of a natural habitat, of people unable to walk or ride their bikes in this beautiful, elegant city of Boca? So again, thank you for this opportunity, and I hope we all can make the right decision.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Please. Ms. Morrow, have you been sworn in? Yes. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Judy Morrow, 1305 Northeast 5th Avenue. I'm going to talk about tennis later, but right now I live in East Boca, like a lot of people, and I have to tell you, I walk a lot, I ride my bike a lot, I miss Kmart. I have to get in my car to go all the way to Walmart on 441. Also downtown, I don't know if a lot of people know this, but the rule used to be only 4 stories high. I wish they would go back to 4 stories high.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? If not, we'll give the applicant a chance to close.
Hi. Okay, so not that you all need any defending, but I do want to just clear the record regarding ex parte communications. That is a Florida statute allowance. Anybody can speak to their counsel as long as they reveal it at a public hearing. As you heard from many of the council members, they not only spoke with me, but they spoke with members of the public that are actually opposing this project. So it is not just the applicant that has access to our lovely 5 council members, but everybody has access. Now, whether you choose to avail yourself of that is up to you. Mr. Wilson, I would like to remind you that we had no bike lanes on Camino Real until Phase 1 came up. With Phase 1, I believe Mr. Wilson may have left, but we actually proposed and built a bike lane on Camino Real that was otherwise not there before. As it relates to crossing Camino Real, I want to remind the council, I'm not trying to rewrite history. What happened during Phase 1 is the people wanted more lanes on Camino Real. That is why there are more lanes there. Again, don't want to rewrite history, but when we got Phase 1 approved, it was not the uses that were driving Phase 1. In fact, I probably had over 20 community meetings, and what the community was concerned about was traffic. What we are proposing before you today is a reduction of 1,153 trips than what was previously approved. So we are actually reducing traffic. I cannot make it any clearer. There is no marketability for retail at this location. It will need to be subsidized. The retail that we are proposing has been agreed to be subsidized by FCI, by Florida Crystals. Kimco, again, is the largest outdoor retailer in all of North America. When the Winn-Dixie left, this shopping center, this 9 acres in our downtown, and yes, it is in the downtown, this 9 acres in the downtown became extremely blighted. That is the purpose of this CRA, is to remove slum and blight from our downtown. That is what we are doing. That is what we have been trying to do. But you can't complain about traffic and then ask for a 37,000 square foot shopping center, because that is more traffic, and it is suburban. It is not downtown. I think that's all I have, unless anybody else has any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Drucker.
Thank you. So you just gave out the site plan, and you added the amounts if you take out the 8 units and you add, but that only comes up to, in that 20,000 square foot that you were discussing earlier, did that include the business center and the office suites?
So
because right now it's 16,932.
So there is approximately, I'm sorry if my numbers are a little off, I believe there's 8,632 square feet of retail that is before you in accordance with the staff report that is before you. We also are now proposing, again, if it is the will of the council, an additional 8,300 square feet. And then we have 3,000 and change for the business center. So total is just over 20,000 square feet.
But the question is, that's including, so in actuality, the retail is 16,932.
The retail,
I just
correct.
added it. I added your numbers right off this page, like what you just put in the red, et cetera. And then 3,000 and change, which is a business and office center. So
Correct.
retail is not 20,000, is 16,932.
Right, but your code doesn't, it's commercial.
I completely understand. I just
Okay.
want to make sure, because we were saying earlier, again, for transparency, that it was going to be 20,000 of retail.
Right.
And it's 16,932 of retail with an additional 3,000, give or take, for the business and the office
Perfect.
center.
Yes.
Which is retail, but it's not really the retail that I'm looking for and that we were discussing. So just want to make that clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, anything else? Well, we'll give the public one last opportunity to cross-examine anyone, seeing no one.
Can we rebut this?
Yeah, I'd like to say something.
No.
You can have an opportunity to cross-examine someone who provided testimony. You have to come to the microphone.
So I don't get to be cross-examined. I'm the actual attorney. But the only person that spoke was John Donaldson, if you'd like to cross-examine him or staff.
Sure.
Come to the microphone. You'll have up to 3. You come to the microphone, and you have the right to ask a question.
Mike Labelson, 398 Northeast Third Court. I have a question regarding this bike lane. I mean, the current best practices for, bicycles is to have completely separated paths from traffic. I've bicycled all over this country. I bicycle, to work. I use it for both recreation and for commuting purposes in many communities across this country, and there's no way I would get put a bicycle on a bike lane on Camino Real. It has to be completely separated. There have to be barriers.
Sir, sorry.
Who is the developer's transportation consultant, right? So where's Mr. Donaldson?
If this is cross-examination, there should be a question.
There should be a question.
Yes,
I'm
this
asking
is
the
not an opportunity
Okay,
for him to rebut.
I'll ask the question. Mr. Donaldson, what is the best practices for busy highways to have bicycle paths? Should they be separated? and divided, or are bicycle lanes still the best practices?
Thank you very much, sir.
Once again, John Donaldson, yeah, if you can do that, it's a new road, you should try and separate the two. When you're in a downtown, that is typically not possible to separate pedestrian and bicycles or pedestrians and bicycles and the traffic with a physical separator. As we found out, even with the campus, even the downtown on Palmetto Park Road, it's just not possible with the limited right-of-way to provide a separation between the bike lane and the cars. It's just not possible.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Johnston. This is an opportunity to cross-examine only those people that provided testimony, Mr. Warner, not general comments.
I guess there's a
To ask a question, you must ask a question.
You know, I mean, saying that is simply
Who's
saying
the question of?
Richard, Mr. Donaldson.
Mr. Donaldson.
Saying that is simply saying that previous development downtown was poorly done. But my question is, in terms of these supposed surveys of traffic and numbers of trips, what method was used other than spitting in the wind?
Thank you, Mr. Donaldson. Thank you. Microphone, please. I can't hear you. Sorry.
How about that?
Yeah.
All right. So with all traffic studies in the city of Boca Raton and Palm Beach County, we're required to use ITE for trip generation unless you develop your own rate. You're also required to do counts and adjust those counts appropriately. We also submit our traffic studies to the city of Boca Raton, the city of Boca Raton's traffic engineer. And on this particular project, I think we had 5 or 6 submittals to the city. So nothing got rubber stamped. We did everything by the book, by code, by statute, and by my professional engineering license, what I'm supposed to do in the state of Florida, signing and sealing a traffic report.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Kaler, 1 second. Mr. Perlman, please have a seat. Mr. Kaler, please just explain the method of cross-examination in a public hearing.
Sure. So this is a public hearing, evidentiary hearing, and under the rules that the council's adopted, parties and participants get to ask questions of somebody who was a witness, who gave testimony. And they get to ask about the accuracy or the completeness or the credibility of that. So it's not a forum to just have more public comment. It's a chance to clarify facts that were stated or ask questions about things that were already said during the public hearing. That's under our rules. Now there's the rule provides for 3 minutes in total for each cross-examination.
Very well, Mr. Perlman, one question then.
Mr. Kaler, are you allowed to cross-examine council members such as Mr. Mark Wigder?
Would the board like me to answer the question?
Yeah, go
ahead. The cross-examination is for witnesses who have given evidence, is to test the credibility and sufficiency of evidence. A board member doesn't give evidence.
Thank you. The answer is no.
Mr. Donaldson, who hired and paid for the traffic study on this project? And also, Mr. Donaldson, are you aware of any independent traffic study that was paid for by the city of Boca Raton?
Thank you very much.
My client on this is FCI, Florida Crystals Residential. If there was another report done by the city or for the city, I don't know of it.
Very well. Thank you.
He didn't answer the question.
That is the answer he gave. Thank you.
So who paid for it?
I said Florida Crystal.
Thank you. Thank you. Seeing nothing further, we'll allow the, There is 1 minute and 26 seconds left of the cross-examination period. Is that right?
Okay,
It's
so
3
Ms.
minutes in total?
Zachariah, you used the term we.
And
It must
then-
be I'm sorry, it must be a person who provided testimony. She is the
That wasn't
applicant's.
testimony?
No, she is the applicant's attorney. She did not provide testimony. Yes, thank you. Sir.
Mr. Chair?
1 second, yes.
Mr. Chair, I didn't know, I think Ms. Zacharias was saying earlier that she was, the question asked before her was not relating to her particular testimony. I didn't hear Ms. Niporti's question, so it's possible she might have a question that is within the purview of what Ms. Zacharias said. So I would say, why don't we ask Ms. Niporti to state her question?
Oh, please, yes, please.
Yeah, John Brannigan, 275 Northwest 45th Street. And Mr. Donaldson, I noticed when it was up here, traffic count
Mr.
was
Chair?
done
Yes,
in...
1 second, yes.
I don't recall, did Mr. Brannigan speak earlier?
No, sir.
Then it's only for participants in the hearing to ask each other.
It's
not-
only participants who have already spoken to question each other. It's not for open comment anymore. Thank you. You could provide comments
Mr.
later.
Chair?
Yes.
If I may say, just this process goes back decades, long before any of us were on the council. I think it was originally envisioned, and I'll ask the city attorney to give me his understanding, it was originally envisioned when you had often two competing interests on one particular matter, or sometimes experts going back and forth. We welcome the questions today as they've evolved. We probably had more today than we've had in 5 years. But Mr. Kaler, is that the origin of it?
Yes, it's generally for parties, the applicant, when there's evidence presented, to ask questions about that evidence presented to see if it's accurate, if it's credible. But that's the history generally. Boca is somewhat unique in that it has this process available to anybody who provided a statement to ask of another witness. Generally, under the law, it's only required to give to the applicant, but Boca has had this historic practice of being more expansive than the law requires.
Thank you. And may I ask also, everyone in the room, if I can hear you up here, I'm sure your neighbors can't hear earlier. In fact, there was applause and talking during one of the questions. I'm not sure everyone heard it, so could you please be polite? Everyone will get a chance at the right time to speak. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Please ask your
Okay,
question.
so I wanted to ask Ms. Zacharias. She used the term we, and then when someone went to ask her a question, it was, oh, I'm just the lawyer. So I'm confused as to who exactly she is representing. So that was my question to her, and then I have another question.
You could ask all your questions, and then they'll be
Okay,
answered.
so then the other question was regarding the traffic study. It's my understanding that it was done for July, but I'm wondering if it was done in January during season. Just wondering, and so that was my questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Zacharias first, and then Mr. Donaldson. No.
Hold on.
Mr.
Chair?
Donaldson. Yeah.
Could we, Ms. Zacharias, would you please state, I think the question was, whom do you represent? Could you please answer that question? I think it was technically, who are you representing, but I put it in different form.
The applicant on this matter is both Kimco and FCI, and I represent both of them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Donaldson.
So we did the counts during peak season. The traffic study was October of 2004, December 2024, February 2025, April 2025, May 2025, and July 2025. So we did not update, as is standard procedure, we did not update the driveway counts or the intersection counts every time we did the report. You use the same report from the beginning so you have a consistent basis. But that's what we did starting in October of 2024.
Thank you. Seeing no one further, Ms. Zacharias, we will, please. Excuse me, miss, did you testify before? Yes. Thank you.
I just want to know what time those studies were done.
Thank you.
And what days.
Seeing no one further, Ms. Zacharias, we will give you a... Did you testify before, ma'am? Yes, I did. Please.
I have two questions.
Please state your name and address.
Betsy
and who-
Neaporti, 404 Southwest 7th Terrace.
And who are the questions for?
Mr. Donaldson.
Thank you.
He just stated he did several reports, and he said he stuck with the original one, which was October. Did I get that correct?
Please state your questions, and then he will answer the question.
And the second question is, what time of day were the studies done?
Thank you.
Once again, John Donaldson. So October is when we started. We did the counts in October of 2024. Those counts were from 7:30 to 8:30 a.m. and from 7:45 to 8:45 a.m., 4:45 to 5:45 p.m., and also 7:45 to 8:45 a.m. So we did those during the peak hours on October. We did some on May, and some in October of 2024. We used the ones for October in the report. We had the other ones for another project, but I wanted to have those in there just in case there was a difference, and there wasn't. So,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you. No, Mr. Warner, you had your question. Thank you, sir. You had your Mr. Warner, you've already had your chance to cross-examine, sir. Thank you. Please.
Well, I want to,
Mr.
relating to what he just said.
Mr. Warner, you've already had your opportunity. Thank you. Ms. Zacharias, summation.
I would like to just end with thank you for taking the time to hear our presentation. I want to thank staff for working very collectively for 9 years. You certainly pushed the envelope and made me do things which I think turned out to be a better project. I'm thoroughly looking forward to. I too live right down the street from this property, and I personally am very much looking forward to having some beautiful units. I want to remind the council that we are a downtown without density, and I understand that that word sometimes causes heartburn for some, but without density, we will never have a vibrant downtown. We need the people here. And I understand it sometimes feels counterintuitive, but that is the reality. We are a downtown. This property is downtown. We need people here in order to create the vibrancy that hopefully you agree you want as much as I do in our beautiful downtown. This is not a developer who has maximized development. Again, we are at 80 feet, not 100 as allowed by code. We have done everything your staff and your predecessors have asked of us, including an over $3 million contribution.
Please, decorum, please. Thank you.
Unfortunately, what I'm hearing is a little bit of a contradiction. You know, some residents are complaining about traffic, but what we're doing is actually reducing traffic from what was previously
Please,
approved.
everybody.
Okay.
Please be respectful.
I'll end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Now we will close the public hearing and ask for a motion and a second to adopt DDRI IDA number CRP 1602R2 so we can have a discussion.
So moved.
So moving? Do I hear a second?
I was going to actually ask Mr. Chair before we begin our discussion if we could take a brief recess. We're coming up on noon, and I would appreciate a recess if you could do just a brief one, please.
Can we discuss about recess? Because there's going to be like another meeting that's going to be longer, and there's going to be a lunch break.
Okay, well, listen, my kidneys are hurting as well. So before we, so we will close the public hearing. We will take a brief 3-minute recess, just a very quick recess to help our kidneys, and we will come right back.
Okay,
just to open the motion. Thank you. Please take your seats. Please, we will reconvene the meeting, please. Thank you. Please, everyone. Thank you. We will reconvene the meeting at 12:05. Please take your seats. Thank you. As we said, the public hearing is now closed, and we will now ask for a motion and a second to adopt DDRI IDA number CRP 1602R2 and end the discussion.
So moved.
Very well. Do I hear a second? Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second. Thank you. Commissioners, I have some comments. Maybe I can take the lead on this one, if that's okay. I've been thinking about this project for a significant period of time. Can you please pull up my presentation? Thank you. These are the existing conditions of the site. I took them yesterday as I was sitting outside the parking lot for a long period of time across the street, just observing the local conditions and driving around the area. Phase one, you do have some well-articulated buildings, various kind of design criteria, setback, colonnade. Of course, you have the vacant lot. This is the north, on the bottom right picture. It's from the site facing west towards the other residential properties that are, I guess, on 3rd Avenue. And that's the north wall where the transmission lines are over there. Doing a side-by-side comparison of Phase 1 and the amended Phase 2. As previous speakers brought up, and Ms. Zacharias, Phase 1 has a very significant residential portion that we've all been to. I was at the groundbreaking. I think it's a very nice structure. I believe the apartments are very nice. I believe they were cost conscious, and I was quite surprised by that, because in Boca, apartments can be very expensive, so I applauded the developer. I also noticed that the developer used Energy Star mechanicals to reduce energy costs and provide more energy efficiency to their customers, so that the customers' electric bills would be lower by providing Energy Star appliances and whatnot. So there was a little bit more. This is not the traditional, it did not seem to me that the construction based here was more of a traditional, just cash grab. That there was a thought process here, that the developer are community-minded people that wanted to provide value to their customers and a long-term hold rather than a flip scenario. Likewise, the retail so I'm looking at the left side of this picture. The retail, again, was kind of traditional, let's call it suburban retail, with a northern retail building, and they would have frontage, where people would see it. On the right side, we have what they proposed. And what happens is the green circles are residential, and the red circles, the red rectangles, are commercial. And unfortunately, so the blue arrow that I have shows that the retail is facing north. So the retail will not be visible to anybody except the people that already live in that building. And that kind of quasi-retail of the gymnasium or whatever on the south side too is a small portion of retail. But again, you have a significant amount of residential there. One of the things that I've mentioned in previous meetings about the CRA and the downtown is this kind of mix. And a lot of the comments that you all mentioned kind of talk about that mix between a downtown, which is kind of supposed to be dense. The word downtown by definition means dense. And then, suburbia, which is more sprawling and a little bit more setback. So, in the downtown, technically, we don't have what's called, a lot line ordinance. Buildings are permitted to abut up to the lot line. Whether it's good or bad, it's a policy maybe we're going to have to look at in terms of the revision of 4035 in the future. But it is a concern to me that as part of the open space that's provided by the developer is using the lot line on the north side, which my previous picture showed, as their kind of open space linear park. But really, in a kind of suburban method, that would really be the setback. So I thought, well, if the building just had a setback, then you wouldn't be using this as open park. So their open park is the setback. Likewise, the business center, I think Ms. Nocklis brought it up, the business center is for the tenants, is for the amenities. It's not open to the public. So the business center is facing 3rd Avenue. There was a discussion by the mayor that maybe that should move. The retail with frontage is very, very little, and that that gymnasium, if that is open to the public, is also very, very little. The internal retail, as I said, faces the own project, and I guess unless we're sitting in this room, we will be the only ones who, and the people who live there will be the only ones who will know that that retail is there, unless it's significantly advertised. So it gives me some concerns that the retail there, even this limited amount of retail that they're proposing, has significant problems. I asked the staff and Ms. Zachariadis about the transfer of development rights from one sub-area to another. Of course, it's really not quantitative. It's not based on a mathematical formula. It's really qualitative, based on, the decision makers. Do we believe that the transfer of development rights from sub-area D to sub-area G is better for the city? Is it better for the downtown? I bolded the impact of the transfer of the authorized development from one sub-area to the one receiving the sub-area, the impact of the design, right? The economic impacts of the design. Is it better for this project? Is it better for the downtown? Is it better for the community to transfer those development rights from one to the other? In our deliberations, those have been things I've been thinking about and reviewing and studying. When we look at sub-area D, right, which is Federal Highway and east, just a little north there, we could see that sub-area D is well built out. There's many projects. Of course, I don't need to go through them, but you could appreciate that there's many projects. And on Federal Highway and Dixie Highway, perhaps there's more space to do that, and that's okay. That's what's been going on in the last 20 years. Sub-area G has some capacity, but you could see it's very, very limited. And some of the public mentioned it, and my colleagues as well, that it's much more of like a neighborhood feel, much more of like a little villagey feel. So you could see that a lot has not happened in sub-area G, perhaps because that is where gradually things are going into the residential community. Again, which raises my concerns. Why do we have to transfer from sub-area D to sub-area G? Likewise, Ms. Zachariadis talked about our Ordinance 5581. How did the projects integrate into the downtown strategy? Again, really not quantitative. There's no mathematical formula here. It's qualitative. It's, do we feel that this is in the best interest of the community? I'm not going to go through the laundry list, and Ms. Zachariadis, went through them. I do appreciate, her representation and her love of the city. I do, but the assumption that we just check all the boxes is not, it does not happen until the end. And I'm not sure that transferring those development rights to this site is the right thing to do there. There's very, very significant criteria. There's a big ordinance that's involved, that it should have presence in the street, that the ground floor should be visible. So again, if the main internal retail is facing north to the other building, how can that have frontage that's visible? How can it enhance the development pattern? Is this a real mixture of uses, right? Because it really looks like it's a reduction of uses. The synergy and interaction between the nearby uses, I haven't seen that this amendment to this phase accomplishes those things. The varying facades. Again, I do note that the building one, which is why I put the picture up there, it is a pleasant facade. It's variated. There's an arch there. But your building blocks all that by doing phase two, which is a concern. So it doesn't appear that they're very complementary to each other. And certainly, it is a very difficult area. It's hard to engage the downtown in this one area. So, to some of the public's points, what I think we're trying to do here is engage this sub-area. And can we make it somehow connected to the neighboring sites and generally the downtown? In the proposed plan, Phase 1, the staff several years ago had significant concerns before about the phases, about the conversion of uses, about the phasing itself. And I won't read it all, but basically concerns were exacerbated by the proposed phasing, as Mr. Unjin mentioned as well, might not be developed for a significant period of time, if ever. Design was a concern. The block structure was a concern. Third Avenue was a concern. Additionally, the staff expressed concerns that the project was basically designed as two developments with little functional design integration. Again, exacerbated by the phasing concern. In looking at Mr. Donaldson's traffic proposals, again, we saw the existing daily trips there, at 1,500. The proposed development, again, they're looking at a net reduction if you built a Kmart there or a Walmart or something like that. But there will be a significant increase in traffic from an additional 394 units, from what's there now. Fortunately and unfortunately, when I was sitting in the parking lot, I noticed a lot of traffic coming out of that area. Anecdotally, one driver turned left on the wrong side of the road, going the wrong way, on the wrong side of the street. Somehow, miraculously, one of our police officers was there, flicked on their lights, and blocked the intersection so that this person would not get smashed because they were on the wrong side of the street facing the wrong way, and they were able to redirect the person so they were on the right side of the intersection. So it's already a dangerous intersection. It's not so simple there. We might need to look at even more traffic improvements beyond the 3 million that was there. Again, just one of those things when we talk about public safety, how important it is. This person, I'm not even sure if this officer even knew what they did. They just went about their business, but it's something they do every day. And I'm appreciative of that by virtue of the fact, too, that I was just sitting there watching this happen. So that intersection is a concern. Likewise, Mr. Donaldson talked about in his testimony some of the internal capture. And again, it's one of the things that I focused on, like we're talking about mixed-use development here. We want that. We want the mixture of uses to really happen here. And, and that mixture of uses is supposed to give credit to the developers so that it reduces traffic, but really supposed to just create liveliness, viability. And I see the significant departure in the Phase 2 proposal. I see a significant departure in that, and the testimony that we've received today has not really swayed me one way or the other. Because my feeling really is that the internal recapture of Phase 1 was supposed to be completed by the creation of Phase 2, that they're supposed to work together in symbiosis. It is a reason why I talked about, with the applicant's council, about the opportunity that maybe the northern buildings can have some sort of live-work opportunity. In many small villages, you have these kind of stoops where there's professionals or attorneys or therapists or, super small businesses. And if you think about it, that's how villages create, right? They create by small businesses. They don't create just by Kimco. And perhaps one of the fallacies there is because, if Kimco's stating that they can't find an anchor, yeah, you can't find an anchor like Walmart or Kmart or something like that because you're looking for an anchor. A lot of mom and pops looking for small businesses, they're not going to sign leases before the building is actually up, right? They're going to wait till the shell is up or something like that, and they're going to say, okay, I want to open up my pizza store. I want to open up my something else. So, this thing that we can only build a commercial structure if there's an anchor in place is, I don't, agree with the reasoning in terms of those. In terms of that's the only way we could sign retail is if we have an anchor tenant that's, that's signed onto a long-term lease there. So, in summary, I've listened to all the testimony here. I listened to the questions of my colleagues. I listened to the extensive cross-examination of the traffic engineers and whatnot. I have significant retail concerns. The Phase 1 concerns that the staff made in the original proposal are kind of reignited by the complete transfer of development rights here from D to G. A couple members of the public talked about the step down. I would like to see some step down from the eastern height down to the western, the western amount of Third Avenue. And again, instead of blocking their view, right? And so all those people now have views. Stepping it down could have a natural kind of scallop, a natural, increase, which is normal in downtown, which is happening in other places. I do have concerns that the new building will have increased traffic just on the prime dates. I have concerns that the 5581, in terms of qualitatively, in terms of its integration, its synergy and mix of uses, is not there for me on this. And likewise, qualitatively on 4035, it recommends, I retain those concerns that I haven't been persuaded that this is the best for the downtown right now. I think, like I said, the part one is a reasonable project. I think some of my colleagues have mentioned a lot of the commercial opportunities here, which leads me to believe that perhaps the best course of action would be to postpone the project, give us an opportunity to work with the developer and the developer, the community, to create a little bit more of a villagey feel commercial retail and revisit this. For those concerns, I would either move to postpone or I would not be in favor of the project at this time. And I'll open up my comments. Thank you. No, thank you. Yes.
So a couple things. I agree with some of the things, not all of the things that you mentioned. I definitely, and Ms. Zacharias, this should come to no surprise because, we had this conversation. I think the retail reduction was a real big issue. And the not face forward to the public. I think that is an issue because we are trying to create that vibrancy. And I want that downtown, and I want that walkability, and I want that access. So in terms of retail, you added, but not as much as I think that it should be there to warrant the retail that we need there to really make it that connectivity to the neighborhood and that area. So something that I'm sure that we can all work on and strive for. I'm also curious, and I know he's not here, Les Wilson, but I do really appreciate a lot of the feedback he gives to me particularly and to this council and to all the things that he sits on in terms of pedestrianism and biking. As you guys know, public safety has been my number one on this dais, and I understand that we can't always have protected bike lanes, although those are really important because of the spacing, but I kind of want to see what he's discussing. I have not been able to see the video that he created or what he's put together, so I really would like an opportunity to review that as well. In terms of the transfers of the OEs, obviously the sub-area D is obviously in the heart of the downtown, and there's a lot of stuff there already, and there's a lot of projects that have been approved, and some of them have been mentioned today. So I'm not so against transferring just because that area is already really saturated where we're going in there, we're already redoing things, we've already approved other projects that are in the works. So for me, moving some of that kind of density to another part I wouldn't be that objectional to it. But I agree with you, there's a bigger conversation for us on OE transfers from different sub-areas throughout the downtown. So that's like the real big topic that we've had a lot of discussions and not for today. So in terms of the transfers, I'm not really against. And then in terms of the residential with live, work, play, that would be something, I love that idea. I think it's a great idea. However, I'm not willing to give up that idea if we can't have the retail that's accessible to all. So if you say an attorney's office, well, that's a very niche subject or a niche business. So I would rather something that a lot more people could have access and utilize. So I'm not in disagreement with you, and I think this is a good idea to defer today just so that we could gather all the data that we need in order to make a better decision in terms of the area there. I also want to remind folks, when the project was approved 2019 was a very different time because I was pre-pandemic. Now we're post-pandemic, so a lot of the needs have changed in how we're looking and how we're approving certain, we changed the statute in July of 2021 in terms of what we're looking, which is more of that mixed use of residential, commercial, and retail. So I think for all those reasons, I won't vote against the project today, but I would like a deferment so that I can continue doing our due diligence.
Ms. Knockless?
Thank you, Chair Wigder. So I have a few comments, and I just want to start out with the statement that suburban shopping centers don't belong in the downtown, yet that's exactly what was proposed in the initial development. And when looking at all this and, I wanted to add to my ex parte that I briefly spoke to Les Wilson and Jonathan Ungen, just very little, so I just wanted to get that on the record. And also, I did speak to a lot of people who, are not, or several people that are not for this project. So, and I always tell people, reach out to me, call me. Some people do, some people don't. But, if you do, that's what this is about, to have the conversation, to hear what you're saying. So anyway, going on from that, the biggest question for me remains, does it satisfy what the vision is of the downtown? And is it true to the vision? And is this thoughtful growth? So, thinking about that, I told Ms. Zacharias when she and I spoke, and Ms. Villanueva when she and I spoke, my mind always remains open. I wanted to hear what the conversation was and kind of where this was going, and the testimony and the comments, and see what came up. But the bottom line is, does it satisfy the vision of the downtown? Does it create more vibrancy in the downtown? Is there a rich mixture that prioritizes pedestrianism and the mixed use? One of the big questions is it a valid, legal, and allowed use? Yes, it is. This use that they are proposing is a valid, legal, and allowed use. But again, is it true to the vision of the downtown? For me right now, it isn't. And I would go along with the idea that we either postpone this, which I was hoping that it would be postponed. Because again, I got calls yesterday and then again this morning. Something that came up this morning was the workforce housing component. That's something I've asked for months, but was always told that that wasn't going to be considered for this. But yet this morning, that was something that was, possibly put on the table. As far as 5581 goes, we get to consider 5581, this board, and three of you were on the council, I think, when that was considered. So achieving a rich mixture of uses, promoting synergy and interaction between nearby uses, furthering the vision of the downtown, and contributing to the downtown's unique sense of place and distinguishing the downtown from other spaces. I don't believe that this does it. And even though there is, we got proposed new retail added to it, I think Mr. Wigder's points were very well taken. Ms. Drucker's points are very well taken. It's now up to 17,000 square feet, which is still about a 56% reduction in what was initially proposed. So, today I would say we postpone. I think, that these applicants, that they have done a lot. They did a lot with phase one. They put $3 million into traffic, to make traffic better. And I know that they can come up with something better than this. And that's what, I'm not concerned about the OE transfers. I'm okay seeing some residential there, but I want to see it incorporated. This is in the downtown. And though it's a little different than what the rest of the downtown is. So I want to see something that really works in this area and works for all the residential and what exists around it. And I really think that they can come up with something better. So that's where I am today.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, any comments? No? Thompson? Nothing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It does sound like we're going to be postponing, since I think I just counted to 3 on that. I would say I'll reserve most of my comments as a result of that, but I will point out the fact that the Phase 1 was intended to and did eradicate the last amount of blight in our downtown. And so that has importance, I think. And it achieved that, I think, because that Kmart Plaza, while good in its, not Kmart, Winn-Dixie Plaza, while that was great in its heyday, that heyday was a long time ago. And that Winn-Dixie had been vacant for some time. And I also want to point out the fact that, as was predicted back then, when that approval was done, it eliminated the sober homes that were nearby. They sold almost immediately and immediately turned around that neighborhood, which I think was a significant advancement and a significant improvement that I don't want to have overlooked. The applicant has identified that they are willing to increase the amount of the retail/commercial there. I think that's good, and I think we should work with them to continue that dialogue, but it does sound like it's going to be a postponement today. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Chair, clearly 3 of us want to postpone, and that's fine. I would say a few things. First, to the gentleman who asked about ex parte disclosures, the ex parte communications, the reason we disclose them is to give greater transparency. And yes, I expressed a number of concerns with the applicant and their attorney. And even had a conversation today where they showed me for the first time, or talked with me for the first time this morning about, well, what about more retail? Because that was one of the concerns, the loss in retail. If we're postponing, we'll have a chance to give more thoughtful consideration to that. I do appreciate that offer. I do think putting more retail on the front of 3rd Avenue, and along this extension of the road would actually give people a more compelling reason to go there. So if we're extending or postponing, let's leave it up to the applicant about the timing, and maybe we can invite them up if they want, or we can reconsider. But I'd like to give clarity on what we think the issues are. Mr. Chairman, you stated an issue about the transfer. I'm not concerned about the transfer. My biggest concern was really the amount of retail to create an integrated site. I think they're largely addressing that, and if we need to flesh that out a little bit more, apparently, we can do that. This is a constrained site, and I think staff's recommendation reflected that. They have not been able, I've asked them if they could buy the gas station. They have not been successful in doing so. So they're buried in there. The frontage, there's really no frontage on Camino Real. You have that slight curve on West Camino that's already mostly taken up by the Pocket Park. If you look here where even their amenity area is, it's not the best street fronting retail. You can see it a little bit. So it's really what you activated on 3rd and then that main passage, that main entryway. And if you have enough retail on both sides, I think that would actually do it. And I appreciate the concession by the applicant here to go do that. And ultimately, I want to remind everyone of the history on this. The developer was not happy with me and probably will never be happy with me because I pushed back in 2019. We adjourned then. We were concerned about the traffic impacts, and they've done something that no one else is yet to do in this city, which is devote millions of dollars in off-site road improvements. 3 million, I thought it was 2, and their slideshow showed 3. That intersection was designed to work better even if this was fully built out, and I've not gotten the complaints we used to get before then about turning left onto Dixie. And I think that's a reflection of that. So they worked in good faith then, and I trust that they'll continue to work in good faith now. One other side note, though, by the way, that did involve a transfer of land, of city land, to make that driveway, that have the lanes line up on Camino Real. So it's important that the city have flexibility in order not to be constrained about normal conveyances for roadway purposes or other purposes of city land. But in going back, my concerns, I wanted the more retail there and the balance of uses. I'll take to heart some of the other things you said, but I'd rather get a little more clarity because I think we're not as far off as we could be. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zachariadis, Mr. Kaler informed me that it's up to the applicant whether they would like a vote or whether they're okay with postponing at this time.
We respectfully will accept the postponement if it is the will of council.
Thank you. So seeing that do we need a vote on that, Mr. Killer, or consensus is fine enough?
Well, I think you would make a motion to postpone.
Okay, so we'll move to postpone.
Would there
I
be
guess
a
I'll
date
lay
certain?
to the table.
Or I'm not a parliamentarian expertise. I know some of my, the
I think a
elected
motion to
officials
lay on the
are.
table supersedes all their motions.
But,
Can I just ask another question? Are you, Ms. Zachariadis, are you clear as to what we would like to see when this item is brought before the council?
If I could reiterate, just
Yes,
to make sure,
please.
it seems that everyone, well, the majority is comfortable with the transfer. It sounds to me that a little bit more retail above the 8,300 we proffered today is what you are looking for.
I think, if you've been listening, I think more than what you proffered and the additional that you proffered today.
Yes, in
Not
addition to that.
8,000 plus the 8,000 that you proffered today, not the 17,000.
Okay.
Yeah, so just making sure we get that, right? And more, at least from my side, and more mixed use is what I have on the list. I want to see some of the traffic study has it with the bike lanes, whatever that information that's out there. Maybe staff has it, I have no idea. Brandon?
Mr. Chair?
I don't understand what you're asking.
So what I want to see is more retail, not just the retail that was presented today, but really retail, how we're going to take it from the inside to the outside to make sure that's accessible to more individuals. Maybe some more of a mixed use there. I don't mind the phasing, like Mr. Wigder said. I would like to see the revised, like the traffic study. I've seen a couple of different versions on the screens and the numbers don't add up, so I want to see the numbers add up.
So you want to see the revised traffic study with whatever additional retail that they might
Correct.
propose? Got it.
Correct. I also want to see the information that Mr. Wilson was submitting, which we couldn't get up to see today. And I want to understand just also any issues we've had in that intersection. Like I want a real, like accidents, someone got hit on the bike, somebody got hit walking, if we have any of that data as well. I'm sure we have it.
Okay, so I'm suggesting we postpone this matter, and then not to a date certain, but to a date where staff can be asked the questions and the applicant be asked the questions, and then we will reconvene at a date that's mutually agreeable between the council staff. Yes, Mr. Chair.
I would suggest if we could put a time limit on it, because if it's unlimited, it could be, 2 years from now, they come back and say, okay, we're ready. That's a problem for us to just have something sitting out there. So, a few months, whatever you want to put, if it's some kind of a time limit, I would suggest.
May I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Perhaps the time limit, Mr. Shad, is how quickly the applicant gets with staff to start discussions.
But what if you don't ever do that? So does
Oh,
it just
that's
stay
what I'm
alive
saying.
forever?
Like, we have 2 weeks to come and have a meeting with staff to further discuss the changes council is recommending.
I'm going to maintain that I suggest an outside date, and if we feel like we're getting close to that outside date, we'll come back and talk about it again.
Sounds good. How about 60 days?
Mr. Chair, may I actually want to ask Ms. Zachariadis questions on that? Because I know there are some other, there's a relationship between both FCI and Kimco, so I don't know how that impacts. I don't know if you're prepared today to give us that particular date. I'm fine. I like your approach of you've got to come back timely, because I'm less concerned that it's hanging out there. It will die of its own accord if it doesn't. So
Yes, so there are contractual obligations. Perhaps FCI can speak to that, but the original contract was slated to expire in September without approvals, and we did get an extension for that to November 5th, I believe. So it's going to be a discussion between FCI and Kimco as to whether or not we can get an additional extension.
I understand. I guess let me phrase it this way. Would you prefer one of two things, that we notice this for a date certain, not knowing what conversations you have to have yet, or that you have to come back to staff timely and then we'll figure it out after there? It seems to me the latter, but it's up to you.
I'm fine with the latter. We are anxious to move this forward, so there's not going to be a delay on our end.
Okay, so you got to come back sooner, and then we'll pivot and evaluate.
Accurate.
Fine.
Thank you. Ms. Knuckles?
Thank you. I just wanted to make one more comment, just so we're clear. While I'm not opposed to the transfer of OEs for residential, I think there's too much residential here right now. So I would like to see that number come down as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I did re-review Robert's rules, and its motion to postpone would supersede the motion that's on the table. So if it's a motion to postpone to allow additional time to address the issues raised, that would take the place. You would vote on that.
Very well. So that is the motion. Is a motion to vote to postpone, not to a date certain.
So I'll move to postpone that this matter not be heard to a date certain, but with a proviso that applicant must come back to the city within 14 days.
And to do,
Pardon?
14 days to do what?
14 days to present new information to city. And that if we want a really outside date, I just didn't want to, knowing that 60 days from now is going to move fast, and the staff has a lot of things. I don't know where you put the outside bound. I'd postpone it. It's the risk is on the developer, because then they have to renotice and restart the process.
I think 14 days is quite tight, but if that's the motion.
Well, that's what Ms. Zacharias offered, for
Yeah.
14 days to come back. So if you want to make it longer, I'm fine. I was going on what she proffered. Mr. Chair.
I'd say a minimum of 30.
30 is fine. If they can come back in 14, nothing stops them. But the outside date of 30 days seems sensible.
I'd say 30.
I would prefer to be clear on what we're expecting in that period of time, because if it's just a phone call, that's one thing. If it's revised plans, that's another thing.
Yes, and that is the question. What the developer what will they be providing Mrs. Zacharias in that time? Is it just further clarification or slight alteration of plans?
I am confident there will be multiple communications between the city of Boca and myself in the next 14 days, but my idea would be to have options provided to staff, an in-person meeting within the next 14 days where we actually show physical changes of what we are proposing.
So moved. And if you want more time than 14, we'll go 21, 28.
Mm-hmm. I'd prefer longer.
Can I opine
Sure.
real quick? I would go longer, because you're going to have to meet with staff, and you're going to have to meet with every single one of us, and that's 14 days goes by really, really fast. So give yourself at least the 30 days to come back.
That is perfect. Thank you.
I think that meeting is November 17, Monday. I think that's around 30 days. Yes, somebody, look.
17th.
30 days would be the 13th of
But
November.
our meeting's on the 17th, I think.
The meeting.
Oh, are we talking about a presentation before council or just a meeting with staff, Ms. Drucker?
Oh, I don't, are this
No.
coming before us or just to meet with staff?
It was the idea that they would meet with staff within the 30 days and then renotice when their
Okay.
plans
okay.
were finalized.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Sounds good.
It'll give us time. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
All right, so my motion not having been seconded, Mr. Chair, let me rephrase it. I move that we postpone this matter indefinitely for hearing with the proviso that the applicant come back forward and have conversations and presentations of plans within the next 30 days to staff.
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Can I clarify? So if I don't have revised plans in 30 days, the application is going to be considered withdrawn. That's what I want to be clear on.
And Mr. Shad, then, can you talk about the effect of if whatever reason it doesn't happen within 30 days and it's withdrawn, what would the applicant have to do? Start the process anew, or is there any point where they pick back up?
Start the process anew. I need clarity on the status, because if 100 days goes by and nothing has happened, I don't know what the status of the application is. Can they restart at any time, or is it, I just need clarity. That's all I'm asking.
Mr. Shad, if I may, Mr. Chair, could you talk about just on the timing? Is it also a question in terms of the OEs in downtown and where the timing is on the phase 2 that currently exists?
OEs are an issue in terms of other applications happen, and those OEs that they're looking for may become unavailable. There's many different reasons why the status of the application is important. I need some way to know if the application is still alive or not.
I understand. Then, if I may, if during that 30-day process, someone else comes in with an application somehow and it moves really quickly, it's not going to happen, but like, they're not drinking up other OEs right now for transfer. They're still in the pool because we haven't approved anything. Is that the status?
Yes.
Okay.
So my suggestion then would be, let's have a status report on the record at a formal meeting at the 30-day notice to say, where are we with this? To give Mr. Shad some certainty that we are moving forward. And then at that time, Mr. Shad and the applicant may ascertain, okay, we need this much time to finalize those changes that we're talking about. Or, and then the board could decide at that time what's the best method. If you're acceptable at that time, we'll go forward, but there will be a formal status report. So we will be just deferring the matter for the 30 days for those meetings to happen, and then we'll have a formal status report, like a calendar call, where we will just decide, okay, where are we? And then at that time, we can decide if the application is, significant that it can go forward, or whether it would have to be withdrawn.
That works for me.
And Mr. Chair, since that 30-day mark would land on or around November 17th, our ACRA meeting, I think the status conference can take place there. Is that sensible?
That sounds good. Sounds good?
I think that's what I said, November 17th,
Okay.
Monday. Yeah,
Very
which
good.
is our next year.
Okay, so that is the motion, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you for pending to the motion that's before us.
Second.
Very good. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay. Okay. We are going to continue with the CRA meeting. I'm going to give you a quick run of show here. We're going to try to finish the CRA meeting and then go as soon as possible thereafter to the workshop meeting where the downtown campus will be discussed. So we will open up the hearing for public requests for the downtown and related to the downtown only. And please, if you're wishing to discuss, we have many cards about the downtown campus. Please reserve those for the workshops, which is going to happen right after this. So anything about the downtown? Yes, sir.
My name's Mike, Mike Liebelson, 398 Northeast, 3rd Court, Boca Raton. I had the opportunity to review the 6-year, $1.26 billion capital improvements budget, which starts in fiscal year 2025-26.
Is this about the downtown,
Yes,
sir?
yes, it is.
Thank you.
I wanted to compliment James Service and Chair McGuire for the very good presentation format that was put in. I would note that for the 2% of the budget that's represented by police and fire, there's tremendous detail as to what projects and subprojects the money is proposed to be spent on. For example, it's down to the cost of individual vehicles. For the 95% of the budget that is classified as public works and utilities services, which totals $1.2 billion, there's very little sub-detail as to what projects this money is being used for. As to the CRA, this portion of the budget shows that for project number 1440525, which is the transit-oriented community, there's $80 million being spent by the CRA from 2026 to 2028 for this project. We have been told that all the monetary benefits to be derived from Terra Frisbee development, it seems that from this presentation, these benefits must be very back-end loaded, far beyond 2028. We don't know what this $80 million that the CRA is spending for this project is detailed to do. There's no detail in the budget for that. I don't think it's ever been presented in a public hearing. If this $80 million is being spent up front by the CRA for this development, is the developer providing a letter of credit or something else that guarantees repayment of these funds to the CRA if the development does not proceed? The CRA is requesting $159 million over this planning period. What does this mean for increased taxes for the condo owners, the rental buildings, and the commercial properties that are within the CRA? I would also note that the TOC is the #1 priority project out of 63 projects in public works. And there's 4 budget criteria for ranking those projects. There's critical, which is required by law, regulation, or mandate. And second is improved quality of life, moderate benefit, and not necessary. To be #1, the TOC must be deemed critical. So how come the CRA considers the TOC as the #1 project in its budget? Given that thousands of residents have come out against the project, how is this critical determination made? I would really want to know, how does the public obtain more detail of the CRA expenditures on the TOC by this particular project number and the sub-projects? What is that $80 million made from?
Thank you very much. Now it's time for public requests. We will answer any of those questions after the end of all questions.
John Perlman, 498 Northeast 8th Street. When Boca signed the deal for the Brightline station to give away approximately 1.8 acres of public land for free to Brightline at $1 per year, there were unbelievable economic projections for the project at that time. These economic forecasts projected that 129,000 visitors each year would be coming to visit Boca using Brightline by 2023, and we would gain nearly $500 million in visitor spend and economic gains coming into our city within 30 years. We gave them an 89-year lease, including the extensions of public land, for nothing. And in addition, taxpayers paid close to $10 million for their $12 million garage. Now Brightline is in severe financial distress. They might not be in business in a year. They just missed a bond payment on $1.2 billion worth of bonds. Their interest rate is stepping up due to worries about their finances and ability to pay back investors, according to WLRN. The credit rating agency S&P Global cut Brightline's bond rating twice in the last couple months and now rates Brightline bonds BB-, which is further into junk bond territory. Last year, the Brightline lost over $500 million, $549 million. Meanwhile, the CRA is planning to continue to hand over millions of dollars of taxpayer money to the Brightline. This mayor and council approved a recent plan to build a $7 million east platform for the Brightline station, fully funded by taxpayer money. They plan to spend $80 million, as Michael mentioned, of our taxpayer money on what they call as a transit-oriented community development having to do with Brightline, and they never revealed exactly what that money's being spent on. It could very well be us paying $80 million to build Brightline a second station. All of this is despite Brightline failing as a company and the fact that they might not be in business soon. The failed deal of Brightline was orchestrated by this mayor and done under his watch. Now he's proposing to you another deal with Terra Frisbee, with flawed economic projections furnished by compromised consultants. This mayor constantly states that the Terra Frisbee taking possession of our parks and public land will bring this city billions of dollars. Yet these numbers come from inflated economic forecasts, similar to the Brightline, completed by a compromised consultant in CBRE, who stands to profit from the deal and make $2.8 million in commission if the transaction with Terra and Frisbee goes through. To this late date, there is no financial or economic study done by an independent consultant for the government campus. And this mayor and council were about to pass this plan through by themselves with no public vote in a couple weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. While it's not the practice to respond individually, you might notice in the newspapers that Brightline is increasing the amount of stops because Boca is probably one of their best stations. And to Mr. Liebelson's point, the tax increment is in the CRA, so those funds must remain in the CRA and be invested in infrastructure. It's not additional tax, it is the tax that has already been paid, but by virtue of the fact that we are a CRA, those funds get to stay in the downtown if they're used for infrastructure and related redevelopment projects in the downtown. That's the reason why, but it is not extra taxes. Mr. Zervis can reply later on to some of those other things. Mr. Warner.
Richard Warner, 1322 Southwest 9th Terrace, Boca Raton. If anyone was on the fence concerning whether the motivation of the council was pure about the downtown campus, I think their activities in defense of it show that their goals are either somehow nefarious or disingenuous. They want to put stuff on the ballot to confuse people. They've obfuscated everything as much as possible. The bottom line is, being stubborn about this in the face of enormous public complaint is beyond me. But you're saying that change is needed, that this campus represents change. Well, I'm saying that not all change is good. Transformation is sometimes good, innovation is sometimes good. This one's not necessary. And amongst the things that you failed to do is consider other outcomes. I mean, I don't want to get into the backroom deals about Brightline and 100,000 residents within a mile of the station. I won't even go there. But I want to say that history tells us that for everything that gets done in the name of innovation, there are unforeseen consequences. That hasn't been considered in this project. And even, social media is probably a wonderful example of the unforeseen consequences that might be negative. Gutenberg brought us Mein Kampf. There's a lot of different ways to look at this. The bottom line is, I think this needs to be put completely on the back burner until a new council is seated that will reflect the public's opinion. I want to beg you, actually, to put this on the back burner, not #1 priority, and let the people speak. Let the referendum go on. I caught the veiled reference to how you're going to attack the question of the referendum. It doesn't work. Let the people speak, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Thank you. Yes, this will be on the agenda for the next meeting, right after this meeting. Anything else for public requests in the CRA? Seeing none, we'll close the time for public requests and announce that there's no other business to consider and there's no other resolutions or regular public hearings, nor is there any other business or settlements. So we will recognize Mr. Sohaney.
Mr. Chair, no report today.
Very well. Mr. Kaler.
No report, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, Vice Chair Thompson.
No report, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nocklis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, again, say welcome to Mr. Sohaney. And I also want to thank staff. I've had a couple comments, positive comments recently about the striping and the in-road lights on Palmetto Park Road, making the crosswalks more visible, and it's been done in a couple crosswalks, and I'm hopefully thinking that that's going to get done in some more of the crosswalks, because even when I'm sitting at the light at Palmetto and Federal, looking east, I can see those in-road lights lighting up even during the day, making it much safer for people to cross. So I love those changes, and I hope there's more to come.
Thank you very much. Ms. Stroh.
Yes, thank you for those improvements. I thought I saw her earlier. Ms. Teller was one of the ones that told me about the lights and how happy she was. I saw her over the weekend. So I'm not a spokesperson for Brightline, but I am an advocate of transit and mass transit, multimodal uses to get people moving efficiently and effectively. And as I think one of my colleagues said up here, I wanted to read it right from the Brightline, and hopefully we'll get them to come out and comment. Boca Raton now offers more daily departures, significantly increasing the number of stops in the past 6 months from 19 to new 28 daily departures. With these new adjustments, 80% of South Florida trains and 90% of Orlando-bound trains include a Boca Raton stop, which is really, really amazing. If you haven't been on Brightline, I would encourage you to go on Brightline. I'm a Brightline and a Tri-Rail user. I'm on it often. I'll be on it this week. And it's an incredible way to move efficiently around. And I ask that you guys try the rail.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chair, 3 things briefly. First, on the Brightline, I want to correct some more information. The city's contribution ended up being about $8.5 million for the garage. We did not lease it for merely $1 a year. We leased it for $1 a year plus their commitment to go build, and they've spent more than $30 million. I don't know the exact number, but more than $30 million on improvements that remain that I think will eventually, no matter what, be used when Tri-Rail does its coastal link. That was part of the long-term calculus. Not everyone in this room was in the city then, but that was a very material part of the conversation. I did push for Brightline. I'm proud of it. And I can't tell you even now how many people are saying, Brightline, I love it, whether they're new to the city or not. But that's that. The second thing is, in terms of the conversation, I regret that people assume that there can only be a nefarious or evil purpose to our conversing about the downtown campus. And I think a lot of people here have been operating from a place of fear. And I can understand that, because change can be scary, and fear can breed to distrust or anger, and that's not necessarily the way forward. Contrary to what was said, I've taken to heart all of the comments. I think you're going to hear later from our development partner, who's taken a lot of comments too. And we continue to work toward a common goal, which is a better downtown. And we will not all agree on this. I do not expect 100,000 people, not all of whom live within a 1 mile radius, by the way, to agree on that. But I would like to continue the conversation, and I hope that we can do so in a spirit of trying to find common ground. I think the outreach sessions that I've had and the many public comments and meetings we have had will help get us there. And if you disagree, I respect that. But I'm not trying to question the motives, and we're trying to move forward here. There's one other thing. There were comments made about CBRE. I'm sure they can respond if they like. I'm not going to. And the last thing, Mr. Chair, you said, I think we're about to conclude our meeting. I would suggest rather a brief recess for lunch, given that it's 1 o'clock, rather than going immediately to the next meeting, because that's going to be inevitable, and people also probably want to eat. So with that concludes my report. I will suggest that it not be so brief. We take a 30-minute recess between this and the CRA, the workshop meeting.
Okay, very, very well. Yeah, just to echo your comments, Mr. Mayor. As you saw from the hearing that happened today, nothing is set in stone. We take our time to evaluate all the projects that are before us, and just because something is evaluated doesn't mean that it gets stamped just what's submitted. There's an iteration process that happens with the council, with the staff, and with the community that I invite everyone to participate in. We can always make plans better with the public's input, and I do believe that that's what's happening, in the downtown. Likewise, as I said before, the CRA is a creature of statute. Unless the state legislature expires it sooner, there's a limited amount of time that we have to invest the money that stays here in our tax base, in our infrastructure, to make it better. In the next couple years, we are going to have to kind of reimagine the extension of 4035, the downtown ordinance, of what they want it to be, right? And we have an opportunity to have a real public input session here to saying, hey, what do we want the future of the downtown to look like? What do we want those infrastructure dollars to be invested in, right? Just to say that they're being invested poorly, the staff here is spending thousands and thousands of hours and years to make sure that there's quality infrastructure projects happening, right? It's an opportunity for us to work together saying, hey, if we have 15 years or 16 years left in the CRA, let's focus on these things: connectivity, wholesale, little villages, mixed use, maybe pocket parks, bike trails, more lighting, public safety, all those things. So we have an opportunity to do so. It's easy to just say, well, we don't want to do anything, or stop, it's being spent poorly. But we have an opportunity, an obligation really, to spend the taxpayer dollars wisely and to really look at those. And I'm really suggesting to people, please provide your ideas on what we can do to make it better, how we can invest those infrastructure dollars. Everyone's always welcome to come up to the microphone or contact us individually. We're always prepared to have a meeting to discuss your ideas on how to make the city better and how to make the downtown better. So with that being said, we will take a 30-minute recess and come back at 1:35-ish.
Good afternoon and welcome to a workshop meeting of the Boca Raton City Council. It is Tuesday, October 14th, 2025, and the time is 1:39. We have no proclamations or presentations today. We have no board interviews, so we'll open the floor to public requests. We will immediately at the end of public requests have a presentation on our government campus plan in which we'll take public comments. So I would encourage anyone who's got a non-government campus public request to come forward now. Otherwise, that will be the next item. Mr. Perlman.
John Perlman, 498 Northeast 8th Street. On September 23rd, Save Boca submitted 7,700 signatures to the City of Boca Raton for the historic charter amendment to protect our public land. The Supervisor of Elections checked and verified each and every signature, and we received the Certificate of Sufficiency on October 2nd, which secures that our historic charter amendment will be voted on by the people of Boca to pass into law and restore protection over all of our parks, oceanfront property, and public land. Our public land is not safe until this amendment is passed into law, as we see today with this abominable proposal that our mayor and city council continues to keep pushing along despite such overwhelming opposition. Their motivations are misplaced and clearly do not align with their constituents. I am sad and surprised to see that this mayor and city council today are voting to extend this interim agreement with this developer. The people have spoken loud and clear. 7,700 citizens, 2/3 of the amount of people who voted in the last municipal election, a large majority voting bloc, all saying to stop it. Don't extend this agreement. Let it expire. Don't continue with this abominable plan. Don't continue to waste resources, money, and staff's time on this project. I recently looked at the staff salaries spent to date on this project. Andy Lukasik, the deputy city manager and the primary liaison between the city and developer on this project, has been paid over $250,000 on this project, $267,000, to work on a soon-to-be failed project, which is more than double that of the next wage earner in line, which was the city lawyer at $127,000. You are wasting our tax dollars by continuing to have staff work on this, paying consultants, and using taxpayer money for the next 6 months. This project will be turned down by a landslide when it goes to a vote. Also, in addition to our charter amendment, we also have an ordinance that was certified and that was submitted to the council to protect our public land. Why are you signing an extension of this contract today with Terra Frisbee and not even discussing or voting on our ordinance today? By failing to bring our ordinance forward today, ignoring it, and instead extending the developer's contract with no discussion or consideration of our ordinance that is before you, you have shown your true colors. A council that prioritizes the developer's interests over your constituents. A true betrayal of trust.
This is public request. All right, we'll close it. As I said, we'll have public comment on the downtown campus plan in a moment. We'll close the time for public request. I would ask the city attorney just to give us an update on the charter process, please.
Sure. Mayor, first of all, there are a few items. With regard to the downtown campus, Memorial Park, and the 30 acres, the council has directed that if it decides to approve the project, the voters will have the final say for a yes or no at the March 2026 election. That ballot question will be presented to the council prior to the supervisor's deadline, which is December 5th. As to Save Boca's petitions, as Mr. Perlman stated, there are 2 petitions. One's an ordinance and one's a charter. The language is identical. Under the ordinance, the council has 60 days or until mid-November to consider that. Under the charter, it provides for 60 days, no sooner than 60 days or 3 months. So that would put the matter to be under the charter to be voted between December and January. The Palm Beach County Supervisor of Elections is an independent, what's called a constitutional officer under the Florida Constitution, and she conducts official elections. And all municipalities in Palm Beach County rely on the supervisor. She has the voting equipment, the tabulators, the software, the trained certified staff, the secure election management systems, and all the infrastructure needed for an election. There are state law requirements in connection with ballot printing and mailing, early voting, military overseas ballot timelines, managing voter files, voter signatures, And the supervisor of election performs those services for the cities with a highly trained specialist staff. So it's not, the city is not able to set up a shoebox, for example, at the public library and receive votes. Our office has been in frequent communication with the supervisor, and she's confirmed that the next scheduled available election is March 10th. And we are continuing to work diligently with the supervisor and the council to be able to present to the council under the charter, both, again, identical questions, the ordinance and the charter amendment, and it's my intent to do so at the October 28th meeting.
Very well, thank you. Any questions on that?
May I follow up? There was a question raised about when we would vote on the Save Boca ordinance. And I'm not sure you've answered that part yet, but could you tell both us and the public when that matter you believe will be on our agenda for a vote by us?
Sure. Again, under the charter, the council has until middle of November to consider that. But given that there are two items and to present the matter to the council, I intend to present that on the October 28th meeting to give us enough room to, again, still remain well within the schedule and the supervisor's deadlines.
Other questions? Mr. Sohani, could you just confirm, there was a statement earlier that I don't think is correct, that staff members were paid expressly for their work on this project. Can you confirm that staff members are paid a regular compensation and that their duties include many things and they are to receive no extra compensation based on the type of project they work on?
That's correct.
Thank you. All right. We'll turn to review of regular agenda items for this afternoon's agenda. Does anyone have anything? Seeing no one come forward, we'll now turn to future agenda matters, and for the 30th time, our government campus partnership opportunity. I'll first turn to you, Mr. Sohani, and then we'll have a presentation from our development partner.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Lukasik, our Deputy City Manager, he's going to discuss the First Amendment to the interim agreement with our partner, Tierra Frisbee, and then Mr. Rob Frisbee is here, and then he'll provide us an update, and then we can discuss various matters that are under consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Lukasik.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Andy Lukasik, your Deputy City Manager. Before I begin, to Mr. Sohani's point, I do want to talk a little bit about the extension of the interim agreement with you. However, I think it's important to hear from Mr. Frisbee beforehand because that really informs some of the conversation that I'm going to have with you. So, Mr. Frisbee, if you don't mind coming up and giving Council an update.
Please, why don't you just come up where you've been, Mr. Frisbee? And before you start, I want to say thank you. I know that you and your colleagues have had more public outreach sessions. You're going to announce more, I think. And I understand you've got some changes based on some feedback. So we're eager to hear that. And I hope that everyone will listen in the spirit in which you're trying to collaborate.
Thank you very much. My remarks say good morning, but it's now good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, city manager, city attorney, city staff, and of course the members of the community. I'm Rob Frisbee, and I'm representing the One Boca team. And we've branded the project as One Boca because it's our genuine hope that we can create a process and a project where we can all feel like we're on one team, where we have the same goals, where we can share ideas, and we can actually implement that feedback and those ideas into a plan that we've all worked on together. And I hope that some of my updates and remarks today will make that very apparent. We've had a busy few weeks since we last updated the council. As I've said previously, we are here to partner and create something that is good for the community and is supported by the community. We really want that wide support, and of course this is going to go to a vote, and so the only way this will ever become reality is if it is supported by the community. My team and I have had individual and small group meetings with members of the community, including veteran groups, where we continue to speak directly with residents and receive their feedback. We have also hosted a series of public meetings. On September 29th, we hosted a community open house at the studio at Meisner Park. And on October 6th, we hosted a community open house right here at the 6500 building. In total, more than 200 people attended these two sessions. During each session, residents sat at small tables and provided their feedback and input to our team members. Information was recorded on large pads, and we have been incorporating that feedback into the continued evolution of our proposal. I like to think of this as it's been a fundamental reset, where we've been taking in all of this feedback and incorporating it into a new proposal. We believe these sessions have been extremely productive, both for us and for all the residents who've attended. And so to those who have participated and for everyone here today, I just want to say thank you. We appreciate your time. We appreciate your willingness to provide important feedback that will continue to shape this process and the proposal. We've also been listening to those of you who have spoken at these meetings, and we're still seeking public input, which is why we continue reaching out to individuals, homeowner associations, and are currently scheduling a third community open house. The third open house will be Wednesday, October 22nd, between 4 and 7 p.m. at the Spanish River Library. Again, Wednesday, October 22nd, 4 to 7 p.m. at the Spanish River Library, where if you didn't attend either of the first two listening sessions, we hope we can see you at this upcoming meeting, or if you did attend and you'd like to continue the conversation, please come and spend some time with us. We'll also be, this is just the next meeting. We will also have additional outreach sessions, that we will announce in the coming days and weeks. And it will follow the same format. The public is invited to sit at small tables with our team members and provide their input and ask questions. And as we continue to collect feedback from the community, our team wanted to share some of the highlights we've heard over the past few weeks. I'll first share a highlight that occurred in a meeting this past Friday, a small meeting where I met with a few residents, and we talked about the importance of acknowledging that this has been a learning process, that we have learned so much in this process since our first proposal. And of course, one of the most important things we've learned is the history of Memorial Park, and the fact that the 17 acres west of 2nd Avenue is, of course, Memorial Park, and how important that is to the fabric of this community, not just today, but going forward and for future generations. And so how important it is that remains a public park, that remains Memorial Park, and that it lives up to the initial expectations when it was initially designated, and that we should redesignate it as such and work hard to turn it into a world-class public park, a world-class Memorial Park. There is strong interest in relocating proposed development to the east side of 2nd Avenue and maintaining the public spaces, the recreational facilities, and the civic buildings on the west side of the campus. And what that would essentially mean is that we initially started with a 31-acre lease that we were discussing, and that would reduce that lease down to about 7 acres, all focused on the east side of 2nd Avenue, where private development would only be built on top of existing surface parking lots or defunct buildings, where we wouldn't be reducing any green space or losing any trees. It would be the opposite. We would be protecting, preserving all of our trees. We would be adding to our green space. We would be planting significantly more trees than exist today, and of course, upgrading all of the recreational facilities and the civic buildings as well. Residents have been in agreement, and so are we, on the need to formally memorialize Memorial Park and to improve it to become a world-class park for veterans and their families. And of course, that's going to incorporate a lot of additional working sessions and time spent with veterans and their families to understand what that should be and how that should look. Residents have expressed support for improving civic and cultural buildings with an emphasis on the community center and the need for a modern facility that serves the entire population. Many came to the sessions just to share what they would like to see in a new community center. There was unanimous support for maintaining or increasing the amount of green space, including the preservation of the 6 banyan trees, upgrading recreational facilities, and areas where our children can play. Something that really stood out to me was a gentleman who spent some time at one of the tables where I was speaking, and he explained to me that at the children's playground, that lots of times they have to pick up needles from individuals who are using that area for things that, of course, we would never want our children around. And just highlighting for me the need for safety, for security, and to really upgrade Memorial Park so that it lives up to the place that everyone here and all the rest of the residents of the city would cherish and love, for future generations. And there was also a preference for Mediterranean or Meisner-style architecture for the new civic buildings. And so, of course, that's something that we're going to be working on. And then we've had discussions on walkability. Walkability to Memorial Park, specifically along Palmetto Avenue from west of the park, as well as going east of the park, and connectivity to neighborhoods and destinations surrounding the downtown campus. We hope to speak with more people at the third open house as they share ideas and comments. And of course, if you cannot come to the open house and would like to still talk with our team, please do. At the past several meetings, I've shared that our team will meet and speak with anyone, HOAs, civic groups, business groups, individual residents. And you can email us at info@oneboca.com. The feedback is critical as this process continues. And we are currently revising our proposal and the plan and anticipate sharing ideas and a new plan at the October 27th council workshop and October 28th council meeting that will incorporate the ideas that I just discussed, creating a world-class Memorial Park and creating a mixed-use campus on the east side of 2nd Avenue on a much smaller footprint of about 7 acres. Our team is confident that the revised proposal will receive significant support, that it will revitalize the downtown and increase green space and recreation while preserving Boca's character and inspiring its future. So thank you very much for allowing me to give this update.
All right, thank you. Council members, any questions? Mr. Frisbee? All right, then we'll open up the public hearing on this. More information to come. Jonathan Perlman, Bob Tucker, Emily Gascoigne, and Ellie Gascoigne.
John Perlman, 498 Northeast 8th Street. I'd like to read some lines from the roughly 100 emails that were sent to the City Council in the last couple days, which were CC'd to me, all of which oppose the City Council's planned destruction of our tree canopies and urban forests across our city on account of the government campus project and associated projects. As the mayor and the City Council, they plan to destroy the 11-acre urban forest at Sugar Sand Park, the 20-acre urban forest to the east of Spanish River Library, and also to destroy the city's tree garden at the corner of Palmetto Park Road and Northwest 2nd Ave. I only have a couple more minutes, but I'll try to read some of these almost 100 emails sent to the mayor and the City Council on this topic in the last 2 days. I am writing because I am absolutely disgusted with the mayor and City Council, who is trying every possible way to destroy the beauty that is left in our city. You are going against what the people who you were hired to serve want. Such blatant opposition to the residents makes me wonder what your agenda is. It also makes me sick that you are trying to deceive the residents of Boca with your lack of transparency in everything you do. Next email. I am struggling to figure out your motivation. If I am not wrong, most of you ran for office on an, quote, I'll control the out-of-control development platform. Who drives around Boca and says, you know what we need? More people in cars. Being unable to figure out your motivation leaves me to wonder why you would pursue any of these projects in the face of such public opposition. What's in it for you? Why even put it on the ballot? Why not just say, oops, sorry voters, we didn't read the room, but clearly this was not a popular idea. I highly doubt anyone that doesn't have a financial incentive in these projects is voicing support for them. Again, what's your motivation? Next comment, next email. I am making my voice heard to stop the, quote, pave paradise and put up a parking lot mentality of the city officials. I'm not sure who's benefiting from this land grab, but it is not the citizens of Boca Raton. Next email. Sugar Sand Park is not just a recreational space. It is a sanctuary of biodiversity, a living classroom for our children, and a vital part of our community's environmental health. I urge you to reconsider and halt the planned destruction immediately. Next email. The trees make the clean air with which we all breathe. Don't hurt our lungs. Once damaged, the city's lungs takes decades to heal and are, as anything that has to do with lives and well-being and the well-being of Boca's citizens, priceless. Final email. I have witnessed the strong opposition by the Save Boca organizers and the volunteers, and the finances of this project have no sway with me and are not a factor. This will be horrendous for our city. Thank you. And thank you to everybody who sent those emails.
You mind holding your comments, please, a moment? Normally, we wait until the end of the public comment, but I'm glad you brought that up, Mr. Perlman, because we had a lot of misinformation come out. There was some misinformation in an email that was sent out from Save Boca, and staff is prepared to respond on some of these issues concerning the trees and misstatements about wildlife. I will say, and I said before, I'm in earnest when I say that fear can lead to anger. And I understand that there's fear. There's uncertainty about change. This is a bold idea that we're advancing. It's one that's taken years to get to. It's one the city's been discussing for close to a decade, and recognize that. I would encourage people in the spirit that we are all undertaking and that our development partners are undertaking to continue to listen. Some people seem motivated by anger or other things. I don't question motivations, but I would ask everyone to try to work together collaboratively. We're going to clarify the record, and because of an email with some inaccuracies, we're going to have to clear up some of those. So, Mr. Sohaney.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. In regards to the police department headquarters proposed, the current site is 19 acres, and the 16.4 acres proposed to be used for the project are not considered an urban forest. The 19-acre site currently serves as a staging area for Spanish River Athletic Complex, and it already includes existing paved roads and a parking lot. So this area was developed by IBM in 1995, and if you look at our site is about 80% of that already pre-developed area. And then as far as the Sugar Sand Park, out of the 132 acres there, 47 are designated conservation areas, and those areas cannot be developed on. And then the planned softball field complex is outside those protected areas. And then just to kind of scope back big picture, we're in the process of doing the environmental study on Sugar Sand Park, and of course, we haven't done an environmental study yet on the police department site.
Mr. Sweeney, is it correct that we have not found any active or occupied gopher tortoise burrows within the proposed area for our softball complex?
Yes, Mayor, that's correct.
Right. Also, could you just talk a little bit, too, about what we do have with our gopher tortoise preserve?
Sure. So,
which is not on the site, by the way. It's elsewhere.
Right. So, there's no active gopher tortoises burrows found on that area originally identified for future recreation when the park was first developed. So no active or occupied gopher tortoises burrows within the construction zone were found, and really the big thing there is only one abandoned burrow outside of the area was located after a recent environmental survey was conducted. And I want to say here is the city, we're in constant communication with Florida Fish and Wildlife, and at this particular time, we're in full compliance with all state and federal regulations in terms of that particular area.
All right. Thank you. And what I was referring to with the Gopher Tortoise Preserve, it's located near Hidden Valley, 11 acres, and we've actually replanted trees to help maintain a healthy scrub ecosystem with more native plants to be added. Council colleagues, well, why don't we hear public comment? I have some comments about how we can address this tree concern because we routinely plant trees. We planted 8,000 last year alone, and I think that's a simple fix. Or not a simple fix, but we can certainly address concerns about trees by planting more. That's it. If you would, please. Thank you.
Ellie Gascoigne, 641 Northwest 15th Court. Here we are yet again, another 10 a.m. meeting that could have been at 6 p.m. There was no reason as to why, at least to me. I'm missing another day of school for another one of these meetings because you guys decided it had to be at 10 a.m. again, but that will not stop me. We have come so far to make sure this project will never be followed through, no matter what you decide to throw at us or what obstacles and challenges we might face. This project or any project similar will never be allowed to secretly be pushed past us, especially once the charter amendment gets passed within the next couple months. As tried over the summer with this project when it was kept on the down low to try to be pushed to pass without anyone knowing anything. We went as far as getting over 7,700 signatures, having shirts made, signs set up, and the word spread every way possible. It has taken over the city of Boca in the past few months. We have had thousands show up in support for Save Boca. Never in a million years would I think the people who are supposed to be representing Boca and be role models for the future council members and citizens would be trying to turn the place upside down. But here we are with all of you representing the city of Boca and representing us, or so we thought. Save Boca has been an extreme eye-opener to me and the many around me of the kind of council we really have and how strong the people's voices are when something doesn't sit right with them or they just don't agree. I've been seeing things that you guys are advertising and sending out emails to promote this whole ordeal. Why are we promoting this? How about promoting Save Boca instead? Why are you advertising for One Boca and not Save Boca? Like John said, what is your true motivation? We all know how shady and skeptical this deal is, especially since you want to partner with a private developer, so once the land is in their hands, no one knows what they will do with it. I still can't get over the tearing down of the softball fields and the perfectly good place they are right now, where hundreds of kids play during the week. But maybe you just don't see that. You don't see how active those fields are during the week and on the weekends, and maybe that's something you need to do. Go there and see the kids who play on those fields and then tell me it's empty and unused. Back to the Go for Tortoises and Sugar Sand movement plan. In relation to this, yeah, you said you'll take all the safety measures and requirements that have to be taken, but that doesn't change the fact that in order to go through with this project, you're still destroying over 11 acres of Go for Tortoise habitat and the 600 to 800 trees you're tearing down to move something that doesn't need to be moved. As I stated at the last meeting, that is their habitat, not yours to build on top of and destroy. As well as the 17 to 31 acres you're destroying a memorial park just for a private developer to build condos on top of to profit off this sacred piece of land. To me, it just sounds like an excuse to bulldoze another park of green space and try to make as much of a profit as possible. Leave everything where it is now, use your brain and open your eyes to see what you're really doing and what we are all saying. The work we have put in and the people that have shown up and shown out for this is an insane amount, but in the end, it will all be worth it, and the public land and parks of Boca Raton will stay ours. Thank you to John and everyone involved with Save Boca. We couldn't have done it without you. And make sure you're following at Students for Save Boca on Instagram. Thank you.
The other, Ms. Gascon.
Emily Gascoigne, 641 Northwest 15th Court. Hi, my name is Emily. I'm 10 years old. I go to Addison Meisner Elementary School, and my sister has inspired me to want to speak up and fight for our softball fields. As a softball player, hearing that you want to destroy and move the fields that all my friends play and compete on really hurts. I don't want my fields to be moved and to harm the animals and their habitats at Sugar Sand Park, to allow for your building at Memorial Park of condos and whatever else. If you want to do something to the fields, go ahead and please update them. The fields could really use it. I've heard you guys say that no one uses the fields, but that is not true. Coming from someone who plays at Memorial Park 2 to 3 times a week, almost every day of the week, there are many different kids from different teams that play on those fields 2 to 3 hours a day and 2 to 3 times a week. Thank you.
Bob Tucker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Mr. Sohaney, congratulations on your first meeting today. My name is Bob Tucker, 2609 Northwest 23rd Way. I congratulate the One Boca team for crafting this outstanding mailer that was sent to thousands of us across the city over the weekend. It artfully articulates the benefits of the new government campus with renderings of what the spaces will look like and bullet points of updated compromises like all the banyan trees preserved. I also encourage everyone to visit the wonderful new oneboca.com website for more detailed information, including the billions of dollars of economic impact the project will deliver. Clearly, there is a One Boca buzz starting to ignite residents as they see misinformation corrected and the potential of what this project will mean to future generations. To save Boca supporters, I ask you to open your minds, be willing to compromise, to find common ground, and to understand the long-term value of what's being proposed. Together, we can build a better Boca.
Martha Parker, Stan Rappaport. Oh, Ms. Parker. And then after that, Stan Rappaport and Brianna Hayquist.
Thank you. Martha Parker, 64 Northwest 7th Street. I'm looking for a path to add some transparency to this project that's been really critically absent. It's continuously mentioned that there have been 30 umpteenth meetings on the government campus project. However, these meetings are not adequately providing key terms that will be included in the P3, the Public-Private Partnership Agreement. P3 agreements are not good or bad, but each agreement needs to be evaluated on an individual basis to determine the risk sharing, public accountability, potential long-term commitments. There could be some off-balance sheet liabilities that we could be incurring, and the overall feasibility of the project that needs to be evaluated. Propaganda and marketing campaigns to drum up support from the public while obscuring these vital terms of the agreement is a dangerous and risky approach for the city. It's not enough to say that these terms will come out in time. We ought to have public-facing workshops where these items can be discussed and disclosed so residents can properly evaluate this project. A pretty picture, is one thing, but fiscal responsibility is your job and must be one of the driving forces behind any P3 agreement. I'm working with the clerk's office right now on a public records request, kind of going back and forth on the Brightline agreement. One of the questions that I have relating to that agreement is the right of first refusal that Brightline has relating to the parcel south of the garage as it stands now, and then the additional parcel on Boca Raton Boulevard and 4th. Have we presented the terms of this agreement to the folks at Brightline? What are the terms of that? Should they execute those options, it could materially impact this project. While I heard you guys, and I think it's really great that they added stops and kind of reduced fares, is it so they can further their own interests? Will it stop next month when it's more profitable for them to return to the long-term fares going up to Orlando? We only negotiated in that agreement with them 5 trains a day average, and we didn't even negotiate in that P3 agreement that they would have to provide trains during top peak commuting hours. So I just wanted to bring that up. I also want to discuss is the updated interim agreement that you guys will be voting on. I'm not sure if I missed it, but I didn't see the term limiting campaign contributions from vendors being included in that. And that term that is normally a standard item in these types of agreements is really beneficial in protecting the image and for you guys, your personal integrity. It also helps maintain the integrity of the project, the integrity of the involved vendors, and really sets the tone from the top approach to honesty and integrity for our city employees. I just want to urge you to please restore this term. Lastly, would it be possible to have a workshop on Robert's Rules and its application within the cities? We have a lot of really engaged residents, and I think maybe it would be a good time to have that. Thank you.
Mr. Rappaport, Brianna Hayquist, Mike Liebelson, Scott Prey. Oh.
Hi, my name is Brianna Hagquist. I live at 5710A Coach House Circle. I'm a resident of the Coach Houses community. We're the closest to the impacted Sugar Sand Park destruction of our urban forest and wildlife habitat at the northwest corner of the park. No one from the city or Beach and Parks ever contacted our community about the project. This was failed outreach. All we got recently was a One Boca fancy flyer. Residents in the surrounding neighborhoods gained knowledge of this project through Save Boca. Thank you, John, and everybody on Save Boca. We are appalled and horrified by this plan. No one gained information on the closest communities and use and wishes of our park or requested any feedback from our neighborhood. This must be done before commencing. We like our park the way it is, and we do not want more lights, noise, and traffic in Boca. Boca has been certified as a Tree City USA for 44 years. We do not want our forest and wildlife destroyed so the park can become a ball field. Our intersection of Palmetto and Military is already a gridlock, and it's not even season. I would like to specifically speak about the gopher tortoises living in the park. They are a threatened species protected by the state. A report from the recent study ordered by the city stated that only one abandoned burrow was located in the 11 acres of potential destruction. This report does not even include a picture of the abandoned burrow. I've been there recently twice with some concerned citizens. We easily located 3 live tortoises with burrows within Tract A, so that would obviously imply that others are in the immediate adjoining area. One of these tortoises possibly has a clutch of eggs, which will be due to hatch around sometime in November. While our group was in this area, we found it impossible to do an accurate 100% survey of the area due to the unmaintained conditions and impassable environment. There's also zero evidence that anyone has been back in that area to survey due to the lack of survey markers and unmarked trees. The gopher tortoise is a species over 60 million years old. They're a keystone species, meaning that their burrows can be shared by up to 300 other species. One of these is the endangered indigo snake. I won't go into mentioning everybody else. The tortoise can dig a burrow up to 40 feet long, 10 feet wide. The tortoise is peaceful. It doesn't bother anyone. They eat vegetation and local berries. Cut down our forest, you're going to destroy their food source. They live 40 to 60 years. Protecting the tortoise and their urban forest habitat benefits our community by providing space for a nature preserve and recreation, as well as the forest helping improve our water quality. The main threat to our gopher tortoises is the loss of their habitat. In this case, it's being...
That's your time. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And Ms. Hayquist, your point about outreach is well. Hold, sir, for a moment, please. Ms. Hayquist, your point about outreach is well taken. We've tried to reach out, and your community, as plans go forward, we'll make sure to outreach, and I'm sure our development partners will too, but we'll take that on for the city. So thank you for raising that. Yes, sir.
My name is Mike Liebelson, 398 Northeast 3rd Court. I still don't see anybody from Terra here. I assume Terra is the balance sheet behind this PPP. And I asked at the last commission hearing, and I would really like an answer to this, whether their failure to disclose the litigation that they had over the Surfside collapse was against the law. I think it is, but I would like to hear that from this commission, if they could ask the city attorney if they violated the law by failing to disclose that litigation. As to the TOC, I'm trying to understand the deal here. We're spending $80 million first over the next 3 years out of CRA's budget, so we don't get anything in over the next 3 years. We're giving 31 acres in a long-term lease to Terra and Frisbee. I haven't seen an appraisal, but my estimation is $500 million. If the council has another estimation of what it's worth, I think it's around 500. Frisbee's own testimony says we are going to receive only $100 million in present value tax benefits. So how does trading $580 million in return for $100 million make sense? There's not a lot of detail here, but that's what I see so far. It appears that the TOC is just the tip of the iceberg with respect to the lack of prudent spending oversight by this commission. Over the last 4 years, the assessed valuation of city properties has gone up by 50%. This means that at a constant millage rate, the city has taken in 50% more in tax revenues. Instead of reducing taxes, this money has been spent on a use it or lose it type of approach, with large amounts apparently going to support infrastructure and utility services spending for new development. Over the 6-year future planning period, the Commission is funding its spending not only with increased tax dollars, but with an additional $175 million of long-term debt and by pulling $390 million out of reserves. Per my previous CRA testimony, we don't have project and sub-project detail on all these expenditures, so the public is in the dark with respect to it and has to guess what those monies are being spent on. For those of you with homesteaded properties who believe you are not impacted by all this spending and higher taxes, if you ever sell, there's a direct relationship between higher property taxes and reduced property values. I would also note that the state may be moving to repealing ad valorem taxes for homesteaded property. The city's budget does not take this potential loss of revenue into account as a contingency in its future spending program. In closing, this commission should suspend all work on the TOC until the results of the charter amendment election are in. Thousands of residents have come forward against the project. How is it still the #1 critical project to complete? To reduce uncertainty, it should also comply with the law and schedule the charter amendment election prior to January 2nd, which is 2 months after receiving the certificate of sufficiency for more than 7,000 certified petitions on October 2nd. Thank you.
We'll come back. Mac Johnson. After him, Richard Warner, although I don't see him, and then Michelle Grau.
It's a privilege to be here. I know every one of us has other things we'd rather be doing. I'm compelled to be here by my belief.
That's fine, but please tell us your name and address, though, please.
Oh, Mac Johnson, 475 Northeast Wavecrest Way. I'd like to illustrate that belief with a short story about a fictitious city. In the city, there were many properties. As in cities everywhere, most of the properties were in the hands of wealthy companies and landlords. A few small properties were owned by the citizens of the city. Children played on these parcels, which offered space. They could see for hundreds of yards across fields meant for their play. These parks were created as recreational outlets for them by their parents and grandparents and placed in the hands of elected officials for their safekeeping and continued maintenance. One day, elected leaders decided to remodel a portion of their city. They were unwilling to approach the wealthy landowners who held most of the properties in the city. Rather, they chose to take the small parks away from their citizens and give them to a wealthy company to develop. Similarities with this fictitious city are why I'm speaking out and why we can't allow this injustice to be carried out without a fight.
Michelle Grau, Pam Paschke, Stacy Sipple.
Michelle Grau, 4550 Northwest 23rd Terrace. I have worked for over 3 decades as a CPA. I specialize in governmental auditing, governmental accounting, and governmental finance. I've spent my entire career ensuring that public funds are managed responsibly. And I'm here today to express my concern for the lack of transparency in how our taxpayer dollars are being used to redevelop our parks, recreation areas, city hall, community center, and the major infrastructure. The public deserves to know exactly what is on the table. Every term of these ongoing negotiations, from the costs, the risk to ownership and accountability, must be open, accessible, and easy to understand. Unfortunately, misleading marketing promotions from the private partner through One Boca website, the mailers and the ads have only deepened public confusion. The site claims that billions generated from the project will fund the improvements, yet there is not enough public information available to verify these claims. For many residents, it appears that even though the private partner is paying for these upgrades, when in reality, it's the public fitting the bill and assuming much of the financial risk of the project fails or underperforms. Critical questions remain unanswered. How will the city fund the upfront costs required to begin the project? When, if ever, will we break even? Who is reviewing the economic impact study? Are we independently verifying data or simply accepting the developer's numbers? We need real answers to these questions. Transparency isn't optional. It's what safeguards the public lands and ensures integrity of the process. Without it, residents could be left with hidden liabilities, future budget strains, and costly overruns that could have been avoided. Our city has already spent nearly a year entangled in this proposal, yet key financial and contractual details remain unavailable. Despite this, the City Council, you were prepared to move forward with this with a vote. It's time to turn the page on this project and refocus our efforts on what truly matters to the residents, delivering high-quality services, protecting our public space, and restoring public trust in our government. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Pam Paschke. I live at 341 Southwest 2nd Street. I've lived there for over 40 years. And I, too, am a CPA, but I'm not talking about money right this time. I have one question, which is you keep talking about 100,000 people in the city of Boca Raton, and you don't ever say how many voters we have registered in the city. It would be nice to know, because they're not all, some of them are children. The second thing is I would like to see a map of the distribution of people within the city to see where the concentrations of people who live here are in relation to our parks, because this park, we're adding a lot of people in East Boca, and the proposal here was to reduce the amount of visual green space and park space in downtown, which is contradictory to adding more people. As I said before, I don't think that we need condominiums or apartment buildings on this city land. The west side of this parcel does butt up against an electronic transmission station, and there should not be housing near that station that close, that many concentrations. So that apartment building, I don't know. I appreciate what what Rob Frisbee said about how they are listening and how they're thinking about maybe that whole west side should not have any of this garbage on it. I think you can rebuild City Hall where it is, either revamp the building you have or build a new one right there. That corner is beautiful. The landscaping is beautiful. The last thing we want on that corner is an 8-story or however many high it was going to be building on that corner. So I have another minute. Good. Last time I ran out of time. So remember that City Hall is not a destination, so it should not be featured as the main building of this project anyway. It is a necessary building and should have public services for it and free parking. And you haven't talked about too much about the parking. I'm still disturbed that you're planning to build a parking garage next to the Boca Library downtown. People don't like to park in parking garages with their children and have to walk through the parking garage, dodging cars to get out of it and things like that. I think a parking lot is far superior. We do need a police presence downtown. I think that is important, and that should be a building that is provided there. There are a lot of people that live around downtown, a lot of businesses, a lot of things going on, so that's very important. 2nd Avenue should remain a viable artery. It's a major north-south transportation, especially for those of us who live south of Palmetto Park Road, and that's pretty important. So I know I sent a long comment section already, and I had a lot more to say, but I didn't get to it.
Stacy Sipple, Michelle Ferrer, Yvonne Zoom-Tobel, Masha Blair or Maria Blair, Deborah Vance Nolk, Joe Magis,
Joe Magis, 254 Northeast 5th Street. To quote Nancy Reagan, just say no. Despite months of resident opposition, the mayor and city council insist on pushing this through. You sit here today, and rather than be the heroes and take the off-ramp, you seem hell-bent on catering to Tara Frisbee. This deal is a land grab, plain and simple. It takes public land and puts it in the hands of private, for-profit developers for 99 years. In plain English, I will say it again. We don't want this project. Why does a property that exclusively caters to public needs require apartments, offices, or a hotel? It doesn't. The residents have been abundantly clear on this matter, yet you insist on doing it anyways. Unfortunately, the facts just aren't on your side. By every objective metric, this is horrible for the residents and only stands to benefit those that have a financial interest in it. Let's work through the numbers. Number one, Boca is paying for its own city hall, community center, rec facilities, and the infrastructure for the entire project. The only stated financial benefit is a 99-year lease agreement that hypothetically would bring in $1 billion in revenue to the city over that term. Number two, this is a phased project, meaning the city gets to pay for everything up front and then over 99 years potentially get paid back. This project has a flawed discount rate that assumes virtually no risk. If the developer backs out or cash dries up, we are stuck footing the bill with no payback and no benefit. Number three, even though the traffic study was conducted in the dead of summer, the findings showed that there would be an additional 8,600 trips into downtown on a daily basis. This is hardly the reduction in car reliance a TOD is supposed to create. Number four, Boca is already oversaturated with apartments and offices. Vacancies are at an all-time high. This is not the field of dreams where you build it and they will come. This is the park of nightmares where taxpayers build it and the developers profit. Number five, and most notably of all, Boca does not need a private partner. Mr. Mayor, you conceded this in your CBS interview. You told us we could do it ourselves and it would only have to include modest government facilities. This is what we want. We do not want a private developer taking possession of public land. We can do it ourselves. You admitted it. Boca has $677 million in reserve cash. We earned $45 million from our investments last year, and we bring in more than $500 million in annual revenue. What's more is similar projects in this state are being built for less than $50 million. There is no excuse or justification for putting private development on public land in our city. You are selling us out. Do not extend this agreement today. Terminate it. Thank you.
Martin Bell, Barbara C. Hodges, Claudia Phillips, Allison Bisou. That concludes my cards. Anyone else? Please, Ms. Morrow, come on up. I didn't get a card from you, but please, you're welcome to come up. And after this gentleman, he's already here. Thank you, Mr. Sir.
Martin Bell, 761 Southwest 3rd Street. Mayor, to quote you, you said, change can be scary. That's misrepresenting the opposition to this project. We're not afraid of change. We're afraid of this type of change where you give away control and the destiny in a white canvas for us to develop that site the way it should be developed. Brightline, you brought up Brightline. I got to compliment the city on that. I think that was a success. The bridge to Meisner Park is maybe not a terrible idea. It's worth studying, but as I've suggested before, perhaps you can look at a walking bridge over Palmetto Park Road at Northeast First Avenue and connect two commercial areas that we currently already have that could use enhancement. There's been talk about the oneboca.com website. That seems to be an unfair advantage. That seems to be a joint venture with the city and the developer. You seem to be getting ahead of yourselves on that. So the agreement is just an interim agreement. You should not be joining marketing campaigns. You should not be merging marketing campaigns. That's an unfair advantage. And you're also using the legal resources of the city. The other thing too, somebody brought up the issue of Terra, and when the Terra attorney testified, he mentioned $20 million as part of the settlement, but nobody asked him, was that the deductible or what was the total settlement that was associated with Terra as it related to that? Another example of where I'm not afraid of change myself, I thought the developer of private land at Camino Real did a good job of presenting their case. They're playing by the rules, they're building on private land, and I have empathy for that. And I think that that's a very good development as far as I can see from riding my bike by there, walking by there. They have good clientele, they have a good resident base. One thing that came up during that presentation was there was no sign of a public hearing, notice of a public hearing. Well, at Memorial Park, I go by that all the time. I never saw a notice of public hearing before you tried to sell the land out from underneath us. I had to dig into emails on an old Hotmail account to find anything about what was going on. I had to play catch up. One email I found, 7/18/2025, the new softball complex. That's passed already, Resolution 98-2025, $12 million. So willy-nilly, you're able to spend $12 million or agree to that, where that $12 million could be invested in Memorial Park. And by the way, it's a park. It's not a government campus. This is not the People's Republic of Boca Raton. We don't need a government campus in downtown. This is a government campus here. The new building is a government campus.
Thank you, Mr. Bell.
Okay. I have one last question to follow up with, and I'll walk away. Are you going to defer a final decision on blowing up Sugar Sand Park until after the referendum is settled?
All right,
Because
thank
you
you.
might not need to do that.
Your time's, thank you.
Yeah, great question.
Can you answer the question?
you.
Great question. Great question.
Good afternoon. My name is Diane Borchard. I live at 625 Heron Drive in Delray Beach. And the reason I'm here is because I was the environmental planner and senior planner for the city of Boca Raton for 10 years. As such, I was the environmental planner and senior planner for Sugar Sand Park 10 years ago, over 10 years ago. And in that role, I walked every square inch of this park before it was developed. So I know it very well. And I did go on a site visit last week, but I got rained out. The concept of Sugar Sand Park was never a sports complex. In my role as environmental planner and senior planner, I was advised to help put where the paths should be as to avoid the environmentally sensitive areas, of which this northwest sector was very environmentally sensitive. And let me assure you, there were plenty of gopher tortoises in this area. Now, the reason there aren't any gopher tortoises there, or there might be there, I just was not able to do a complete site review, is because the management, natural resource management, has not been kept up. It is filled with muscadine grapevine, schefflera, acacia. With those cleared out, the sugar sand areas that the gopher tortoises would return to from probably the more eastern portions, because they do like it along the railroad tracks, but they are there. They are there right now. This was probably my most favorite project in my planning career, not only with the city, that I've ever had the privilege to work on. It was incredible. And I have to say, working with the tax district, they knew the value of the environmental portion of Sugar Sand Park. Now, I understand the need for ball fields, especially for girls softball. It's very important because I grew up just north of this on 7th Street, and I spent my childhood at Memorial Park. So if the management resources, if the exotic vegetation that has been allowed to take over and clean it up, it would revert to its pristine state that I saw when I was working on it. So I really hope that you leave it alone. There are other places to put ball fields. And I hope that it is managed better than it is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Morrow? Oh, go ahead. Sir.
Yeah. My name's Scott Prey. I live at 951 Southwest 11th Terrace, and I have a question for you guys. Why is it, I've heard in this meeting that you're not going to use anything west of 2nd Avenue, but you're moving the ball fields into Sugar Sand Park? Now, I have relocated several gopher tortoises into that park that I've found on roadways. So nobody can tell me, and I'm talking about within the last year, that I put these tortoises in that park, that there are none there. I know there are. I put them there. So if you could answer the question why you need to develop the park when you're not going to use the 31 acres to build this new complex that you want, I'd like an answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Morrow? Ms. Morrow?
Okay, before I start, I would like to know if Scott Singer and Mark Wigder and if Yvette Drucker and the new city manager and Fran Nacolis, I said it right.
And please say your own name,
Andy
though, and your own address.
Did you get?
Please say your name and address, though.
Oh, I wanted to know if you got this before I started. Now
That's
I wanna
part of
start.
your time, so.
Okay. Judy Morrow, 1305 Northeast 5th Avenue. Okay, you have to realize that I worked 21 years as an elementary school teacher. So when I got this flyer, it looks beautiful. It looks beautiful. My third graders would say, ooh, we want to go there. We want to explore the forest and the trees and all. On this flyer, there's no mention of 740 apartments that would probably be turned into condos on public land. There's no mention of the restaurants, the retail. There's no pictures. There's no development on here. No mention of it, and it's one Boca. So this is very misleading, and it's very incomplete. And I think you all should not do this kind of false information. That's all I have to say about that. The other thing is, people in my neighborhood, they ask a simple question. Is there a cost-effective analysis? Cost-effective analysis. No, that's required probably by the charter, according to my neighbors. Tennis has been here since 1874 in the United States. The National Lawn Tennis started in 1881. The U.S. Open is the oldest in the whole world championship. And every year, tennis grows. In the last 151 years, it has grown. We have 10 tennis courts. We want to keep our 10 tennis courts. We want to grandfather them in right where they are, at 271 Northwest Boca Raton Boulevard. Today, I tried to get our good friend, Pete, who's a 93-year-old veteran from Korea War. He served from 1952 to 1954, and he has 2 children, 5 grandchildren, 8 great-grandchildren. This man is 93 years old. He goes dancing 3 times a week, and I see him once a week at least. And what do you call it? He goes bowling 3 times a week. He's 93 years old. He works out 3 times a week. But he's a little shy and did not want to come. But he cares so much about the war, and we are free because of him and the veterans
Ms. Morrow?
that served and that passed away and are not here any longer. So please keep our War Memorial Park according to this picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morrow. Will you please tell your friend Pete we appreciate his service, and as always, he need not come in person. He can reach out with his thoughts anytime by phone or email too. And Tara Frisbee has said that they'll meet with anyone, so they will too, if he wants to. Ms. Mulhall, and then Mr. Ungen, and then anyone else.
Good afternoon. Lisa Mulhall, 875 Aurelia Street in Boca. Here we are on October 14th, 2 weeks before the project was to be approved by the City Council, and we are still without so much information. Where is the appraisal on the public land? Where are the infrastructure bids? How much will the public sections cost us? Where are the traffic studies? We're still spending staff time on a project that's slated to go to the ballot in March. There are so many city matters that are being ignored because you've directed staff to focus on this. On September 25th, I made a simple public records request for copies of all leases between the city and nonprofit organizations. After 2 weeks, I received a 1-page document not responsive at all to my request. In a conversation with the staff member who sent me that, I was told, make a new request because this one is now closed as completed. And yes, it will be another 2-week wait. Where are my documents? Mayor Singer states that the leases are one of the main reasons against the charter amendment. Is that part of why I'm not getting them? What does it take to have a transparent city that responds to the citizens? Twice before, I've stood here and implored the City Council to put back in the Tara Frisbee contract the longstanding provision that increased the Boca Raton ethical standards and prohibited Tara Frisbee from contributing to City Council campaigns. The provision was removed from only one contract. This contract with Tara Frisbee that, if approved, promises to be the largest contract ever signed by the city. I make that request again today. The appearance of impropriety is incredible. Promise the residents of Boca that you will keep the high ethical standards of the city of Boca Raton. And finally, from a whole nother approach, this is the 100th birthday of the city of Boca Raton. Think back to Addison Meisner and whether he could have foreseen the future for 99 years, as you all proposed to do with this project. Boca Raton has changed in so many ways that Addison Meisner could never have foreseen. And we know for sure that this is true because Addison Meisner couldn't even see 10 years into the future. He bet his fortune on the land boom of Boca Raton and Palm Beach, and within just a few years, the bubble burst and he ended up bankrupt. Yet you all seem so secure in the financial estimates given by Tara Frisbee, even though they cannot possibly foresee anything into the future. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ungen?
Jonathan Ungian, 6501 Congress Ave. Before I start my time, is it possible to get the map of the blank slate of what it is now on the screen? The park. I know that there was a board before that was at the previous presentation.
I don't think we have that.
All right.
No.
So I think it's important to get an aerial view of what the property is currently. You know, I got to commend this group. I think, you know, I'm a pretty big community advocate and voicing your opinions, and what they've done is amazing in this city. But it's a bigger city than necessarily just the properties that are impacted by it. And the important part of what they did was preserving and putting things up for a vote, which this plan is going to be up for a vote. I think the important thing that needs to happen, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I think scrapping this at this point is not the responsible thing to do. I think working through the plan, getting the best possible plan, which it sounds, and like I heard Mr. Frisbee say today, and I went to one of the meetings, the idea of what was put forward. If you look at the aerial of what it is now versus what will be proposed, and again, I wish it was up there, I wish that was being what One Boca was showing, because that land can be so much better than the parking lots it currently is. It's important to acknowledge the Memorial Park, not just Mr. Frisbee saying it up there. I'd love to hear you all say it. I haven't heard that. Where's the accountability for the park that it is, that it was, and what it's going to be? So, it's the devil you know versus the devil you don't know. I see a partner that's sitting here in this room that continues to show up and give days and days and days on end on something that he went for an RFP that should have been first brought forward to the city first, and maybe should have been made aware of, but here nor there, that went from 31 acres to 7 acres. The fact that that man's still sitting in this room would be the partner that this city should want, because the amount of money that was going to be made versus now is a fraction of it. So as everybody now cares about the financial viability and everything else, it's like, what do you want? Do you want to preserve your park and have something good as well, instead of a useless parking lot, instead of a police department that can't work out of it, that doesn't like to cross the tracks right there off of it? If you speak to them, that can't respond. So I think that it's important that my one criticism of Save Boca is I wish that they wanted to be in the room to get, if there is anything there, the best thing possible. It's a big city, 100,000 people, not just 8,000. If they canvassed this part of town and really worked hard, the result of Save Boca may not be what it wants, in the form of if they went forward with the original plan. So again, it's a bigger city. I think that we all need to work together to achieve the best possible plan that preserves this city's history and sets it up going forward, because this state's tax ramifications, you're going to need multifamily residential and commercial if they're going to do anything with the property taxes. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Come forward, Ms. Tucker.
Hi, I'm Buffy Tucker, 431 Northeast 10th Terrace. I want it to be acknowledged that today is October 14th. Exactly 14 days from now, October 28th, was going to be D-Day for us here in Boca Raton. That was the day that the original project that was an interim agreement with Tara Frisbee was going to be voted on. So let it not be lost that that original plan was to literally bulldoze our downtown, to take away all the parks, to destroy the World War II Memorial Park, to destroy all of the banyan trees. And I love that we plant new trees, but how about save the ones that we have that are mature, instead of planting a sapling or something? That's ridiculous. Anyway, going back to the February meetings, okay, where you all picked a partner without coming to us. We're not angry, we're not afraid. We are concerned that democracy has been put aside here. We should have been allowed to vote on public land. It's our land, okay? So we needed to put that horse before the cart. Instead, you guys did it in the reverse, and that's why there's this adversarial seeming position. We're not for or against anything. Do we think there needs to be upgrades downtown? Sure, absolutely. No one's going to argue that. But the way this has been done isn't fair to us as citizens. Now, we also need to take into account all of the private development that's happening right now. So when you're talking about doing traffic studies, you need to build in for all of those projects that have been greenlit and they haven't even broken ground yet. So what's going to happen? We're not saying we don't want development. That's far from true. A lot of us are involved in development. It's progress, it happens, but the way this is happening is wrong. It's absolutely wrong. We are your citizens. We are having to sit here and defend our positions. We have lawsuits against us. I have a family. I'm a volunteer. I am doing your jobs. And I am paying out of my own pocket for certain things, and I'm paying my taxes. So how is this fair? It's just not right the way this has been done. That's what we're trying to say. We are not angry. We are not afraid. We are concerned.
Anyone else wishing to speak? All right, that closes.
Yeah, I do.
All right, then please come.
One question for you. Hi, it's good to be here. My name is Zach. I am from Boca Raton, Florida.
We need a full name and address, sir.
Zachary Plotkin, and 328 Plaza Real. Proud to be from Boca Raton, Florida. I grew up here. I'm 25 years old. So in about 99 years, I'd be 124 years old. It's funny, right? Mayor Singer, hi. Thank you all for your service. Thank you for your service to this country. Will you commit on the record right now that you won't attend the November 1st Mayor's Ball sponsored by Tara and Frisbee until after voters decide this referendum in March?
Sir, you have 2 minutes left.
Yeah,
We
yes
have
or no?
questions
I'm
at the
asking
end.
you, yes or no. And I know you heard the question. It's pretty simple. It's easy.
Right. I'm going to wait till the end of your remarks. That's how it would
Okay,
it
so then
happens.
I finished. You could just answer yes or no. And
All right,
thank you again for your service.
Very well. Anyone else wishing to speak? All right, we will close the time for public requests. We'll respond to some of these questions. I don't think we can get them all, but there are a lot. Mr. Kaler? Oh, I'm sorry. All right. That's fine. And by the way, if there's anyone else in the ante room for whatever reason, please come on in now. If you want to speak, we'll keep it open. There's plenty of seats inside.
Hi, Yvonne Zumtobel, 840 Oleander Street. Just going to catch my breath for a second. I know you guys have heard a lot of what I've had to say in the past, but today I want to just bring up the flyer that I received in the mail. I know you're going to tell me that oneboca.org isn't the city, it's the developers, but it's our city. It's your project. Somebody on the team approved that, and that flyer only tells part of the story. I'm a journalist. I know how important ethics are, and you must present both sides of the story, and I feel like that flyer was misleading. It was a gross misrepresentation of what's really going on. It's unethical. It was making false claims. I don't know how they can advertise more green space. I don't know how they're calculating it. But you can't take away all that green and say we have more. Telling the voters that you're destroying over 30 acres of pristine land just to move the ball fields and build another police station and take another 20 acres from that, plus the 11 from Sugar Sand. That should be on the flyer. And why is there a link to the developer's website on our city website? Maybe saveboca.org should be on the city website so everybody can have both sides. And there's nothing in this flyer about the high density. They use a photograph that if I didn't know anything about this, I would think, this is amazing. Yes, I want this. It's just so misleading. It's just, I just feel like all these people are here today. I was here earlier in the meeting and they were speaking out against what's going on in Camino. And, I've served the city for 8 years on the Historic Preservation Board. And this was just something that I think the trust for the council the mistrust for the council is probably what's bringing everybody out. Because, listen, I've been here 48 years. I know things change, times change. You have to develop. You've got to grow. But I think people trusted that our government was going to do the right thing and do it in an appropriate way. And I think it's just gotten out of control. And all of a sudden, everybody's looking around going, why are all these high rises? Why is there so much building? And they finally just probably had enough with this property. So, as you know, I'm totally against it, whether it goes for a vote for or not. I mean, it's going to go for whether it goes through. I just think that we could make this like Central Park of New York City, just amazing. With like little vendors, kind of like they have in Munich, like a beer garden. It could be just mind-blowing. And if we need more room at the police station, why don't we just go up like a second floor and leave it where it is and just do a 2-story? So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, last call for public requests.
Can you answer my question, please?
At the end of public requests, sir, yes. And really, if there's anyone else in the ante room, because I've called it already once, so we shouldn't have new people coming up still. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shannon Otto. I live at 233 Northeast 31st Street, Boca. So I'm so glad to hear that there was a small group of people that met with Rob Frisbee. I'm very glad to hear that. I'm very glad to hear that there are conversations. It would be nice to know a little bit more detail, because as I remember Mr. Frisbee saying earlier, there was a lot of good sounding comments that were made about keeping some green space, but I didn't hear about all of the building concepts. I think it is so important that the council be reminded that we want you to use our taxpaying dollars wisely. And we don't want you to use them like it's other people's money. It is other people's money. It's not yours. I mean, you're paying in as well. But I just want you to be reminded of how important it is as you look forward and you think about some of what you would like to do. I also think it's really important that, like others have said, that we maintain this as a green space. It's already a recreational area. It's very obvious that when the men and women who wanted this to be a memorial park to begin with, that they made it that. They made it open, they made it spacious, they made it just for recreation. I think of how nice it would be to have a walkabout all the way around the perimeter, refurbishing the buildings. I keep hearing it's going to be more expensive to refurbish the buildings, the city building, the civic center, and all of that. And yet I keep thinking, I mean, we don't build with wood. I know I had a couple conversations with some people earlier about that. I understand it's the foundation and it's the piping underneath and all of that. Okay, so if it's less expensive to bulldoze it and pull and cart that off, which is expensive, and to just build, we want it to be small. It's like somebody mentioned earlier, these buildings they're not necessary in the same way that, like, obviously we have to go to a grocery store, we have to get food. And I think of how George Washington called the bathroom a necessary for a reason, because we all have to go there on a regular basis. So we just don't need a big grand hall for the government building. And plus, you do have this. It's very obvious that you have been trying to build more going west. It's so important that you keep a police presence, and I hear that there is going to be an annex and all of that down there. I don't know what that looks like, but I do know, and I only have a few more seconds, I do know that when you build these parking lots, like in front of the police station, that was so big, and I don't know what the thinking was at the time, but obviously we need more building there for the police than a big, huge parking lot. So please take all of that into consideration. Thank you.
Mr. Warner?
Richard, you want to speak?
If you don't want to, it's fine. You had a card. I'll give her back. If not, then fine. If you don't want to, it's fine. I see someone hanging on. It's up to you, Mr. Warner.
One last time, Richard Warner, 1322 Southwest 9th Terrace. I'm sorry, I just got back from an appointment. But again, I want to return to a theme I was discussing a little bit earlier about the quality of change and the legacy that you guys leave behind. We live in a hot place. Building more buildings won't do us any good. It'll make it hotter. We don't, at the bottom line of this is we don't need more apartments. We don't need more people. And if we do, I want you to tell me why. Why do we need more apartment buildings? Why do we need more everything? We have a wonderful city in front of us. I won't go into the whole question of where downtown should be, but I understand the reasons and the tax implications. But very simply, what I think you need to search your minds for is, why are you doing this? And I mean, the whole question of, is it some nefarious plot? I don't think so. I don't know what possible reason you have for doing this. It doesn't enhance the beauty or the quality of our lives. It just encroaches on a residential neighborhood further. And the simplest word for it is, this project is totally unnecessary. It doesn't make Boca better. And theoretically, at least, that's what you guys are up there for. And I can't understand that you haven't presented any case to any of us that I'm aware of for it being necessary, for it being better. And the tax issue, we're a pretty wealthy town. I don't think we need to pad our tax base unless we want to do more building. And it's just a vicious circle. You know, maybe sometimes the best change is no change for a moment. And maybe the best answer is just relax. Take a look around and enjoy what we have, as opposed to thinking that change is always going to be better. Thank you.
Last call for public comment. All right, again, we'll close the time for public comment, and I want to turn to some questions. We've got some financial that I think we'll ask Mr. Zervis to answer. We've got some legal ones that I'll ask Mr. Kaler to answer. Why don't we start with Mr. Kaler? Do you have them down, or do I have to repeat them? There was some about the contract. There was some about, there were several at least.
Sure. Again, I defer to the council. I think with regard to.
Answer the one about the contract and was it in compliance? That one first. Oh, I'm sorry. Could you? There was a suggestion that that the responses to our offering memorandum that were not that something was not compliant there.
Sure. I would answer that for the mayor and council that Tierra Frisbee has complied with the law. Proposers were asked a lot of information to help the city evaluate experience and capacity. This is back in December, January, February, including to provide litigation history for the past 5 years. None of these things were an automatic sort of pass-fail or condition of eligibility, and so the council, this body, has full discretion to weigh proposers and proposals holistically. And legally, you have the authority to continue with the project after considering all information. So the project's sound, procedurally compliant, and capable of moving forward.
Right, thank you. And maybe this isn't a question for you, but offhand, Ms. Mulhall mentioned a public records request and not getting a response. Can you just obviously make sure that we've got all the information to her?
I have noted that to make sure I follow up with the city
Very well,
clerk.
thank you. Mr. Sohani, maybe we could talk about some of the financial things. I'll just say this at the outset. Some questions were raised. Why aren't they already available? We'll talk about what is available. Part of the fact is that We're now potentially now from Tara Frisbee with their announcement today about a yet scaled down plan. The finances, I have to imagine, are going to change somewhat. So we'll have to see in the next, when they come back, what those are. But for those who were saying, well, why isn't this done by October 28th? It's because we've been pivoting over the last few months. And some of us had said that that was an aggressive timeline anyway. So we're where we are now, and as the informations get out there, as we get the information, we will get it out there. And we'll share now what we have, because there were some questions and I think some incorrect numbers I heard at some point. So let's try to get it out there.
Thanks, Mayor. And I'll turn to Mr. Zervis to touch on the CRA financial piece, and then we could give a broader understanding of the financial analysis associated with this potential project.
Will do. Jim Zervis, your Chief Financial Officer and Deputy City Manager with the city. I took down a few of the questions, and I will do my best to answer those, but if I miss any, please point them out. I'll be happy to answer. With respect to the capital improvement program, so this was referenced in the CRA discussion as well as during the City Council workshop. The capital improvement document, that 317-page capital improvement program, is a planning document. So that spans 6 fiscal years. It incorporates the long-term vision and improvements that are needed to carry out that vision that is set by the City Council. So it includes pieces from the capital improvement program, from our comprehensive plan, for example, and all really future improvements that are needed. So it's a planning document that carries out 6 years. That's the $1.26 billion document. That is not the city's budget. And that carries no spending authority with it. It is a planning document. When the city goes to pass a budget, it is an annual budget cycle. And so an individual, the first year of that CIP program gets included in the city's annual operating budget. So in this case, with respect to the $80 million transit-oriented community project in the CIP, there's about $24 million that's included in the annual budget for this fiscal year. Meaning that in the budget, that project is included with an allocation of $24 million amongst, over $200 million worth of projects all over the city. That's the first step in actually implementing a project. So that is a very conceptual level. So once that is saying, okay, this is a project that we are intending to pursue this fiscal year, and there's a budget allocation associated with it, but then staff goes out and has to do the actual work to identify the specific scope and parameters of that budget, to go out and do the design and engineering once that scope is identified, to get engineers' estimates and come back and actually go out for competitive bidding procedures. So what is a 2-page project in the capital improvement program ends up being, in most cases, several hundred pages of detailed specifications when it comes to the scope and design and engineering and what's actually going out to bid, goes through a competitive bidding process, a contract is awarded. Once a contract is awarded for a project, that's actually when there's authority to spend money and actually build something. So the fact that something is in the CIP or even in the budget doesn't necessarily mean that there's a contractual obligation or even ability to go out and build that project. So in the case of the transit-oriented community project, that is at the conceptual level. The detailed scope of that has not been specifically identified yet. It is responsive to the strategic plan and direction received by the council during our strategic planning workshops. That's why it's included in the CIP, and that's why it's included in this year's budget. That in itself, that project, is not directly associated with Tara Frisbee or any particular developer. That is creating a transit-oriented community or transit-oriented development, and that could mean a number of different things such as public transit, connectivity, pedestrian walkability, bike connectivity, multimodal connectivity, how we integrate into the Brightline station is included in that because the concept was that it's transit-oriented community around the Brightline station. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's all private or public or either or. That is not defined yet. So, and to date, no money has been spent under that capital improvement project. So, and in order to expend money into that project, we would need to award a contract or have some kind of legal obligation to pay money to be working on that project. So yes, it's in the budget, but that is why the scope is not further identified, because we're still very early on in scoping what that actual project would look like. And that's true whether we're talking about a wastewater treatment plant expansion or replacing water lines. That process remains very similar. Broadly identifying a project, narrowing down the scope, competitive bid, issue an award, and move forward with the actual project. With respect to the financial analysis for the downtown campus plan, the Terra Frisbee project, the city has engaged PFM, PFM Group Consulting, they're a fiscal consultant and fiscal advisor, to do independent financial analysis and economic impact analysis on this project. You've heard the term cost-effective analysis. That is not really the term used in the Florida statute. It's actually an analysis to prove cost effectiveness, which may sound very similar. It's a slightly different. We are engaging in 2 or 3 different fiscal analysis, a fiscal analysis from a strictly city standpoint, and an economic analysis, which is a broader analysis of the local economy and how it's impacted by the proposed project. This is an independent analysis. The developer is not involved in that analysis. The assumptions are being reviewed and really determined between the city and the consultant, PFM, based on their industry best practice in creating these types of studies. That study, once completed, will be made public. To the mayor's point, it has been difficult or slowed by the fact that the project has been maturing and shifting as a result of the public interaction and the responsiveness of the developer to the public input and modifying the program. That's fine, but that's just, we need to know exactly what the scope of the project is in order to inform the fiscal modeling. So we're working, we haven't stopped our work on the fiscal analysis. That's working in tandem with the developer's work and the community input on scoping the project. So that is being done, and that's why it hasn't been done yet, because those conversations are ongoing, but it is being done. There were some incorrect numbers that I heard in one of the public comments with respect to some of the financial numbers from the city's history, and I've spoken about these before, and I'd like to point them out again and try to correct the record on this, because these have been mentioned. I've heard them several times, and I've actually seen them in email, and so I do want to go ahead and try to correct the misstatements or the misconceptions that may be out there. So there was a statement that the city has $677 million in reserve cash. That is not correct. So as of September 30th, 2024, and I'm using that date because that's the date of the city's last audit, so that there's a very clear source of those numbers. The city had about $601.8 million, not in reserve cash, in cash. That $601.8 million was held in 22 different funds. Each different fund of the city is established for a different and unique and sometimes legally restrictive purpose. One of those funds is to provide clean drinking water, and that fund is funded with ratepayers. Same thing for city wastewater or stormwater utilities, where they're funded with ratepayers' money. That cash is then used to deliver those services. Some funds are established because we receive grants from the federal or state government, and there's legal restriction on how that money can be used in accordance with the terms and conditions of those grants. So we have 22 different funds, $601.8 million included in a total of all those funds. At that time, about $96.2 million of that was in the city's general fund. That is the city's general operating account, and we use that general fund, provides all of our kind of basic governmental services, including police, including fire, including libraries, beautification, those types of services. So that's about $96.2 million. That is also the fund where we maintain our emergency designation for hurricanes and natural disasters. And that's about $25 million, and then another reserve for fiscal emergencies, and that's another about $25 million. So just to give you some context for that $96 million. There was also a statement made that the city earns about $45.7 million in interest on that cash. That is true. In 2024, we earned $45.7 million in investment earnings. But again, that's across all 22 funds. And the interest earned on each fund's cash, that interest has to stay within those separate funds to be used for the same purpose that the underlying cash has to be used for. So if the city's general fund had $96 million in it, they only receive that portion of the interest earnings to go to the city's general fund. So of the $45.7 million, about $8.9 million of that $45.7 million, so $8.9 million was in the city's general fund. That interest earnings, we budget that on a regular basis. You see it in our budget documents. That's included in our balanced budget this year. So we account for that, we plan for that. It helps to keep our tax rates low because we use the interest earnings to offset increases in the millage rate or to facilitate decreases in our millage rate as it's been in the past several years. And finally, there's a comment that the city brings in over $500 million in annual revenue each year. That is not correct. In fiscal year 23-24, the city total revenue for the entire organization was about $456.5 million. That is for everything that the city does. So of that $456 million, about $183 million of that is for service-related fees. So that is your water bill, that is your sewer bill, that's your stormwater fee, that's the fee to get a building permit. Those fees are set specifically to recover the cost of providing those services. They're not to do anything else with. They're to provide those specific services. So that's $183 million of that $456 million. There's about $14.3 million in grants and contributions that are restricted for specific purposes. And that leaves about $259 million for the city to do everything else. That is to provide police services. It's to provide fire and emergency response services. It's to do our libraries, to do our grants, our beautifications, run our parks and recreations. It's all of those other quality of life and public safety elements that the city does. And again, that's about $259.2 million in general revenues. So I hope that that helps bring some clarification to the numbers that have been repeated a few different times.
Mr. Service, just on that, our expenses match up pretty closely with the general revenues. We normally run, sometimes we budget slightly below reserves, sometimes we have an addition to reserves. But last year, we were pretty much expenses equaled revenues, right?
That's correct. And this year, the budget is balanced, revenues equaling expenditures.
Very good. And as you said, you gave a date of September 30, 2024. It's not as if that cash is static there all throughout the year, just like when we have payday, our income increases, and when we pay our mortgage or our car or our bills, it decreases. That's just a moment in time, not a constant figure, right?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sohaney, any more on that?
I think we're good. Thanks, Jim.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. A few other points, and then I'll open it up for anyone else. I'm trying to get the questions we were asked. The One Boca mailer was sent out by One Boca. I see the representatives here because you can share concerns about how they communicate. We don't control how third parties communicate. Obviously, I've not been thrilled with all the communication that's come through the rumor mill too, and that's why we try to get out accurate information out there. Someone asked about Memorial Park. I think we ought to take that head on. We said this 2 meetings ago. Especially in light of what our proposed part, we can all talk, we haven't talked about it yet, but I said it was important that no matter what, what may have been envisioned in 1947 is not, we haven't had a sign there for decades. I think we ought to live up to that. And now if we're not even talking about any sort of commercial development other than perhaps, I guess, if we're not talking the type of commercial development we were, then I think we ought to, emphasize the importance of it. I think this is an opportunity for all of us, regardless of what happens, to adhere more to a vision that was never realized there. And we've had these conversations about more monuments, honoring veterans there, and honoring our fallen heroes, and I think we can do that. On trees, I want to clarify one other thing. So our city code provides usually that as a condition for issuing tree permits, relocation or replacement of trees may be required. whatever we do, whether it's at the police station site, at Sugar Sand, I'm happy right now to say that I think we ought to replace like-kind trees for like-kind trees. In fact, we just in the last year planted 8,000 trees at Rutherford Park alone. Early in our budget, we amended it to increase funds that we'd already increased for tree giveaways and as part of a shade tree program throughout our city. We take Tree City USA very seriously, and I don't see why, regardless of whatever might happen on the police station site, which is independent of this, that we can't replace trees elsewhere throughout the city. And that's typically what's done, and I'm comfortable saying that I think we ought to make that a policy goal right now. And council colleagues, I'll yield with that if anyone wants to talk about that.
We just, I
Please.
guess I'll opine, we just had a tree giveaway, not this weekend, but the weekend prior, and I reached out to Community Greening, and I wasn't able to attend, I was at a conference, and they said it was the most well-received lines, people wanting the tree service, so you're gonna see more and more in that, and I thought we approved additional 100,000 for more trees, and he's not here today, but Mr. Brown, that was one of his big efforts, and we've been, through sustainability manager, and so I agree. Anytime we have a tree, we try to keep it or have more of a canopy, and that's part of we included that in Ordinance 5581 that we discussed earlier today, to include that so that when you're walking or riding your bike or just taking a stroll, that there's canopy everywhere. So this thing that we're nefarious and that we're trying to do things that are gonna affect our community, this is our community too. We all live here and we've raised children here. And it is in our best interest to continue being, a city tree. And I think I want to correct that. We've been 45 years, not 44. Thank you.
Anyone else on trees? Mr. Thompson?
Yes, but only as it relates to the kind of the larger issue as it relates to relocating recreation. I feel like we had a discussion a few weeks ago at our last meeting, maybe it was the one before that, where I think I had asked the staff, and maybe it was you all, but we should just have the discussion now. Can we please all agree to put a pause on moving any recreation until the voters have had a chance to have a say on? The idea being that whether it's on the ordinance or on the charter amendment that they've proposed, or it's on the project itself, the Terra Frisbee redevelopment, there's going to be a vote at some point in March. I think it makes sense before we get too far down the road in moving anything or even doing the preliminary work towards moving anything that we pause it, see how things shake out with that vote, and then we can reassess. I think that's the responsible thing to do, and I would like to have consensus that that's what we will do going forward.
Mayor Singer?
Ms. Drucker?
We already did that. We agreed as a body a couple weeks ago. You were here. I mean, we all did. We agreed that we were going to put a hold on not only, but it was the tennis courts, it was Sugar Sand, the surveying, and there was a third, the Children's Museum. So yeah, we all agreed on that as a collective body to put that on hold. And also because we're making changes that are live changes with Terra Frisbee until they present the next set of input rounds. We're not going to know where everything's at, and we've been waiting. We've all been requesting a recreation master plan, and once we see that, then we can better assess, does the tennis have to be here and maybe over here as well? Does one court stay, not one court, a softball field here, one softball there? Because I think one of the things that I wanted to say real quick, Andy, if you let me do that, with recreation is we're also looking at how it impacts other people that are just not in the downtown. And I think that's why we've been asking for this recreation master plan, so that we can also make it available to other children and other kids that are playing, not only downtown, we also have another side of the town. So I think we've all agreed on that in prior meetings. You could correct me, but I stand that that's what we've agreed on.
Well, the reason I ask is because we had heard several comments from the residents who evidently hadn't, at least it hasn't been communicated to them that that's happening, and they're clearly concerned that something's going to be happening in the near term at Sugar Sand Park. So why don't we all just take the opportunity to inform our residents that nothing is going to happen as it relates to removing recreation or modifying it or moving it to Sugar Sand Park in particular until after the voters have had a chance to have their voice heard on this project. Can we all agree on that?
Well, I've heard two different things. So actually I wanted to ask Mr. Sohaney, because we are doing at least preliminary examination work. No trees have been cut down, but I know we're out there surveying things. Where are we with our survey, and what are our current plans now with respect to the Sugar Sand softball?
Yeah, Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to Chrissy, Deputy City Manager, and Zach.
Yeah, good afternoon. Zach Beer, Public Works and Engineering Director. So staff has continued with the preliminary assessment out of the site. So that's the basic survey activities and the environmental activities. As part of the interlocal agreement between the Beach and Park Districts and the City of Boca Raton, the city identified that it would be presenting a concept of the softball field complex to the Beach and Park District. Staff had intended to schedule that for late December of 2025 or early 2026 to present that concept to the Beach and Park District. So at this time, those activities have been progressing. Specific to Sugar Sand.
Surveying, limited
Please,
to surveying.
Mr. Wigger.
Oh, yeah, I heard that too.
So, this is a question?
So Mr. Beer, you were just talking, it's survey work to present a plan, no actual site work, correct?
That is correct. The current activities are environmental in nature and what's called a tree survey, where the city goes out and identifies all the existing tree activities that prepares the development process where we would submit to the city's building department for evaluation. So those are essentially pre-activities that will prepare a site plan and inform the concept.
And we don't have yet any scheduled plans for actual site work yet. Do we have an estimate of the time it would take?
No, after staff presents to the Beach and Park District, we'd be taking comments at that time, and then based on that feedback and the discussion with the board, that would provide us the understanding of how we would schedule to move the project forward.
Okay. Further questions, Mr. Beer?
May I?
Please.
Would it affect the city one bit if we were to pause the preliminary assessment work and pause the survey work in order to allow for this vote to take place first?
I think that there would be a change in the schedule of those activities, but that's a policy decision from perspective of going forward with the understanding of the agreement with Beach and Park District and presenting the concept to them.
It would be my suggestion that we do that we pause all of that and we adjust the schedule accordingly so that this vote can take place before we go down the road any further on moving any of this recreation, whether it's site plan work or preliminary work or survey work or whatever.
Yeah. I respectfully disagree. I think getting more facts only aids in a decision. And we had some misinformation just recently concerning Sugar Sand. I think it would help everyone if we can identify what trees, what area, all these other things. We're also partnering with our Beach and Park District friends, and that body too wants more information too. We have a preliminary agreement with them, but to say we were going to do nothing for 6 months just loses valuable time for understanding what a plan is. If ultimately we have a plan, at least we have more to decide. And independent of the downtown, we've had the softball community come up and say, we want more softball fields. We want parity with the boys who have baseball fields in a baseball complex. I think that can be considered independent of what we do downtown. But I think it makes sense to at least go forward, count the trees, investigate the wildlife, and get the preliminary work done. It doesn't impact anything. It's just a modest study to undertake more fact-finding, and more facts are better. Putting a stop in anything doesn't inform us. So for those reasons, I think we ought to not cancel that just preliminary work. Colleagues? Mr. Wigner?
Yeah, I'm a little confused. Yes, survey work is absolutely necessary to determine if it's a environmentally sensitive area. So absolutely we should go forward with surveying the area to determine what's there. One of the other public members who had experience, did her own personal surveys, which suggested that, some site work needs to happen there just for cleanup, just for maintenance. So actually surveying is exactly what you want to do. Delaying everything. I mean, again, the whole point is we're trying to determine if moving the softball fields in that location is moving them to a sensitive area. So surveying is the first step that should happen there. Delaying that would have to happen anyway. And as the mayor suggested, the softball community, in terms of softball equity for the girls, was something that they asked for as well. So independently, the decision, even if the project were not to move forward, independently, we would still be considering if the softball parity would go forward. And the first step in order to do that for softball parity would be a survey. So in either way, we have to do a survey first to determine if it's environmentally sensitive land. I think that's just kind of politics. Sorry.
So I'll address that because it was clearly intended to talk to me. We already know it's environmentally sensitive land.
That's not the protected land. That sector is not protected. It's on the.
If I could just maybe finish before I get
Mr.
interrupted,
Thompson,
I'd
go
appreciate
ahead.
it. Thank you. I find it. I love hearing about the softball community, and you all speaking. What you say is on behalf of the softball community. I am deeply embedded in the softball community. I have 2 daughters that play on 2 different teams at Memorial Park. I know very well what those parents need and want in terms of their facilities, and so I'm not going to be lectured at on what the softball community wants there. All I was asking for when we started this was a commitment by my colleagues that we wouldn't be moving recreation. We're taking preliminary steps, it sounds like, in order to get ready to potentially move recreation. I ask that we not do that. That's all I'm saying. If you want to keep moving forward on those preliminary steps, that's your call. Not my choice, not my preference. I think we could easily take a few months off, see how this thing shakes out, and then make a determination as to where, if anywhere, some of these facilities are going to be moved to. But right now, I don't believe we need to be doing that.
Ms. Necklace.
Thank you. I think we're taking preliminary steps on enhancing recreation. We've spoken about a recreation master plan. It was a year ago, last August, that we asked for a recreation master plan. We still don't have it. Mr. Sahaney, I emailed you last Wednesday asking you what information do we have, and I have the email right here that I sent you to ask for our needs assessment, what plans we have. You told me that there was a draft memo that's going to be going out. So I don't think that we should stop working on our recreation master plan, working on enhancing our recreation. Our population is growing. Our population has grown since we've put those fields there. We don't even know if those fields are going to be moving. Right now, the plan is to not put any private development on the west side of Second. So we don't even know if those fields are going to be moving. But I would be in favor of, looking at this land that, yes, of course, there's critters everywhere. My own lawn has raccoons and everything coming over the wall from Patch-Reef Park. But that area, and I have talked to the executive director, Brianne Harms, of the Greater Beach and Park District, that area was always supposed to be made into some kind of recreational facility. It is not the 47 acres that has been set aside that is actual preserve area in Sugar Sand, and that's according to Brianne Harms from the Greater Beach and Park District. So, and I know that there's been assessments there. I know that they've already done gopher tortoise assessments, the indigo snake assessments, the what plants are out there in greenery. They've done all those assessments. I don't think that we stop now. When we make a decision, we want to be fully informed on everything that we can do. You don't stop educating yourself. You don't stop educating the public and educating our staff to make a fully informed, eyes wide open decision. So I think that we keep doing the preliminary work that we do. We don't move ahead with any of the, building anything yet, but we do whatever preliminary work that we can do that's not invasive and get the information that we know, so when we do make a decision, we are fully informed. And that the public is fully informed, because they need that information to make decisions as well.
Ms. Drucker, any comments on trees?
So I think there's 2 parts. Mr. Thompson, I have to say, sometimes I sit up here and I'm disappointed by some of the things that you say and how you position the statements that you make to make this political. So I've asked for us not to do that, but you apparently disregard that for this body that works really hard to be transparent, and we're trying to work together. And it's okay, you guys can laugh at that. But we decided that we weren't going to build anything anywhere until we got these surveys and we did all of our due diligence, because we've had this recreation master plan that we've been waiting for. And you were in the meeting where the Softball Association came to this particular meeting, to our meeting. It's recorded, you guys could go look, and where they were asking for some parity in the fields. And while I do appreciate that your children use the fields, like all of our children have used fields in the city, because our children were raised and born, at least mine, here in Boca Raton. There was a lot of comments coming back from the softball community saying that they wanted more fields. And maybe there's gonna be a field in the downtown, and maybe there's gonna be another field in Sugar Sand. We don't know that, but we're not gonna know that until we look at the recreation master plan and how that affects not only our downtown resident and children, but also all of our children. Since, again, we're an entire community that we're trying to make assumptions for. So, again, we're not moving on building, we're not moving on moving anything to anywhere. We did agree about, I wanna say not last meeting, but the one prior, that we were gonna kind of survey the area, understand what's happening. Some of the members came today and say there's more stuff with the turtles, there's more things with the snakes. Well, send the people back out there. Let's see what they're seeing. Maybe there's pictures you guys can take and send them into the office. I'm not an environmental survey person, so I don't know what that looks like, but I'm sure that we can go back and reassess. And again, there was a lot of thought into Sugar Sand Park with the Greater Park and Beach District to make that more recreation friendly. And you have sat up here, Mr. Thompson, and talked about having more recreation in our city.
Right, I think we have consensus there. Mr. Thompson, any other question on that? I think she was responding to your question. All right, then let me go back to just a couple other concerns that came up from public requests, and we'll move on. One, I was asked about the Mayor's Ball. The Mayor's Ball is sponsored by the Rotary Club of Boca Raton. It is excuse me, sir. Yes, for an answer, I'm going to answer. It is held every year by the Rotary Club Boca Raton, or is it, excuse me, the Rotary Club Downtown Boca Raton. Thank you, we have many Rotaries. It's a fundraiser for local organizations. I have attended every year. I will attend this year, and like past years, I will be paying for my own ticket. The fact that Terra and Frisbee chose to sponsor an event that benefits Rotary Club is on them. Anyone is welcome to sponsor. Their funds go indirectly after the event expenses to benefit our nonprofits. And just a note, I mentioned this to the Rotary Club. They named it the Mayor's Ball. It's Mayor's plural, not Mayor apostrophe S. I have nothing to do with the organization of it. I have nothing to do with the how they allocate funds. It was named Mayor's Ball in 2015. I was only a councilman then, and I suggested take out the apostrophe because you want to have council members come, and in the future you may have a council member who may not like that mayor. Hopefully not me. I wasn't planning on being mayor then. So it is to honor the history of the city, and they chose the mayors to do it. I will be going as a ticket purchaser, and I will be going on that purpose only. And then finally, Ms. Tucker, thank you. I'm glad to hear in particular that you don't have anger and you don't have fear. I know other people do. I appreciate your concerns. I would like to continue to work with them. Maybe perhaps increased dialogue would do it. I will admit, what took me by surprise was people who had never contacted me before, even raising a concern, forming a petitioners committee, and then going to gather signatures on a different issue. You and I have never had that conversation, and perhaps we can. Now we're through the looking glass, but I'm always happy to talk. And as I said to someone else before, for the veteran who could not attend, you're free to email or reach out. I've got a lot of communications from people expressing anger and bewilderment who never reached out to ask a question, so it does make it harder. So I invite anyone, if you have questions, if you have concerns, please reach out. I will do my best to respond. I got dozens of emails over the weekend. I think a number of us did, and I'll do my best to respond. Couldn't do it in time of Tuesday because it came in Sunday afternoon, and yesterday was a staff holiday, and I was doing other things too. But I will get to them. And we appreciate your being here, whether you're in person today, whether you're at home, whether you don't know information yet. We try to make that accessible. In terms of transparency, we continue to strive. I've said it before, I said it earlier today, I'll say it again. We can't over-communicate. As many times as we've had public meetings and sent newsletters and had emails and had public meetings and had our Terra Frisbee offer outreach, we'll still have to get more out there. We'll endeavor to do our best. I want people to make informed decisions. I want people to have accurate facts. That's why I think even something as simple as a survey should not be contestable. It should be something that we should all welcome to get more facts as we move forward. And as the financials changed, and they have changed, we'll endeavor to get those out too. We're continuing to work, and I did appreciate the comment that just stopping does no good. You have to continue to work as we try to govern for the best goals for everyone. There are uncertainties, there are doubts. We will try to get as many things clarified as possible, but that's why I think it's important that we still have the conversation, and I've been pleased with the progress of the conversation, at least the last few weeks, and hope it can continue. And I invite anyone to continue in that spirit of partnership. So if no one else has further comments on, oh, please, Mr. Wigder.
There was a comment regarding appraisal, and I know internally we've had some conversations, and I've had some conversations with some of the staff about kind of analyzing what property is to be appraised, but it is something where certainly I suggest that we get a commercial market value appraisal of the land, and then the proposal of Terra Frisbee, or the re-proposal, if development is going to only occur on the east side, or at least the proposal to go forward only on the east side, that there be an appraisal, on a parcel-based, basis, or on the east side for an appraisal of that. I'm just hopeful that staff is moving forward. Mr. Lukasik and I have had a conversation about that. If you can comment on that.
Yeah, we are moving forward in that fashion. So we'll look at it in two different ways. One, we'll look at it holistically, so the entire 31 acres. And then as we narrow down what the development footprint will look like, we'll look at those particular properties, know what the lease definition is, and we'll evaluate it based upon what those properties are.
If I may, just at the last meeting, we talked about this too. It shouldn't take very long to get an appraisal, a matter of weeks. And I think we'll know more once we identify. Now, we just heard today that we're talking in different parcels here. So I think we'll know more and be able to get that done in timely fashion. Can you confirm that?
I can confirm that. We don't need to issue an RFP or anything of that nature. It's a matter of getting a couple quotes.
Great. Mr. Saini, any other facts on this before we move on to the next report item, which is your report?
Nothing.
All right, thank you. Then we'll turn to your report. City manager reports?
There's no report.
Thank you. City attorney reports?
I have no report. Thank you, Mayor.
Council member reports. I'll start on my left with Mr. Thompson.
No report.
Thank you. Ms. Naklis?
No report, thank you.
Ms. Drucker?
No report.
Thank you. Mr. Wigder?
Yes, I had a couple things. Mary, if you could pull up but I lost my clicker, and just some pictures. I don't know if you have those for me. Yeah. There's two different things. I don't know what you have. Oh, got it. Good. Thank you. Yeah, I spent some time driving around this weekend just surveying, my own personal surveying of the area. This is Wildflower Park. You'll notice here that the king tide, I went there specifically at high tide, king tide, and just we don't want Mr. Sohaney to, be too far away from the ship. But so yeah, the water level got very high. Wildflower is a newer park, so the seawall was built according to the new FEMA standards, significantly higher. This is at the boat ramp here. You can see that the boat ramp that the king tide breached the underneath of the dock. It's made to do so. It's pervious, but it went far up into the land. And basically, what happened here at the king tide, this guy almost lost his car, is that when the king tide goes up all the way at high tide, the cars that have low clearance cannot reverse, far enough into the ramp so that the boat has clearance for its draft. So so they're like, fighting to push the boats off of the trailer, which could be very, very dangerous. The reason why, I'm bringing this up is, the larger issues. We talk about the city's budgets, we talk about the infrastructure projects, we talk about, the long-term viability of the cities. And one of the main things that we're going to have to consider is our kind of seaward, infrastructure and our seawalls. You could see here the older properties. The condominium on the east side of the bridge is older, right? It's probably from the 1960s when FEMA's maps, right, if there were even FEMA maps at the time, where there was no requirement for how high the seawall was supposed to be, and you could see that it's almost breached. I had some other pictures, but it didn't they didn't come up. So the seawalls vary in height over there, and eventually, Mr. Sohaney, we may need a seawall. I don't know, Zach, if this is something that we're looking at. There was a seawall breach in Port Lamar a couple weeks ago because also the king tides that raised some concerns. So it is something that I'd like the city manager to look into in terms of just doing a seawall survey, or at least a discussion of how we're doing, because again, as each person who owns their own house on the canal, they're responsible for their own seawalls, and I've seen some breach. But the city's responsible for all of our seawalls, and to replace those seawalls will be a significant infrastructure, project that we're going to have to very carefully plan over many, many years, if not decades. So this is something that certainly raised my concerns just when I saw the water, the waves going over there. I had one more set of pictures, Mary, on some of the site analysis. I don't know if you could load those up. Do you guys have that? The other pictures, do they have that? Yeah. So again, I went over to the proposed police station site because it's adjacent to the library, and I was going to the library just to go see there. And this is what's there now. It is a staging area. I think Mr. Sohaney mentioned it. It's a staging area for the Hornley Park across the street. You can see soccer goals and things like that over there. The road is already there from, I guess, what Mr. Sohaney said in terms of IBM. The parking lot's already there. The roads are already there. There's not significant brush here or anything over here. I did see a lot of raccoons, though, a tremendous amount of raccoons, and unfortunately, I saw people of the public feeding the raccoons, which I would say, please stop. It was not what to do there. But again, this is already predominantly vacant, cleared brushland, I guess, that was used for IBM. So I didn't, I didn't see it. It definitely sounded like a little mischaracterization there that we're clearing urban forest here when this is what's there. And like I said, we're surveying all this land. We're doing these things. We're trying to plan responsibly. You have to get the information first out there, and all of these things. It will take time. However much time it takes, that's what it's going to take. Once we have the information, just as I would with any lawyer, just as I would with any clients, I want my clients to have the most informed decision possible, not to just throw it in the garbage, because the process hasn't played out as they like. But certainly, let's get all the information out there before we make significant decisions and do our investigations. So I'm prepared to do that, and that's what I try to do in all the projects. I hope you can appreciate that. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have no report for now. We will adjourn this meeting and we'll resume momentarily for our regularly scheduled council meeting that will take place in a few minutes after a recess. So with that, we are adjourned at 3:59. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to a regular meeting of the Boca Raton City Council. It is Tuesday, October 14th, 2025. The time is 4:04. Our first item of business is the invocation, and I'll ask Council Member Wigder to deliver it, please.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining us as we conduct the important business of our beautiful city. As in any city, there is much business to do in many areas. Though we can all appreciate that we cannot always agree on all matters, we strive each day to seek a more perfect union and city with shared principles, goodness, care, fairness, justice, and efficiency, the results of which are evident through our work and the dedicated people who do amazing work for the city every day. We're also thankful for the many businesses and people who call Boca Raton their home and continue to make our city the greatest place to live, work, play, learn, and give. Lastly, a miraculous event has occurred across the world with the release of remaining Israeli hostages and a ceasefire of this 2-year war. We hope and pray that this can begin a period of healing and peace in that region and spread across the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Will everyone now please rise and join in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Siddons, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Singer.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Naklis.
Here.
Councilmember Drucker.
Here.
Councilmember Thompson.
Thankfully, he's still here.
Councilmember Wigder.
Still here.
All present.
Thank you. As for amendments to the agenda, I believe we have the removal of item 9G from the consent agenda at the request of our potential economic development grantee. Is that correct, Mr. Sohani?
Yeah, that's correct. Item number 9G, that's resolution number 156-2025. The applicant wants to further review the resolution at a later date.
Very well. Are there any other amendments to the agenda?
No other amendments.
Council members, nothing? All right, then we'll just take off item 9G when we consider the consent agenda. Moving on with our agenda, we'll now turn to the minutes. We've got the review of the minutes of the workshop meeting of September 22nd, the regular meeting of that date, and the final budget hearing of September 25th, 2025. Are there any corrections or changes? Seeing none, we'll entertain a motion to adopt all 3 sets of minutes. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The minutes are approved. We have no proclamations nor presentations. We have no board appointments, and I don't believe we had any workshop information requests, so we have no responses. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. We'll now turn to the consent agenda. We've already said that item 9G, as in golf, will not be considered. That's being removed and will be taken up at a future time. Would any other member of the city council wish to remove a consent agenda item? Would any member of the public wish to comment on the consent agenda only? Seeing no one come forward, we'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda without item 9G, as in golf. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second? I'll second. That's fine. Any further discussion? Then Ms. Siddons, please.
Naklis.
Yes.
Drucker.
Yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
Wigder.
Yes.
Singer.
Yes.
Motion passes 5 votes to 0.
Thank you. We'll now turn to resolutions and other business, and the first item is our partnership opportunity. We had considerable discussion at our workshop meeting just shortly ago. So I'll first turn to Mr. Sohani, who I believe will introduce Mr. Lukasik, who could just confirm what we just talked about, and also then I'll ask Ms. Siddons to read the title of the resolution so Mr. Lukasik can then talk about that, or you can talk about that.
No, we can do that, Mayor.
All right, so.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'll go ahead and just talk about the resolution, Mayor, if that's okay.
Yes, could we have Ms., why don't we have Ms. Siddons read the title of the resolution, then you can talk about it. We'll open up the public hearing on that, have you speak first, then we'll take public comment on the resolution and the overall downtown campus together. Very good.
Resolution 155, 2025, a resolution of the City of Boca Raton authorizing the city manager to execute the First Amendment to the interim agreement with Boca Raton City Center, LLC, Tara Frisbee, for the downtown campus project, extending the agreement term from October 31st, 2025 to May 1st, 2026, to allow for a referendum on the project at the March 10th, 2026 election, providing for severability, providing for appealer, providing an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Lukasik.
Thank you, Mayor. So the resolution you're considering this evening is to, pardon me, approve the First Amendment to the downtown campus interim agreement. As you'll recall, back in March, following the selection of Tara Frisbee as the preferred partner in the downtown campus redevelopment project. We entered into an interim agreement with Terra and Frisbee. That agreement was essentially the framework that we assembled to dictate how we were going to work together as partners. So, it established certain timelines, it established certain expectations in terms of what Terra Frisbee was going to deliver to the city. It just essentially established our relationship. It set a final date for termination of the agreement at October 31st, 2025. That date's obviously rapidly approaching. That was in anticipation of us being able to take action on a master partnership agreement before that date. We are not there. As you heard from Mr. Frisbee earlier today, the Terra Frisbee team has been out listening to the public, gathering information, trying to make adjustments to their plan. And as Mr. Zervis talked about earlier, some of our financial projections aren't solid yet because the sands have shifted a little bit in terms of what the development project is going to be. But as they're starting to finalize what we're going to be looking at going forward, we wanted to make sure that we were able to continue the dialogue, continue to have our relationship formalized with an extension of the dates in the interim agreement with Terra Frisbee. So not only because they being Terra Frisbee is going out and they're continuing to solicit feedback from the public, they're continuing to adjust their plan, but also the mere fact that council has directed that ballot language be put together for a referendum. So the public, should council approve an MPA and approve a master plan before March, the public will have the opportunity to ratify any approvals that the council gives related to the project. So this is merely an extension of the agreement. It extends it to a point in time where we either approve the MPA or May 1st, whichever comes earlier. So with that, I recommend approval of the resolution.
Thank you. Council members, any questions? Mr. Lukasik, can you just confirm it does nothing other than extend the possible date for the interim agreement and negotiation framework to May 1, 2026?
That's correct, Mayor.
Right, and it doesn't change in any way the other terms?
It does not.
It doesn't create any additional obligation on the city's part or any financial obligation on our part?
It creates no other obligations for either party.
Thank you. All right. With that, we'll open up.
Mayor, may I ask a quick couple questions? One, thank you, Mr. Lukasik, as reflected in the title of the resolution, the point of the resolution is to provide some time to allow for a referendum on the project at the March 2026 election. Is that right?
That's correct. That's one of the reasons.
Do we have any, maybe this is a question for Mr. Kaler, do we have any timing on what the ballot language would look like? Or could you give us an estimate on when you will have the ballot language ready for the referendum that's contemplated here?
Sure, thank you. The ballot language to be presented to the voters has to be submitted to the Supervisor of Elections by December 5th. It is 75 words. Those 75 words should fairly inform the voter what they are approving. Because the plan is evolving as stated today, that language has some missing pieces as to what the final plan would be if the council is going to approve it. My goal is to present that to this body sufficient time to meet the December 5th cutoff so that it would be on the March election. But the words are limited to 75 words, but they really depend on what the final plan is. And so if it's an east-west plan only, a preservation of Memorial Park, that would have different terms in the ballot question.
Further questions? All right, we'll open up the public hearing and public comment on this item. I did get a call. I think she stepped out, Lisa Mulhall, but then Buffy Tucker, second card, and then Brianna Hagquist.
That's okay. I spoke in the workshop.
All right, thank you. Mr. Perlman, go ahead then.
John Perlman, 498 Northeast 8th Street. The way this agreement is written, and I'm going to read from it, this amendment to the agreement, it says, This will be voted upon at the March 10th, 2026 uniform municipal election, such that if the council ultimately approves the project. And it was mentioned in the letter from the city manager that this council is going to proceed to take a vote on this project amongst themselves. It was agreed by the council and the mayor that this is going to go to a vote, a public vote. It will be decided by the voters. So, Mr. Kaler, I'm going to ask you, and then I'm going to make some other comments. Were you involved in the drafting of this First Amendment to the interim agreement? And why is this decision going to the council for any say whatsoever, for any type of vote, given that the project is going directly to the voters? Why is there language here in which the council is going to proceed to take a vote on this matter when everybody agreed that this is not going to be voted on by the council? It's going to be voted on at a referendum election. I'd like you to please elaborate on that. Secondly, and thirdly, and some other points, it was brought up, the agreement should be modified. As you well know, based on many emails that were sent and many public comments, people are skeptical of what your motivations are, why you keep pressing this on the people of Boca when it's clear everybody, 99% of people coming, speaking, 7,700 people signed the petition. People want to know, they're skeptical. They think you might be getting something on the back door, some type of under-the-table money or campaign contribution. I think that you should take a measure with this new, because you are modifying and extending this interim agreement. I think you should add the standard language that accompanies often these agreements that says that the developer shall not give any campaign contributions within 3 years of this agreement. And I think that would put to rest a lot of doubts from the public out there. Like, let's just add it in because you're amending it anyway. Let's add that in to this interim agreement. Also, I think there needs to be an addition in here that requires Terra to disclose their litigation history and what they paid out, all of the information to the city about their lawsuit pertaining to Surfside, which they failed to do. And we know that. And this is a great opportunity for them to rectify that problem. Let's put a clause in here, Mr. Kaler, that says, conditional upon extending this interim agreement, Terra needs to submit the materials and the disclosure pertaining to the Terra lawsuit. Also, there needs to be a time window for the public to review all the studies. You were going to throw it on everybody within a few weeks of approving this plan on October 28th. The public needs to have at least, I would say, a several-month window to review the appraisal, the cost-effectiveness analysis, and all of the financial and independent financial analysis that's coming forward. At least a few months, and that should be stated how a certain amount of time that the public can review those materials prior to the vote. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Mr. Magis.
Joe Magis, 254 Northeast 5th Street. I'd like to second pretty much everything of what John just said. And I want to go back to kind of where this all started. And quite frankly, it started, Mr. Mayor, when you knocked on my door 12 years ago and you wanted to speak to people. You were door knocking. And it was commendable, and I think you got into public service for noble purposes. And I'm not implying that you've swayed from that in any way. I think the point of contention here for everyone, and the residents have made their voices clear, but I think the point of contention is ultimately this is a square peg in a round hole. Yes, it's public land. Yes, it should be voted on by the public, but for a city council, and no offense, that exclusively lives west of I-95, it's really hard for us to buy into this vision of, one Boca and this and that, when you guys don't frequent where we live and where we operate on a daily basis. And, it's 31 acres, now it's 7. The point is, a private developer has no place on those parcels. We can do it ourselves. You've said it yourself. The majority of the residents would like something that is commensurate to the needs of the general public, and putting apartments, putting condos, putting a hotel, putting retail, putting residential, those are not the needs of the general public. And I would invite you downtown. I don't know how often you're at City Hall, but please come downtown and spend 5 days there and drive in and out on a daily basis and spend 8 hours a day there. Every time a Brightline train goes through, the traffic is out of control. Every time anything happens, if the bridge goes up, if it's 4 o'clock and St. Paul's getting out of school, there's out of control traffic. And you have 12 new buildings going up that these traffic studies and all these impact studies and everything you guys have done are not accounting for. And, you know, Ms. Zacharias was here earlier pitching this phase 2 project that, as we all saw, it totally changed from the first time she was here. And in 2019, it's like, let's just chill out. Let's chill out. You don't need to do this right now. We have the money. If you guys need to issue a bond to go do this yourselves, do it. When Leaf was city manager, the city was in the black for 30 years. I'm not implying Mr. Sohani can't do the same thing. I think he can. But the footprint is there. Boca has the money. My family's been involved in this city for a very long time. I know it very well. And the argument that we just can't simply sit down and have an open, honest discussion about public land, I don't buy it. Thank you.
Ms. Paschke.
Oh, no. Pam Paschke, 341 Southwest 2nd Street, here in Boca. So one thing I forgot to say when I spoke earlier, and I wanted to make sure that I brought this up, that I hope you guys are all aware of the problem that Miami-Dade is going through right now with public anger over the fact that they gifted to the state a large parcel of very expensive land downtown, and the state then gave it to the Trump Library. And none of this got voted on by the citizens of the county. So I guess what I'm saying is I want you guys to realize how much the citizens care about what happens to their public land, as you guys are all citizens, and that if things do go awry, we want to know before rather than after, like with what Miami-Dade is dealing with right now. So that's why this is all important, that we get a say every time that a significant portion of public land is going to be repurposed, leased out, or sold. Thank you.
Ms. Aquist.
Hi again, Brianna Hagquist, 5710A Coach House Circle. I'd like to start out with this pretty flyer we got. It doesn't show the destruction of any of the urban forest that is now Sugar Sand Park and would be ball fields. Why is the survey going ahead for this proposed destruction when there are already cleared areas of North Park instead of giving it to P3s? Let's keep the land for ourselves, and we don't need the P3s now. Continuing on with the tortoises, just to finish up on them, their main threat is the loss of their habitat. In this case, the city and the beach and parks districts are the ones that are causing this. The Sugar Sand Park project is literally plowing ahead with the destruction of our urban forest and wildlife inhabitants, although these projects are supposed to be on hold pending the vote in March. Every time I go there, there's more drive-down trails open, paint sprayed on trees, more and more ribbons tied around trees. It doesn't look like it's on hold at all. If the vote fails, we'll have ball fields remaining in Memorial Park and an urban forest and its wildlife destroyed in Sugar Sand. There is no need to plant anything until after the vote. Please stop the destruction of Sugar Sand Park. This is a park, not a sports complex. Keep our park the way it is. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak?
Jonathan Ungian, 6501 Congress Avenue. So I think it's important, like I continue to say, from before Save Boca was in existence, that the community needs input in this project, that it should be going to a vote, which it is. That's what I stood on. And I think it's important now that the best plan possible is put forward. I understand where the city's going. I understand the language of it, that something that's going to go onto the ballot needs to have been approved by the people, by the council. So that makes sense to me, that council approves something that then the people say yes or no. And that's where I think that now this city needs to come together, the one Boca. I've been accused of the same thing that I just heard council being accused of, that I'm being paid by Rob Frisbee. I've talked to the guy twice in my life. I will stand on what's right. I will say what I believe. I think you all know that, hearing me for years. I heard Ms. Drucker go at Mr. Thompson. I gotta clear the air a little bit too. I've known Mr. Thompson for a long time. I know what you've supported, and it's always been development. I'm just curious that if what was discussed today, that the park's going to stay a park, that they're going to only build on the east side, would that be something that you could consider supporting? Because if that wouldn't be, and you've talked about ulterior plans and other developers that did have much more dense, much more development, I'm a believer in office. If office hurts traffic further, it's all at PM peak where you see this traffic that's discussed. I go to Meisner Park twice, 3 times a week. I live 5 minutes away from there. Not a Boca resident, as you all know, but I'm frequent the downtown. Traffic is bad at 5:30, which is when office lets out. I get it and I understand it if that's not what's best for the area, but the reality of the alternative plan incorporated a hell of a lot more office. So I just think it's important that we're not just placating for a vote or making it political, because I have been here and witnessed for years trying to advocate for what's right that fell on deaf ears for far too long. So, like I said, it's important to hear this community. I wish this community would work with this developer to get things into the plan that maybe they would like and support. You're not going to win over everybody. People have their feelings on public lands, whatever. But here we are, and let's make the best of it, I truly believe, because otherwise there may be a vote of the city that you get left behind, hypothetically. So I'd hate to see that. I always try and stand on what's right, and I hope that we all can do that. Thank you.
Mr. Warner.
One more time. Richard Warner, 1322 Southwest 9th Terrace. I worry, and it exhibits a lack of trust, that the wording of these things on the ballot will be confusing. I've said that before. I'd hate to see that. I'd hate to see other questions put on the ballot that confuse the electorate. I hate that the bond issue is going to be there, that there's going to be other questions. Is there going to be a question on the ballot saying, do you support this project? I've heard there is. I think that would be pretty terrible in terms of confusion. There's so much lack of trust and lack of understanding. You guys live, when I first came to Boca, your houses were bean fields. So the people that are talking about Boca are thinking about a city that we grew up with, so to speak. And that's part of the gulf between us, I think. You guys don't really have the feeling, the emotional attachment to that area around City Hall that these people do. And the bottom line is, City Hall should not be out in the boondocks, almost out of the city. The police station should not be somewhere far away. They're where they should be. They need to be fixed. They need to be made better. I would just implore you, think about this differently. Do what is really needed in the way it's really needed. We can do this all right if you guys are sincere. You know, I hear oxymorons like pocket park. That's not a pocket park. It's a joke. It's a little postage stamp of grass. Parks are like sugar sand, and they should stay parks. I played softball here for 25 years. The best facility is Patch Reef. All you need to do is expand it a little bit. Anyway, I've said a lot over the course of the day. I'm getting hoarse. Thank you for listening.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Last call, Ms. Otto.
So I want to, do I need Shannon Otto, 233 Northeast 31st Street, Boca Raton, Florida. So I want to encourage y'all over and over and over again how you spend our money. And just, it's always easy to spend other people's money. My concern is, and obviously you can help me with these stats, that the police station, there might be like $190 million spent for it. Now, I understand you might correct that number, but it's a lot of money. And I'm just thinking, there are 3 locations so far that I can think of. An annex downtown that really does need, there needs to be a presence downtown off of 2nd, the location off of Spanish River, and then here. I'm thinking this is 3 locations. I don't know, how long you're going to use all of them, or is anything going to get sold or anything like that. I don't know. But I'm just thinking it's a lot of money, and I'm just wondering about that. The other idea is, and you referred earlier, sir, about people who've lived here a very long time, and they really are challenged by seeing Boca change so much. And I was speaking to a younger man earlier, he's in his 30s, actually he's 29, about to be 30, and he was talking about that he travels to North Florida just to feel like it has some natural wild habitat. And I was thinking about our parks, that is a place where we do feel like we're in the open, and we want to retain that. Gumbo Limbo, I'm not happy about some of what's happened at Gumbo Limbo. I just think that preserving Boca is so important. We don't want to be like New York. I don't know why, Mr. Singer, you spent so much money, $70,000, to put some kind of signage up there in New York to encourage people to come down here. I'm not quite sure why you did that or felt the need to, but for all the talk of, oh, well, so many people are coming here, I find what I'm watching many cities do is they start to build even before, and then they are like encouraging people to come to their city. And it's kind of an interesting dynamic. We don't have some big rush here. And in fact, people that do come here, they want to come here because it is different than New York. It is different than Miami. It is different than Fort Lauderdale and even Delray. We don't want Palmetto to be like the Avenue in Delray. We don't. And we have lots of places here where you can purchase items, retail. We don't need more of that.
Anyone else wishing to speak?
I just want to see if I can, Buffy Tucker, 431 Northeast 10th Terrace. I want to see if I can sort of bring us together about the idea about Sugar Sand Park for a second. So our concern is that when we go out there and we see ribbons tied to trees and numbers put on trees, and we see more ATV tracks and all of that, on the trails, we're clear that people are there for a reason, right? So they're there because development is going to happen. It's imminent. What you're kind of not understanding from us is that we're saying we'd like for everything to just take a little bit of a pause for a second. I understand what you're saying about, well, we need all the information, we need the surveys, but you need that because you're moving forward. Please, just 1 second. Because again, I feel really like we haven't been heard and we continue to not be heard. And at this meeting, again, we've been pushed back on and not heard. I know we need growth. I know our population is growing. We're all aware of that. I'm happy that my daughters are here in this community, and I hope they stay here. They decided to go to FAU. I'm excited. They're staying in town. But I guess what we're asking everyone is just take a second. When we go to Sugar Sand and we see that, it sends a little bit of a message to us that no matter what's happening, it is going to be built. It's just a matter of when. And we're asking, just please take a beat. Let's just stop for a second and all communicate and all figure this out together. But when you're saying we're going to go forward with all these surveys and we're going to do all this, that's what upsets us. That's what upsets us. We're asking, please, just take a minute. There's a lot going on. Let's all take it all in. That's all we're asking.
Anyone else wishing to speak? All right, we'll close the public hearing. We have a vote on Resolution 155, 2025. Let's get that out of the way, and now I can ask Mr. Kaler. I think there was a question up your alley. Do I hear a motion to adopt Resolution 155, 2025?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Very good. Any discussion? Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Mayor. Going back months, I think I just take a moment to reiterate, I've been clear that I do not support this plan. I do not support any plan, for what it's worth. I voted against the interim agreement. I voted against the interim plan. I still believe that we shouldn't be moving forward with this plan at all. I asked months ago, I asked again more recently, and I'll say it again, that we should be terminating this plan. We should be terminating this project. I had also said, going back months, that the original deadline, remember the D-Day that has been mentioned before for the final approval of this, was supposed to be in 2 weeks. Going back months, I was saying that was extremely rushed and unrealistic. That was one of the reasons why I didn't support the interim agreement. And for months, I've been saying we should be pausing any movement on recreation, including any now, just to be clear, including any preliminary work going in that direction. However, over my objection, the council has insisted on moving forward with this plan, with this project. It was my request on the September 9th meeting, because we were talking about, at that point, the deadline for final approval was still October 28th. And I said that was unrealistic. That has to be delayed. A lot of the folks who were speaking about the project at the time agreed with that. And it was also my suggestion that at that meeting on September 9th, that we make contingent any approval by this council of this project, meaning any time the council were to vote for it, it would have to go to the voters. And it was, I asked the developer first, and then I asked my council colleagues that should this plan be voted upon and passed by the council, it would therefore have to go to the voters for any ultimate approval. And the decision was made collectively that that would be the case. So I still oppose the plan. I still oppose the partnership. I do think that terminating this now would be taking a step towards rebuilding the trust that we've been hearing a lot about recently. I've floated now several times the concept of terminating this plan and this agreement. I haven't gotten any support for that up until now. I'll try one more time. If there's any support for terminating now, please let me know. I didn't think so. If we're not going to terminate it now, I do think that it makes sense that on insisting that any approval by the council of this plan at any point in the future be ratified subsequently or not by the voters. And that was the intention when we brought this up at that last meeting or whenever it was in September. The community does deserve transparency on this. The community does deserve a voice on this. If we're not going to be terminating, I think it is the right thing to do to give people that voice on this project. And if we must move forward, I think that it makes sense to lock in the requirement that there be a public approval of this project itself, of this plan itself. If it were to ever be approved by the city council, it would now, because of this amendment, it would then go to the voters for approval. And I think that's the right choice, because this plan, this project deserves to get a vote of the people, one way or the other, up or down, in our March election. So I think that is why this is on our agenda tonight and why it makes sense.
Further comments? I'll just say, yes, I believe it's important. We've already clarified and stated repeatedly that the residents will vote on any potential plan we agree to. We haven't agreed to one. We're obviously still working it out, and we heard that there are changes coming. We will work to do this. Residents will vote on that. So that's not in question here. I think stopping and doing nothing, as is suggested today, terminating the agreement, terminating even something as small as doing an environmental survey to get better information, just does not chart a path toward leadership. It charts a path toward stagnation. We've had a goal that all of us did agree was a top priority. All of us chose to embark on this project. And if we don't do anything today and just terminate it, what next? I've not heard any answers to that. I think it's important we have this dialogue, and that's why I'll be supporting the extension, which is just to extend the time to have the discussion, have more public input, and ultimately public weigh-in, and if we agree to a deal, ratification. And Ms. Tucker, I thank you for your comments. I wanted to suggest this. I don't like misinformation out there, and it bothers me that you perceive the modest effort to get an environmental survey as a definitive word that we're moving forward. We all heard people here today ask questions. Well, where are the financials? Where is this traffic study? Where's this report? Where's that report? I think it's incumbent upon all of us to get that report. So I'll ask anyone, if you hear anyone or if you go to the park and see, if people see ribbons tied for surveying purposes, please know that we are just getting information, and we will have ultimate determination on what happens. That's not today. But we take surveys throughout the city all the time. I see surveyors out all the time. It doesn't mean something's coming. They have to update surveys from time to time. And this, I think, is just a useful exercise, at least with the ribbons there, to get better understanding about the environmental lands. But that's not really related to the extension, but I was talking about it, so I'll just conclude there. Any further comments on the extension?
Sure.
Please.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I think we're moving in a direction that is towards public input and towards public participation, and the developer is participating in those things in a meaningful way. Now they're having open sessions, open input sessions. It's something that many of us asked for a significant period of time, and it should have happened earlier. And I'm pleased that it is, and I am pleased that the developer is working with the public, and it seems that a lot of people, including a lot of Safe Boca people, are working with the developer, at least what I've heard, because they do want something meaningful to occur there, and it is important to our tax base. You have to keep redeveloping some things. So I think I'm pleased that this is going in front of the voters on March 10th, or that it will extend to that time. And we're going to do the information that we need to do, the due diligence, in order to put that question before, which requires to ask those, to do those reports. And as you heard today and throughout the whole day, that there's a lot of those kind of investigations that has to happen, even if the project is reduced in size to 7 acres, which is quote less than the project that was on the CRA earlier today. Right, so that's kind of what we're talking about. Potentially a project that will be smaller than the project as phase 1 and phase 2 that was in front of the CRA today. So I'm pleased that that's going for a vote. I'm pleased that's going for a vote of all the people, not just 5 people, not just 75 people, but 100,000 people. And I think that's the right thing to do, and that's what we agreed to do. And frankly, that's what was asked of us. and that's what we're doing. So yeah, absolutely, the right thing to do is to have the public vote on it when it's ready.
Further comments on the resolution? Seeing none, Ms. Siddons, please.
Wigter,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Singer,
Yes.
Drucker,
Yes.
Naklis.
Yes.
Motion passes 5 votes to 0.
All right, we will now move on our agenda. We have no quasi-judicial or related public hearings. We have no regular public hearings. We have no regular public hearings for settlements, so I'll open the floor to public requests. Anyone else with any additional public requests? Now would be the time. Mr. Angian.
Jonathan Ungian, 6501 Congress Avenue. So, first off, I think it's important that the Save Boca movement is acknowledged, and what they got done gets done as fast as possible, if possible. Whatever pressure this city can do and put on the county, we're a big municipality in this county that gives a lot of taxpayer money to get the resolution on a ballot as quickly as possible, that the voice of the people can be heard, I think is critically important. You know, maybe we can do a Squid Games style vote in here that people can walk up and, you know, we can invite the whole city or something. Like, this needs to be done as fast as possible. And the reality of the county saying that we can't do it is a little bit upsetting as how much money this county gets from the people in this city, both the business community, the residents, everything else. So I think it's the best thing to do to gain the trust of the people in this city is to support what they stand for and to get this thing to a vote as quickly as possible. Whatever the ramifications are, if 0.5 acres is too small, things can be amended in the future. It can be learning lessons. It can be, but the mythical example out there shouldn't be the example necessarily. And sometimes you have to feel the pain if something is too far reaching. But the reality is this should be, in accordance with the city's charter, this thing should be up for a vote of the people, that there is no thought in the back of their mind that something deceptive is happening. And the reality is, like I said, I think that it's something that this council should support. The people's lands are important, whether, again, like I said, the 0.5 acres. The first discussion I ever had with John, I said 0.5 just seems a little low. Like I said, get done what needs to get done, what's in this referendum, and things can change in the future if there's ramifications that are then felt. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
John Perlman, 498 Northeast 8th Street. Several meetings ago, recently in September, the council agreed that this was going to a vote. There's laws, state laws, and Mr. Kohler, we're actively looking into this, and I think your office should as well. Once something is agreed that it's going to be on the ballot, the city cannot be advertising and advocating one way on the issue or the other. Therefore, since the time when this was voted on verbally by the council that this would be on the vote, and they directed you to prepare the referendum question, we saw and have evidence and recorded it and stored it with Facebook advertisements paid for by the city of Boca Raton, advertising the One Boca project, paid by taxpayer money, with the One Boca logo. You currently also, as one of the commenters mentioned earlier, you have the One Boca website on the City of Boca Raton website currently, which is a sitting advertisement in place, directing them to all of the advertising slogans and other propaganda and advertisement wording that is present on their site. This is currently a violation of of laws, state laws, and it could be federal laws. In addition, this was sent out, and the mayor stated that he doesn't have any association with the misleading mailers that were sent out. This misleading mailer is sending people on the link at the corner to oneboca.com, which is the same website that you currently have up on the City of Boca's website. Therefore, despite the fact that this was verbally acknowledged to be on the upcoming ballot in September, since that time, the City of Boca has been actively promoting and advertising the developer side of the referendum question. And I want you to know that we have a full legal team at our disposal with Save Boca. We have a lot of backing with what's going on, and we're actively looking into it. And I'd like you to respond, Mr. Kohler. I'd like your office to respond in an email to me. Based on what I've stated just now, has the City of Boca Raton violated any laws? I'd like a response from your office. And lastly, I'm requesting that the City of Boca put up saveboca.org on the website right now to balance the scales, given what they've been doing up until this date with oneboca.org. Thank you.
I thought it was last time, I guess not. Richard Warner, 1322 Southwest 9th Terrace. I think, I mean, to kind of wrap around what John's saying, I think we, and not just us, but other citizens have come to me and said, you know, this is offensive. The city is becoming adversarial. You're tooting your horn for a project that the people oppose. You should not be doing that. You should be a neutral force. Let people decide based on facts, not based on your touting a project that stinks. All you're doing is alienating more residents as you go. It's a bad, it looks bad, it's negative, it once again increases the gulf between you and the people. I mean, I don't think you have any idea. I just walk my dog and people come up to me and ask questions, you know, what's wrong with them? Why are they doing this? One Boca is offensive. The best plan here, and not many people are saying it, people are hedging around the issue, the best plan is no plan. The best plan is to remove Tara Frisbee, and if you want to think about it, start over. And for you to continue, you know, fact-finding is a euphemism for going forward. It's not true. If you want to do it, level the playing field. Stop. Don't make excuses for why you're going forward, tying ribbons around trees. Stop. Let the people vote and then go forward. It's not this critical issue that you have to tear down Memorial Park right away. And if it is, tell me why. Give us some reason for the urgency that you guys are pushing this with. Perhaps it's because you'll be voted out of office in March and people are going to come in who are diametrically opposed to this project. And it isn't going to look pretty. It's going to look as if, you know, you tried to force, someone said it, a square peg in a round hole. Thank you.
Any other public request? We will close the time for public requests. The last speaker mentioned the importance of facts, and I think it's very important we have some accurate facts out there. We just heard some very inaccurate facts. Mr. Kaler, could you respond to, there were too many
I think, inaccurate statements to respond to, but could you respond to, I think, the first question that was posed? I don't recall it offhand now. It was the more outlandish statements got me. About I think the simple question is, and maybe it's a question for the city attorney, it was stated that the city of Boca Raton is spending money on social media advertising in connection with One Boca. I believe that's wholly inaccurate.
That is inaccurate.
That is inaccurate.
Inaccurate.
Not correct.
Correct.
All right, thank you. And then, Mr. Kaler, I think we had a question. I know what it was. It was in response to Mr. Unshin, who I don't think was here earlier. Could you just recap again? It was suggested that we have I guess, a Squid Games type election. Can you talk about why we can't do that under Florida law and the requirements that Florida law imposes? Maybe not necessarily Squid Games, but you get what I'm saying. You used another analogy before.
Sure.
Maybe just recite what you recited earlier for the benefit of any watching this meeting. You talked about how the supervisor interacts.
So all municipalities in Palm Beach County rely on the Palm Beach County Supervisor of Election. It's a constitutional officer who has all of the means, the voting equipment, tabulators, softwares. There's training for staff, security, election management systems. There is a whole series of state uniform standards that really came out after the 2000 election. And all the rules that the state imposes and with regard to early voting and ballot printing and mailing and how voter files are voted. So that's a long way of saying is that the city of Boca, like every other city, relies on the supervisor with its highly trained, specialized team and machinery. And so we have been in contact with the supervisor directly on multiple occasions about this very issue. When can we have the vote on the Save Boca petitions? And again, from my last conversation out of many, the next available election is the March 10th uniform election. So that is the information that I'm going to present to this council on the 28th, and that will put us in the position to put it on the ballot.
And just to confirm, when we got the notice from the supervisor that the number of signatures had been satisfied for the charter amendment, that was after the supervisor had said that the ballot had been closed for the December election.
So the certification of the charter amendment occurred on October 2nd. The same day, we got on the phone with the supervisor and asked how could we be on the next available election. And there was a December 9th special election called by the governor for a state house seat in Delray and Boynton. By the time we spoke to the supervisor, the ballot was already locked. No additional things were permitted. The supervisor, that was the first she had advised us that there was even a possibility that we might be able to, what she called piggyback. She affirmed that she wouldn't have any polling operations in Boca because it was outside of Boca, and that there really wouldn't be any logistical overlap. But we promptly reached out the day of the certification and were advised that that special election for Delray and Boynton was locked, was closed.
All right, thank you. All right. I think that concludes the responses to public requests. We'll turn to introduction, unless anyone else. All right, we'll turn to introduction of ordinances. Ms. Siddons, would you please read the title of Ordinance 5753?
Ordinance number 5753, an ordinance of the City of Boca Raton amending Chapter 28 zoning, Article 15, Division 15, affordable and workforce housing in commercial and industrial zoning districts, Section 28-1644, land development regulations for commercial, industrial, multifamily development pursuant to the statute, Code of Ordinances, to provide that the requirement that CIMDs include non-residential uses, including office, restaurant, and/or retail sales or services, either on the same property property or within 1/4 mile of the CIMD may be satisfied by a certain combination of on-site and off-site non-residential uses, and to correct a scrivener's error, providing for severability, providing for appealer, providing for codification, providing an effective date.
Who would like to introduce this ordinance?
Mayor Singer, I'll introduce ordinance number 5753.
Thank you. That concludes our introductions. We have no quasi-judicial public hearings for variances or appeals, so we'll turn again to city manager reports and recommendations. Mr. Sohaney.
Mr. Mayor, no report today.
Thank you. City attorney reports. Mr. Kaler.
I have no report, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember reports. I'll start on my right this time. Mr. Wigder.
Nothing further, thank you.
Ms. Drucker.
The only thing I want to remind everyone, because I said at the CRA, just for this purpose of this meeting, was Brightline. Obviously, we don't work for Brightline. Brightline is one of a private entity. They're offering more stops from their 19 to 28-day departures, which is really exciting for our station. And if you haven't taken the Brightline, try it out. Also, myself and a few of my colleagues will be going up to Florida League of Cities legislative policy committees towards the end of this week, and the actual legislature has been meeting for the last 2 weeks. They've had committee meetings around property taxes. They're discussing, again, CRAs and various issues that can affect the cities, and we're monitoring this legislature as we prepare for the legislative session, which this year will take place January to March of 2026. It's an early year because we're in a odd year. They meet earlier in the even year, which is 26. So we're monitoring that. Of course, we're always here if you have any recommendations for the Florida legislature. I believe that I was told last week is all the bills have been submitted. House representatives in our area are no longer taking bills unless they're bills that could be combined. They only have a certain allotment of House bills, and those are fulfilled at this point. But the senators can always entertain bills that could be brought up to the Florida legislature. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Naklis.
Thank you, Mayor Singer. Yes, so I sit on the Development, Redevelopment, and Code Compliance Committee for League of Cities, so I'll be going up on for Friday as well, and some of the topics that are being discussed are CRAs, accessory dwelling units, and the Live Local Act to see if there's anything else coming forward with it. So I will bring back a report for our next meeting afterwards.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
No report.
Thank you. And that concludes, I have no report either. It's been a long day. We appreciate everyone's participation and encourage people to stay informed so we can work collaboratively for a greater future. With no further business, we are adjourned at 5:01. Good afternoon.